Addressing the mainstays of civil rights legislation: housing, employment, education, and public accommodations, Welsh was elected and endorsed at best a moderate civil rights agenda. During his tenure as governor he was able to gain passage of a meager public accommodations bill. It lacked penalties and compulsory features, and in 1961, Welsh established the Fair Employment Practices Commission, later the Civil Rights Commission, as an independent agency to investigate and make recommendations regarding civil rights violations that involved employment and public accommodations. In 1963, the Commission was directed to induce compliance by persuasion and conciliation if possible. 18 With this new power to enforce legislation, the Commission could issue cease and desist orders, enforced by the courts, in cases of discrimination in employment, public accommodations, and education. 19 Furthermore, the new Public Accommodations Act allowed the aggrieved person to go directly to the courts in a civil action for damages rather than compelling him to go through the prosecutor's office. 20. Welsh also sought to end discriminatory hiring practices by the state with a directive for department heads to target blacks for employment. Additionally, a December 1961 executive order required that state government contracts include a non-discrimination clause that made breach of the provision a basis for cancellation of the contract. Overall, Welsh's term resulted in some gains for blacks. According to a Civil Rights Commission report on Welsh's tenure, 3 legislatures enacted a set of civil rights laws as comprehensive as any other state has enacted in a 16-year period. 21. Citywide politics also produced some gains for blacks. The 1963 mayoral election of Democrat John Barton had positive outcomes for blacks, although Barton was not considered a major supporter of civil rights. One such development under Barton's tenure was the creation of the Greater Indianapolis Progress Committee, GIPC, a bipartisan advisory board made up of prominent civic and financial leaders. The GIPC proved instrumental in furthering civil rights initiatives through such efforts as endorsing federal aid for public housing in hopes of creating more diverse communities. Some believed that Republican Richard Lugar's election in 1967, however, turned back some of the progress made by his Democratic predecessors. In addition to ignoring the black community's concerns, Lugar promoted a metropolitan government plan, commonly referred to as Unigov, that would consolidate city and county governments and dilute the black vote in Indianapolis. Prior to the consolidation proposal, Indianapolis elections had revealed a solid Democratic majority. The city's surrounding areas, population 300,000, however, voted Republican by a 2-to-1 majority. Thus, combining Indianapolis with its surrounding suburbs and rural areas would reduce the black population in Indianapolis from 27% to 17%, shifting power away from the central city and increasing Republican strength in elections. 22 In 1969, this initiative became a reality as Indianapolis merged with Marion County, which expanded the mayor's power and strengthened the Republican vote. The gains blacks experienced in the early part of the decade began to dissipate, creating a space for leftist ideologies to take root. While housing segregation had historically been a problem for blacks, increased migration to northern and midwestern cities in search of jobs during the war years caused housing problems to intensify. Increased numbers of blacks led to more restrictions and discrimination from whites. Blacks were generally confined to certain colored areas of the city by the use of restrictive covenants, which prevented the sale of homes to non-whites in certain areas, and by banks' policies of either refusing to lend money to blacks or requiring higher down payments. Housing was also excluded from the initial civil rights bill in the early years of Governor Welsh's tenure. The 1961 Public Accommodations Bill's provisions against housing discrimination applied only to housing owned by cities, towns, or the state. 23 Consequently, the majority of housing, which was owned by individuals or real estate companies, was unaffected by the legislation. The 1963 Civil Rights Bill that included enforcement provisions also excluded housing. The election of Republican Rufus Kuykendall and Democrat Rev. James Cummings, both black, to the city council in 1963 was the impetus behind passing a housing ordinance. With endorsement from the Indianapolis Chamber of Commerce, the City Council passed an ordinance outlawing discrimination in the sale or renting of housing in 1964.24. As in other areas of civil rights, employment discrimination was a battle to be waged on two fronts: legal and social custom. In the early 1960s, the majority of black Hoosiers were employed in blue-collar jobs with little possibility of advancement, a tenuous position given increased technological advancement. Multiple factors caused a shift in employment opportunities for blacks: the enforcement powers of the Civil Rights Commission, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the creation of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, fears of urban unrest, and the Indianapolis Chamber of Commerce's call to local businesses to hire minorities. 25 Additionally, in 1961, Governor Welch directed departments of state government to end discrimination in hiring, urging them to employ more African Americans, particularly at the upper levels, thereby increasing the numbers of blacks holding civil service jobs. These efforts contributed to a slight increase in non-white state employees from 9.5% to 11.69% in 92 departments. 26 Through these efforts, black employment outside of the service sector began to reflect their population in the city. Overall, black Hoosiers' progress was modest during the 1960s. However, according to Emma Lou Thornborough, in spite of the state's reputation for political conservatism, Indiana lawmakers moved earlier than Congress in enacting civil rights legislation. 27 In fact, the adoption of the 1963 law made Indiana the only state in the Midwest with enforceable legislation in three major areas of discrimination. 28 By 1968, however, Indiana appeared to be rolling back the progress that had been made up to that point. That year, Hoosiers elected Roger Brannigan as their governor, and to the surprise of many, upon taking office, the Democrat said he favored gradualism in accomplishing the idea of equal rights for all, and that there were penalties for pressing beyond the point of public acceptance. 29 That a Democrat would make such a remark struck many people as a bit odd for two reasons. First, Democrats had been known to at least appear receptive to pushing civil rights as an agenda item. Second, the black vote almost always played a critical role in the election of Indiana Democrats. But then again, Indiana is an odd state in many respects. Indianapolis was also unique in the absence of urban unrest that affected other cities in the latter part of the decade. Longtime State Representative Bill Crawford explained the lack of racial upheaval this way. First, blacks could find work in Indianapolis. Sure, there was unemployment in the black community, but not like in Chicago or Detroit, places like that. Second, Indianapolis is a horizontal city, not a vertical city like the ones I just mentioned. In Indy, we're not stacked up on top of each other. Everybody, rich or poor, had a lawn. We did not have the level of tension that existed in urban communities with a high population density and a high concentration of underprivileged people. 30. Crawford's analysis seems plausible. However, not every horizontal city was devoid of racial uprisings. Los Angeles, for example, is one of the most horizontal and sprawling cities in the United States, yet two of the most infamous revolts of the 20th century occurred there. Also, black unemployment in Indianapolis may not have reached the level of Chicago or other cities, but blacks were still disproportionately impacted by unemployment. In fact, according to the 1970 census, the black unemployment rate in Indianapolis was 8.3%, while Indianapolis generally was approximately 3%. 31. Even in the wake of King's assassination, blacks in Indianapolis would follow King's nonviolent philosophy after repeated urgings by local ministers and NAACP and Urban League leaders, as well as Mayor Lugar and Robert Kennedy, who was in town making a speech when he received news of the tragedy. Kennedy, who was on the presidential campaign trail, was scheduled to make a stop in Indianapolis and was told of King's death minutes after his plane touched down at the airport. Kennedy arrived to find people in a jovial mood, anticipating the excitement of his appearance. Realizing that the audience was unaware of the assassination, he climbed aboard the platform and broke the news as women screamed and men gasped. Kennedy appealed to the crowd's sense of loyalty to King's legacy. He said, Martin Luther King dedicated his life to love and to justice for his fellow human beings, and he died because of that effort. What we need in the United States is not division, what we need in the United States is not hatred, what we need in the United States is not violence or lawlessness, but love and wisdom, and compassion toward one another, and a feeling of justice toward one another, and a feeling of justice toward those who still suffer within our country, whether they be white or they be black. 32. Rev. Brown of the SCLC argued that black people's calm response and the overall lack of racial disturbances in the area were not necessarily because of Kennedy or Lugar but because the white power structure and middle-class blacks did not want to rock the boat. 33. From the standpoint of some, the lack of black uproar was not something to take pride in. Andrew Ramsey, president of the state NAACP conference and columnist for the Indianapolis Recorder, frequently criticized black Hoosiers for their lethargy and failure to demand their rights. He specifically singled out the president of the Indianapolis NAACP chapter for her cautious approach to problems, which he characterized as saying, "Let's not do this or that or we might get into trouble." 34. Despite the initial peaceful response to King's death, however, this tragedy would serve as a catalyst for militancy and a sense of urgency among some black Hoosiers. Moreover, the conservative backlash brought on by Lugar's administration and blacks' previous sublimation of frustrations made the city a potential powder keg that could blow up if black progress continued to move along at a snail's pace. One issue in particular that would be a focal point of this growing frustration was police brutality. Ben Bell, director of the College Room, was quoted as saying the police department could only think of one way to keep the niggers in their place, by using guns, mace, fists, and police dogs. 35 Police harassment of blacks occurred not only on the street but extended into after-hours clubs. For example, on June 8, 1969, a group of police officers entered the place, an establishment that served no liquor and was a spot where blacks enjoyed live music. Without explanation, officers began pushing patrons out of the way as they entered and drawing guns on those who objected. Officers held one band member and his wife at gunpoint while threatening to arrest the club owner and shut the place down. Although no one was injured during the ruckus, the incident made an impression on club owner James Schaefer, who questioned in a letter to the Indianapolis Recorder if the police really wanted to improve race relations. In his closing, Schaefer remarked, "This place could end up like Watts, Detroit, or Newark. We blacks are not going to take it like we have in the past. The time is now for you to use some diplomacy, and my advice is to take heed." 36. Even before King's assassination, blacks had been concerned about the possibility of racial violence. Black leaders warned that maintaining a city without racial disturbance, in light of the abuse and discrimination to which blacks were subjected, was becoming ever more difficult. In the foreground of simmering militancy, unaddressed grievances like police harassment paved the way for the emergence of the Black Panther Party. Panthers open office in Indy. With the Panther branch, Fred Crawford not only brought the organization's survival programs to Indianapolis, but he also provided an outlet for the city's budding militancy. When asked why he joined the Black Panthers in 1969, Keith Parker, now an assistant vice-chancellor at a prestigious public university, replied, "I wanted to change the world. Civil rights was not enough." 37 Crawford had gotten the idea of opening a Panther office while in Oakland, California, where he had gone after dropping out of high school. His friend, Stanford Ox Patton, with whom he attended Crispus Attucks High School in Indianapolis, was living in Los Angeles at the time. Patton, who would later join the Indianapolis branch, had had a storied basketball career in high school, winning a state title on a team with the legendary Oscar Robertson. It was in California that Crawford and Patton encountered Panthers for the first time. Crawford recalls seeing Stokely Carmichael speak at a Free Huey rally in Oakland he and Patton attended and being very impressed. Other Panther luminaries such as H. Rap Brown, Bobby Seale, and Eldridge Cleaver were present, but it was Carmichael who made the biggest impression on Crawford. Stokely appeared to be a very dedicated activist and was very approachable, remembers Crawford. 38 Inspired by Carmichael's speech, Crawford started going to meetings and regularly attending Panther rallies. Over the course of several weeks, Crawford made the decision to remain in the Bay Area and become a Panther. He approached the organization's hierarchy about joining the party and was told that if he was serious about becoming a Panther he should return to Indianapolis and start a branch there. Crawford, however, was not optimistic that the black community in his hometown would be amenable to a Panther branch. After all, Indianapolis's black community was a very religious and conservative one. As far as Crawford was concerned, blacks were behind in consciousness compared to others blacks in big cities across the country. 39 Much to Crawford's surprise, when he returned to Indianapolis he found pockets of young blacks who were receptive to the concept of black power. When George Wallace, former governor of Alabama and self-proclaimed segregationist, visited Indianapolis in the summer of 1968 to garner support for his presidential campaign, Wallace found a receptive audience. Crawford had always known that Indiana was a conservative state, but the notion that a candidate like George Wallace could elicit a following was eye-opening. Wallace's showing spurred Crawford into action, and by week's end he had opened a Black Panther office in Indianapolis. Shortly after the BPP office was established, it caught the attention of the black press and the local mainstream media, as well as the attention of several law enforcement agencies. Crawford advocated core Panther doctrines of working for political empowerment and helping blacks gain control of their communities. In keeping with Point 7 of the organization's 10-point program, one of the primary concerns of the Indianapolis office was the defense and protection of the black community. 40. The arrival of the Panthers led to increased police surveillance in black neighborhoods, further exasperating the already intolerable circumstances of police harassment. 41 Donald Duck Campbell, a veteran of the Korean War and Deputy Minister of Information, reported in the Black Panther of the continual harassment of blacks, both BPP members and non-members. According to Campbell, in December of 1968 Patrolman Stephen Chitke arrested circulation manager Abram Sharif and another member for disorderly conduct while they were advertising an upcoming rally. A month later, Officer Chitke shot a black man and charged him with auto theft and violation of the 1935 Beverage Act, charges which were subsequently dropped. The following February, several Panthers were charged with disorderly conduct and trespassing on private property for distributing Panther literature at a local school. And in March, a black man was arrested in downtown Indianapolis for driving too slowly. 42 These cases are representative of the surveillance and harassment to which black residents were subjected without meaningful recourse. As a result, Panthers took on the responsibility of protecting blacks from police harassment and other threats, such as a local white motorcycle gang called the Grim Reapers. After disturbances in the Indianapolis East Side community by this particular gang, armed Panthers patrolled the community, vowing to take whatever means necessary to protect black citizens. 43 Unfortunately, this vow would lead to the arrest of members Charles W. Gallia and Bill Council for violating the 1935 Firearms Act, a charge for which Gallia would serve 49 days in jail. 44. In spite of their reputation as unruly militants, the Panthers did receive public accolades for their efforts in preventing a potential fracas after the firebombing of a Big Ten supermarket in Lockefield Gardens on June 6, 1969. 45 The incident began when two white officers sent to the area in response to a report of a fight were jumped by a group of about 20 young blacks, one of whom grabbed the officer's revolver and badge. 46 As the crowd of community residents grew, more police arrived on the scene and were pelted with bricks and bottles. During the melee, shots were exchanged and two police officers were injured, one by a sniper. Local businesses were damaged and fire completely destroyed the Big Ten market. Peace was eventually restored as local leaders, such as Rev. Moselle Sanders and Black Radical Action Party President Charles Snooky Hendricks, and members of the BPP calmed the crowd and helped disperse it. 47 Even Deputy Police Chief Raymond J. Stratton commended the Panthers for exerting a calming influence in the area. 48 As a result of their instrumental role in allaying the anger and frustrations of community residents, The BPP was one of the local organizations invited to meet with area residents to address the disturbances in the Indiana Avenue Lockeffield area and to formulate solutions to present to city officials. 49 Many of these grievances centered on police harassment of residents, and proposals included a significant reduction in the number of police patrols in the area and assigning black officers to black neighborhoods. 50 This inclusion of Panther representation in generating grassroots activism illustrates the organization's respect and support from certain sectors of the black community. Coverage of the supermarket incident by a local underground newspaper, the Indianapolis Free Press, stated, "The Black Panther Party was at the center of the rebellion both nights. They were there to save the lives of the brothers and sisters. The Panthers urged people to go home, to stay off the deadly streets." 51 Their positive influence during this ordeal was also a likely factor in the park board's approval of their use of the Douglas Community Center later that month for the free breakfast program. The Panthers' survival programs. In addition to advocating political empowerment and armed self-defense, the BPP supplied the community with a variety of resources intended to meet the immediate needs of its less well-off residents. Indianapolis Panthers provided social services for the black community that included free clothing for school kids, coal and medicine for the indigent, and keeping the streets clean. 52 They also established the core survival programs of free breakfast and food distribution. Starting in midsummer 1968, youngsters on their way to school were able to stop in at 17th and Martindale for a tasty and nutritious meal. The Panthers took pride in the free breakfast program. "We are doing something about hunger and not just talking about it," boasted one Panther. The Panthers claimed to have fed at least 50 children a day. Said Donald Campbell, Deputy Minister of Information, the breakfast program was instigated because children were being neglected by the power structure, and unable to receive meals at home. 53 Some of the kids were so appreciative of the program that they would volunteer to help wash dishes and wipe tables clean. As a way of showing their gratitude, some parents would assist with the preparation of the meals. In early November, members of the BPP began making preparations to assist needy families during the holiday season. Aware that some families went through the holiday season without a turkey or any of the trimmings associated with Thanksgiving, the Panthers sponsored several food giveaways. With Christmas less than a month later, the Panthers also began working on a clothing giveaway and a toy drive, which proved to be a big hit with the kids. At the same time, the organization initiated plans for their first free breakfast program, to begin on Monday, December 2nd, at Porter's at 30th and Capitol Streets. 54. In June of 1970, the Panthers proposed a collaborative effort with other black-oriented groups such as the Black Radical Action Party, College Room, and Dignity Unlimited. 55 to operate a breakfast program at the Douglas Park Community Center. 56 Despite the resistance to the Panthers from large segments of the Indianapolis community, due in part to the often unflattering portrayal of the Panthers in the white press, the park board approved of the use of its community center. This approval, as well as the collaboration of other local organizations, reveals some support for Panther programs. The program, which was scheduled to run through August 30th, provided meals for 73 children the first day and served an average of 50 children per day throughout the summer. Support from local businesses and private citizens as well as the volunteer efforts of children and parents was instrumental in sustaining the program. 57 The Indianapolis Black Coalition, made up of doctors, lawyers, business leaders, and sectors of the working class, helped fund the Panthers' breakfast program. 58 In spite of setbacks from lying preachers and merchants and wavering support from College Room and Dignity Unlimited, the breakfast program was a huge success. The Panthers also planted a people's garden to increase their food distribution efforts. 59 And in November 1970 put out a call for donations of food and winter clothing. These efforts enabled the party to implement a program to provide emergency relief on a year-round basis, and the Panthers expanded their food offerings with the establishment of a free food pantry in November of 1970, housed at their 413 East 23rd Street headquarters. With donations from local businesses, the Panthers provided for those not eligible for public assistance or who need their public assistance supplemented, 60 regardless of race. Consistent with the party's philosophy of empowering all individuals, the pantry was characterized as an effort to provide for all oppressed people. The pantry was necessitated by the announcement that the Center Township trustee would no longer provide emergency food and clothing that year because of a lack of funds. Upon learning the news, the Panthers issued the following statement: "We will not sit idly by and wait for Center Township trustee to cough up the funds for emergency food orders. We will not be pacified by the administration of the Department of Public Welfare when they claim the state of Indiana does not have any more funds for public aid, but in fact raises staff salaries. By using social practice and implementation of free programs, the Black Panther Party will expose the Department of Welfare's cheesy take what we give you and be satisfied tactics. The Black Panther Party has taken the power of decision-making in relationship to public aid from those who do not need it, salaried, and look down on those who need it, and are giving this power to those who deserve it. We set no standards or qualification on needs. One of the basic understandings is that aid should be distributed to those who express need in general, and to those who express emergency need in particular, without compromise and attachments." 61. The Panthers undoubtedly brought sorely needed programs and resources to the city's black community. With the opening of the Eldridge Cleaver Community Information Center in May of 1970, the Panthers had an expanded base from which to offer economic, social, and political support for black Hoosiers. In Camel's words, the center's primary purpose is to provide a meeting ground for the party and one of the city's poorer neighborhoods. This is a place where they can come and learn what the party is and how it operates, and where we can learn more about the real concerns of this community, and begin to help it. In addition to providing a gathering space for community residents, the Panthers held political education classes there and a Saturday morning liberation school for children aged 8 through 12. Educating children was especially important to the Panthers. "We're educating them on the basis of truth, self-knowledge, socialism and sharing with their brothers and sisters," said a Panther spokesman. 62 Plans were made to establish a free health clinic, but the endeavor never materialized. Police harassment of the Panthers. The warped representation of the Black Panther Party by the mainstream media preceded the Indianapolis branch's formation. In fact, a study of press coverage of Panther offices in 3 different cities shows that for the most part the Panthers were framed as small-time hoods using revolutionary rhetoric as a subterfuge for illegal activity. 63 A depiction that undoubtedly contributed to law enforcement's constant surveillance of them. Panthers around the country were subjected to repression through the oft-used tactics of harassment, arrest, and slander, an example of which was the December 1968 raid on Panther headquarters in Indianapolis. As indicated earlier, the raid and unsuccessful search for illegal weapons resulted in the arrest of Panthers Michael Cannon, Dan Gins, and Deputy Minister of Finance Lawrence Roberts. As reported in the Indianapolis Recorder, law officials arrived at the 113 West 30th Street location and demanded that Cannon and Gins admit them into the building. Under orders not to allow strangers to enter the premises, Cannon and Gins refused to allow the officers entry and requested that the warrant be slid under the door. Instead of producing the warrant, and because Cannon and Gins were allegedly brandishing shotguns, police tear-gassed the office, causing the Panthers' evacuation of the premises and their subsequent arrest. Cannon and Gins were originally arrested on charges of disorderly conduct and drawing a deadly weapon. 64 Roberts, who had been called to the scene by Cannon and Gins, was also arrested for purportedly interfering with the arresting party as well as for disorderly conduct. He was eventually convicted on both charges and was fined $25 and sentenced to 10 days in jail on each charge, but the jail terms were suspended. 65 Later, federal charges were filed against Cannon and Gins. Bonds for the two were set at $20,000 and $5,000, respectively. Months later, in June 1969, Cannon changed his plea from not guilty to guilty. 66. In June 1968, the mainstream press reported the story of a break-in at the Marine Corps Reserve Training Center, at 2830 East Riverside Drive by 3 men identified by authorities as Black Panthers. In the article Black Panther Plot for Raid on Armory Unfolding in Court, Carolyn Pickering of the Indianapolis Star recounted the twisted story. Arrested on June 23, 1968, Leon Andrew Gamilia, Melvin Johnson, and Omar Shabazz, Eldridge Morrison Jr., were charged with conspiracy to commit murder and conspiracy burglary for alleged plans to kill Police Chief Winston L. Churchill and Narcotics Bureau Lieutenant Richard A. Jones with weapons they intended to steal from the center. According to the Star, Churchill believed that the Panthers plotted his death as a status symbol. 67 Jones was targeted, he believed, because as a narcotics agent his work hindered the extracurricular activities of the Panthers, a clear implication that the Panthers were dealing drugs. With the assistance of Alan Ray Watkins, an undercover Indianapolis police officer who infiltrated the organization and perhaps may have encouraged the plot, the men broke into the center only to find members of the FBI, Indianapolis Police Department, and the Secret Service waiting to arrest them. During the trial, Watkins testified that he worked undercover for 3 months and received a $450 salary paid by the FBI and Indianapolis Police Department. 68 He provided details of conversations between himself and the defendants planning the break-in, which was initially intended for a sporting goods store but was changed because no one could disconnect the alarm system at the sporting goods store. Defense attorneys Charles E. Johnson and Donald L. Fassig, as well as certain members of the black community, argued that the young men were victims of entrapment and a police plot against black power advocates. The defense also argued that Gamilia, Johnson, and Shabazz were enticed by Watkins's fancy car and money-making schemes and lured into conversations about the burglary, conversations which were tape-recorded and used by the prosecution as evidence to support both conspiracy charges. This theory, in light of community concerns about police harassment, was not implausible, and as a result the 3 defendants received a fair amount of support from the black community during their trial. Concern also centered on the credibility of Officer Watkins, who was characterized by the defense as a perjurer who had lied about his age on his job application and was subsequently fired from the police force and rehired as a civilian employee. 69 Ultimately, Shabazz and Johnson were found guilty on charges of burglary, the murder conspiracy charges were dropped, and they were sentenced to 2 terms of 14 years. 18-year-old Gamilia, who waited outside as a lookout and never entered the premises, was freed. As it turned out, none of the men arrested were actually members of the Black Panther Party as the Indianapolis Star had reported. But the damage had been done. Despite repeated denials by Panther leaders, the press maintained that the men were Panthers. Channel 6 newscaster Carl Stubblefield urged Fred Crawford to set the record straight, publicly. Soon after, on WGEE radio, Crawford announced that the men who broke into the training center were not Panthers at that time or at any other time. Shortly thereafter, though, in a most bizarre move the Panthers inexplicably adopted the men, taking up their cause and providing them with moral and financial support. Although the men were not allowed to join the branch, Crawford says that some of his comrades felt that the men were being railroaded, so we came to their defense. When pressed, Crawford admitted that in retrospect that probably was not a wise decision, if anything it undermined our credibility. 70. Undercutting whatever cachet the Panthers may have enjoyed was seemingly a top priority for certain local institutions. Although by the late 1960s red baiting had lost some of its effectiveness as a scare tactic, the Indianapolis Panthers, like many civil rights and leftist organizations, were labeled communists as a way of undermining their credibility and effectiveness. On at least 2 occasions the Star reported on the alleged communist influence of the party. During the July 1970 investigations into the Indianapolis branch by the U.S. House of Representatives, one witness, self-proclaimed Minister of Special Security Baron Howard, testified that Donald Steed, the supposed head of the Indiana Communist Party, supplied the chapter with funds to rent a hall, bail members out of jail, and attend a national convention in Chicago. 71 Additionally, Gerald W. Kirk, a black FBI informant who infiltrated the Communist Party, stated unequivocally during a Speech at the Glendale Shopping Center Auditorium sponsored by the Indianapolis Truth About Civil Turmoil Committee that leftist groups like Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, and the BPP were controlled by communists. 72. The characterization of the BPP as a gang and one of their rallies as a tirade was also an attempt by the white press to weaken the group's credibility, especially in light of the fact that many whites around the country already viewed the Panthers as hooligans. That the Indianapolis Star would cast the Panthers as criminals is not all that surprising given that its owner, Eugene C. Pulliam, had a reputation as a right-wing conservative and was reputedly a supporter of the John Birch Society. 73 Statements by the police claiming that the Panthers held secret target practice in wooded areas west of Rockville did little to disabuse some of the perception that the BPP was a violence-prone outfit. Needless to say, statements like these served to undermine the Panthers' ability to engender community support. Such depictions also justified law enforcement agencies' repeated infiltration and harassment of the organization. Furthermore, Chief Churchill's false claim that there was no connection between the local group and the California Panthers was also a desperate attempt to portray the Indy Panthers as renegades and to delegitimize the local branch. 74 This assertion was clearly unsubstantiated in light of the branch's activities in support of the national organization. On May 1, 1969, the Indianapolis branch held a demonstration at the Federal Building in support of Huey P. Newton, who was then on trial. Speaking explicitly about the branch's connection with the California-based organization, Campbell stated, "The demonstration showed solidarity of oppressed people and black people in particular. People are concerned with the racist policies and they believe in Mr. Newton and the party." 75 In August of that same year, following a Panther convention in July concerning the establishment of a national front against fascism, the Indianapolis branch held a rally in support of the initiation of a united front to combat fascism. 76 Panthers would again gather at the Federal Building in May of 1970 for a memorial rally in observance of the second anniversary of the tragic death of Bobby Hutton at the hands of Oakland police. The branch also held a rally in July of 1970 protesting the white power structure and in support of Bobby Seale and other party members in Connecticut in conjunction with the trial involving the killing of an informant. 77 This connection is further substantiated by the Indy Panthers' publications in the Black Panther and their public appeals to local blacks to attend the national conventions. Additionally, pictures, articles, and information about the Oakland chapter, such as a petition to keep Cleaver out of prison, adorn the front windows of the Indianapolis Panthers headquarters. Community support for the Panthers. Despite the efforts of some to portray the Panthers as a fringe group with a penchant for rabble-rousing and criminal activity, the Panthers were not without their sympathizers. One indicator of community support was the foodstuffs and money provided by local merchants and juke joint owners. Gamblers and proprietors of pea-shake houses were often receptive to Panther solicitations. While the amounts were generally small, the support was much appreciated, especially since support from national headquarters was in short supply. Says Keith Parker, "What we, as a chapter, were able to do, we did in spite of Oakland national headquarters, not because of Oakland." 78. The harassment and repression to which the chapter was subjected was combated to a small degree by the support the Indy Panthers received from various groups within the city, especially from religious leaders. While the clergy in Indianapolis had historically been active in advancing civil rights, most tended to shy away from radicalism and militancy. Some ministers, however, did support the Panthers, especially with fundraising. During the trial of Shabazz, Johnson, and Gamilia, the BPP joined with local religious leaders to hold a $25 a plate Freedom Rally fundraising dinner at the United Methodist Church. 79 Panther leaders from Colorado flew in to help with the proceedings. The BPP also received non-clergy support, as evidenced by the Committee to Defend the Black Panther Party that picketed outside police headquarters during the arrests of Cannon and Gins, as well as the approximately 40 sympathizers who attended their federal bond hearing threatening to tear the joint down. 80 Community support was also evident among black youth, some of whom were suspended from school for wearing Black Panther garb or distributing organizational literature. The multiplicity of support the Panthers received was bolstered by their efforts to forge alliances with other organizations working for social justice. At the July 1970 rally, for example, Panthers shared the stage with representatives from the women's liberation movement and anti-war activists. 81. A Panther runs for student government. In addition to the city of Indianapolis, the Indy Panthers would establish a small presence in the southern part of the state with the enrollment of Keith Parker at Indiana University in 1969. In March of the following year, Parker was elected president of the student body, the second black in the school's history to hold that office. Parker ran a dynamic campaign, while his opponent, Tom Morrison, lacked his personality and tireless campaign style. Parker's running mate Mike King contends that Parker defeated his opponent because he was well-liked, uncompromising in his principles and engaging in personality. 82. When the votes were counted, Parker garnered 39%, 2,289, of the vote compared to Morrison's 30%, 1,717, out of 5,830 ballots cast. Four other candidates split the remaining 1,824 votes. Turnout in the election was tremendously low as only 20% of the student body voted, compared to the 1967 election when more than 10,000 students went to the polls, and the 1968 and 1969 elections, at which at least 8,000 students cast ballots. According to university rules at the time, in the event no candidate received 40% of the vote, a runoff must be held between the top two vote-getters. The runoff was scheduled for the following week, but Morrison conceded the election and Parker assumed office. As student body president, Parker found yet another outlet for his activism, which also included anti-war protests, while maintaining his activism in the Indianapolis-based branch. Furthermore, Parker was able to raise the profile of the Black Panther Party in Bloomington through such events as Bobby Seale Weekend in October of 1970, which included films, discussions, workshops, and a defense fund benefit. 83 Parker was also responsible for organizing a December memorial service for Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, during which he advocated community control of police and coalitions between students and workers. 84 After the Kent State killings, Parker implored students to boycott classes, and he tried to organize pickets while students participated in a referendum on the war and various other issues. Nearly 18,000 students voted, and two-thirds opposed the invasion of Cambodia and wanted Congress to cut off support for the Vietnam War. About the same number backed a call for the Indiana University Foundation to open its records to public inspection, and more than half supported canceling classes to protest the Cambodian incursion and wanted the university to repudiate the war. 85. In keeping with the national headquarters' willingness to build coalitions with revolutionary-minded whites, Parker joined forces with SDS member Mike King, a white student and editor of the local underground paper, The Spectator. King would serve as vice president of the student body. Dr. King, who went on to become a professor at Yale and currently is a successful journalist, later admitted that he and Parker were stunned that they won. 86 They ran under the banner of the United Student Movement, USM, and hoped their racial diversity and radical leadership would generate a diverse coalition of activists. With the goal of empowering the student body, the USM ran a populist campaign with radical rap. Incorporating Panther rhetoric and ideology into their campaign, Parker and King customarily ended speeches and articles with raised fists or capital letters, "All power to the people." 87 They also drafted a 14-point platform that focused on greater student involvement in university offices and policy making, such as control of campus police and the student union. Out of that platform a student legal service was established. The USM candidates expanded their concerns beyond student issues to advocate empowerment of all oppressed people, promoting policies such as adequate wages for all university employees. Parker and King were able to muster strong student support on a number of issues, but not all. For instance, while many called for an end to the war, most wanted officer training programs on campus such as ROTC to continue, and less than a fifth favored giving university money to SEAL's defense fund. Consequently, while Parker and King were hugely popular on campus, clearly their supporters were not of one mind. At the end of Parker's and King's terms in office, the editors of the Indiana Daily Student, IU's student newspaper, found little benefit from their time in office. The editors argued that their polarizing administration had done more harm than good, that Parker and King actually reduced the power of student government by antagonizing state lawmakers, school administration, and a fair number of students. Assessing the merits of this critique is not within the purview of this chapter. However, such criticisms notwithstanding, Parker and King gave future student government aspirants an alternative model on which to campaign for office. Indeed, one could argue that both men laid the groundwork for the subsequent election of the first woman president the following year. The Indy Panthers are no more. The long history of black self-help and civil rights organizations shows that African Americans in Indianapolis differed amongst themselves as to the methods to be employed in the struggle for black equality. By and large, black leadership in Indiana was more reserved than in other large northern and midwestern cities. Complacency and apathy on the part of middle-class blacks, who appeared reluctant to take aggressive steps to improve conditions, were criticized by the more rambunctious members of the community. Many younger blacks were understandably impatient with the policy of gradualism when racial discrimination was still widespread more than 100 years after the abolition of slavery. Still, it appears that relatively few in the community seemed moved by the more militant and pro-black organizations that appealed to so many urban blacks in other parts of the country. For whatever reason, the black community as a whole was not attracted to the Panthers in the way that blacks were in cities like Chicago, Oakland, Detroit, New York, Cleveland, and others. This is not to say that the Panthers were isolated from the community, but because of the conservative mindset of many blacks, the branch was unable to amass a large membership and a strong following. Baron Howard, self-professed Minister of Special Security, testified before a House Internal Security Committee that there were 300 members on the chapter's roster, but only 65 of them were active. 88 Keith Parker indicated that Howard's estimates were not in line with his experience. Moreover, Parker said, there had been no such position as Minister of Special Security. Even if there had been such a position, Howard would have held the title of Deputy Minister, not Minister. Parker pointed out that the title of Minister was reserved for those who served on the organization's Central Committee. Additionally, Howard was not a prominent player in the chapter, he was more on the periphery. 89 At its height, the Indy chapter had 100 names on its membership lists, but only 15 or 20 of them were active members. The remaining 80 to 85 members, Parker said, were Rally Panthers, a derisive term for those who showed up for rallies but weren't around to do the day-to-day grunt work. 90. The Indy Panthers provided the black community with a variety of sorely needed services that it otherwise would have gone without. But again, the Indy Panthers never built the kind of following that existed in other places. The Indy office was short-lived and it never engendered the kind of support, financial or otherwise, that other chapters and branches enjoyed. On this point, Keith Parker explained that we didn't do enough to bring the black community along, we were not immersed in the community in the way that we should have been. When Parker was reminded that the Panthers fed a lot of children, he shot back, yeah, but we didn't feed enough. We should have fed more. Furthermore, Parker submitted that we didn't have a defining issue with which to sustain support around or rally around. 91. It should be noted that while some blacks might have agreed with the Panthers' programs, many were probably reluctant to come out in support of the Panthers for fear of economic, social, and political reprisal. Whereas many black organizations accepted concessions from the white establishment and sought compromise on matters of racial equality, the Black Panther Party as an organization had a reputation for making demands, an approach that did not go over well with many blacks. A study by Frank N. Magid Associates of Indianapolis Blacks supports this. When blacks and whites were asked if blacks could get equal opportunities without making constant demands on the white community, nearly 60% of blacks responded yes, while only 35% of whites said yes. 92 Even in this environment, the Panthers did get support from certain sectors of the black community. For example, after the Panthers' headquarters was raided in December 1968 and Gins and Cannon were bound over to the grand jury, a small group calling itself the Committee to Defend the Black Panther Party picketed outside police headquarters. 93 During the short time they were there, members of the group passed out flyers accusing the police of racism and corruption. To be sure, support for the Panthers in Indianapolis did exist, but it was modest. Even on the campus of Indiana University, which was considered radical by many observers, while many black students were taken with the Panthers' style and rhetoric, even though the Panthers argued that institutions like IU were creating a new group of Uncle Toms and that the sole means, the total means, of liberation is the gun, most black students remained committed to nonviolence. 94. Another point that should be considered is that while Indianapolis was not a utopia for blacks, the conditions under which most blacks lived were not as bad as they were in many other large urban cities. Furthermore, the absence of an ogre like Frank Rizzo in Philadelphia, Eugene Bull Connor in Alabama, or Richard J. Daley in Chicago, against which the Panthers could mobilize black folk, made it sufficiently difficult to rally blacks. Sure, police brutality existed, but as Keith Parker remembers, there were instances of harassment by police officers, but people weren't getting savagely beaten or being killed by the police like they were in other places. 95 State Senator Bill Crawford goes one step further, stating that while police brutality existed in Indianapolis, it was not a major problem. In fact, says Crawford, the IPD were like Keystone Cops more than anything else. 96 These tolerable conditions were in part attributable to the city's history of interracial cooperation dating back to the early 1900s through organizations such as the NAACP and Flanner House. These organizations had been successful in gradually improving conditions in the Circle City without the radicalism and direct action proposed by the Panthers, perhaps discounting in the minds of many the need for such strategies. Aside from lukewarm support from the black community, inner turmoil and attrition at the national as well as local level plagued the Indianapolis office from the outset and took its toll on the branch. Within a year after the office was established, several of the chapter's initial members had drifted away. In early 1969, Deputy Chairman Fred Crawford and Ox Patton expelled Bob Obanon and Joe Martin, two of the branch's most dedicated members. The decision to expel Obanon and Martin was not a popular one, and it caused dissension within the office. Not long after Obanon and Martin were ousted, Crawford and Patton left the party for various reasons, which opened the door for Obanon's and Martin's reinstatement. Crawford resigned a year after opening the branch, citing that he could no longer accept the Panthers' ideology. Crawford later explained that he left the party because the Panthers' beliefs conflicted with his religious beliefs. 97 At the time of Crawford's resignation, he denounced the Panthers' revolutionary rhetoric, maintaining perhaps astutely that most blacks were not ready for a revolution but instead preferred the nonviolent approach of the civil rights movement. He also criticized the Panthers for dictating to the people what they should want. In an interview with a news reporter, Crawford remarked that the establishment in Indianapolis would support the breakfast program if the Panthers would stop calling members of the establishment pigs. 98 Crawford's comments were interesting if for no other reason than that the approval and support of the establishment was not something the Panther organization strove for or was interested in. Looking back, Crawford's turnabout is quite interesting. While he claimed that the Panthers' violent rhetoric turned him off, it was he who set the tone for the branch in this regard. Shortly after the office opened, he was quoted in the Indianapolis News as saying, "I don't feel we blacks can gain our freedom without a revolution. This could only happen if the white man raised his feet off the black man's neck, but I don't think he'll ever do that." 99 Some of Crawford's colleagues did not believe that his resignation adversely affected the chapter. The prevailing sentiment was that had Crawford not resigned, he would have eventually been purged from the branch because of his failure to attend important meetings and his overall lack of leadership. The Newton-Cleaver feud of 1971 created a schism that proved to be far-reaching, and the turmoil at the national level had an effect on local branches, including the Indianapolis office. Unlike some other chapters and branches, most members within the Indy office felt no special allegiance to either Newton or Cleaver. Huey may have been the face of the organization and Eldridge may have been the voice, but Bobby was the heart of the organization. Our loyalty was to him, says Parker. As far as some of us were concerned, Cleaver came across as a madman and Newton appeared to be detached from the rank and file. And since the Indy Panthers refused to support either side, the branch was just kind of left out there. 100 By 1972 several members grew disheartened as a result of the Cleaver-Newton war and simply quit the party. Many Panthers around the country answered Newton's call to relocate to Oakland to work on Bobby Seale's mayoral campaign. Rather than relocate to Oakland, several Indy Panthers left the party rather than uproot themselves and their families to go west. In addition to internal strife, government attempts to squash the Indy Panthers were no less systematic or insidious than they were on the national level. The year 1969 was an especially tough one for the Indy chapter. In February, police arrested 3 Panthers during a raid and hit them with the dubious charge of disorderly conduct and interfering with a federal officer in the course of his duties. Each was fined $25 and sentenced to 10 days in jail. In June of 1969, Panther offices were raided twice in a 2-week period, with 16 members being swept up in police dragnets. According to the Black Panther, the following spring 25 Panthers were arrested and charged with felonies over a 3-month period. Harassment of the Indy office was so overt that a local white attorney by the name of William C. Erbeker, who had a reputation for taking on civil rights cases, felt compelled to file a motion for an injunction to restrain Indianapolis police officers from rousing, intimidating, and interrogating members of the branch. There is no question that Panthers were harassed, followed, and arrested. Many local, state, and federal government tactics used against the Panthers were questionable and violated both the letter and spirit of the law. On the other hand, though, there were times when the Indianapolis activists were complicit in their own demise. Indeed, there were times when the Panthers engaged in what we call victim-precipitated repression. In other words, by breaking the law the Panthers put themselves in a position to be arrested, harassed, or accosted. Unlike many civil rights activists who were arrested and beaten for breaking laws they considered to be unjust, some of the infractions committed by members of the Indianapolis Panthers were reckless and apolitical. When authorities responded to various criminal activities, the Panthers printed articles in their newspaper depicting themselves as victims of unnecessary and unmerit police action. Examples of this victim-precipitated repression abound. For instance, Fred Crawford was arrested and charged with assault and battery after he struck a female meter maid who was giving him a parking ticket. Crawford claimed that he approached the meter maid and tried to explain that the meter was broken. An argument ensued and Crawford became angry and hit the meter maid about the face. He was arrested within hours of the incident. Parker remembers one incident in particular when one of his comrades tried to pick a fight with a police officer during a rally at a local park. 101 Panthers also claimed they were harassed and arrested for merely selling the Black Panther, but oftentimes they were doing so on private property and without a permit. To say that some Panthers were guilty of poor judgment is an understatement. In late 1970 Charles W. Gallia was fined $85 and placed on 180 days probation for carrying a concealed weapon. 102. As was the case with many other Panther branches across the country, law enforcement infiltrated Panther offices in Indy. In fact, our research has revealed that there were at least 7 informants inside the Indianapolis office, 2 of whom were members of the police department. Some Panthers claim they were often the victims of entrapment. However, even if the police department was guilty of entrapment, the fact remains that some of the Panthers' actions were idiotic at worst, such as Crawford's assault on the meter maid, and misguided at best, especially since it was well known within the organization that informants had penetrated its ranks. When the national headquarters learned the extent to which the party had been infiltrated, Panther leaders as early as 1969 began purging members from the party who were thought to be working against the organization's interests. In Indianapolis, the Panthers purged 5 members in April of 1969 alone. In a recent interview, Crawford disclosed that one Panther, apparently ridden with guilt, broke down and confessed to being an informant. 103. As was mentioned in Chapter 1, the names of purged members were printed in the Black Panther with the admonition that they are not to be associated with or let into any Black Panther office anywhere. Later, the organization took more serious steps to curtail infiltration by placing a moratorium on membership intake. While this tactic undoubtedly prevented agents provocateurs from gaining entry into the party, it did little to thwart the efforts of those informants already in place. It appears, though, that to some extent the purging of members in Indianapolis undermined law enforcement's ability to monitor the goings-on within the chapter, so much so that in July 1970 a House Internal Security Committee opened hearings on the Indianapolis and Detroit branches of the BPP. Said Representative Richard Pryor, the subcommittee chairman, the hearings are being held to develop more information about the local chapters and to help find out what the party has for its objectives. 104. Unsatisfied with previous covert operations to further cause dissension among the black organizations and the BPP, government officials undertook overt activities to disrupt the organization. 105. Given where the Panthers set up shop, it is surprising that some of them would behave so irresponsibly. Being in Indianapolis meant that the branch could ill afford to give the appearance of impropriety. The Indianapolis office was one of only a few Panther branches established in a state capital, which impacted the Panthers in ways that did not play out in some other cities. Because Indy is the state capital, there was a heavy media presence in the city. Newspaper organizations typically put a premium on covering news in state capitals for many reasons. First, many of the laws and policies that govern the state are introduced and formulated in the legislative chambers of the state house. And many news organizations devote a fair amount of resources to covering news in the capital. More beat writers are assigned to cover the capital city than any other city in a state if the state capital is a major city and the largest in the state, which Indianapolis is. It should also be noted that the largest city within the state is often the state's largest media market. Second, since the capital is considered the seat of power, some of the state's most influential political figures make their home there or at least spend a fair amount of time there. Suffice to say, beat reporters are on alert for any kind of story that may contain drama, intrigue, or scandal. Third, since some of those legislators are also some of the most politically important people in the state, law enforcement is often proactive about ensuring the safety and general welfare of said citizens. Fourth, in light of the stir that the Oakland Panthers caused at the State House in Sacramento, California, in May 1967, the law enforcement community in states across the country was primed to prevent the same from happening in their city. Given this, it was not surprising that the Indy Panthers would garner significantly more media attention than the other branches examined in this book. 106. Unfortunately, this type of media attention brought with it a level of surveillance by law enforcement that other Panther chapters and branches of comparable size did not experience. Simply put, the more information the Indy police were able to collect, the more difficult it was for the Indy Panthers to gain a foothold there. Conclusion. The Indianapolis branch was founded in 1968, by 1972 the branch had closed its doors. Despite their nearly 4-year run, the Panthers are but a footnote in Indiana history. This could be because the Circle City Panthers were not menacing nor were they theatrical. They did not prance around as their Oakland counterparts did. The Indy Panthers' efforts were at times honorable and commendable, but at other times the behavior of some individual members was curious and counterproductive. More than any of the branches examined in this book, the prospect of sustaining a black militant organization proved to be a most daunting task. Indianapolis blacks on the whole were not ready or willing to support the perceived hyper-radical Black Panthers, and this proved to be the Panthers' biggest obstacle, one they could not overcome. Ultimately, this along with poor judgment and the residual effects of the Newton-Cleaver feud, led to the branch's closing. 5. Picking up the hammer, the Milwaukee branch of the Black Panther Party. Andrew Witt. In a 2003 interview, Former Milwaukee Black Panther leader Michael McGee was asked what he thought was the Black Panther Party's main objective. McGee responded that the main objective of the party was to provide community programs and services to the African American community. McGee said, the Black Panther Party was about picking up the hammer, meaning the community programs. We used to pick up the hammer more than we did the gun. One historian, Arwin D. Smallwood, underscores McGee's point when he states, the party was established with two major purposes. One was to protect blacks from abuse by the police, and the other was to help feed and educate black children who were living in the inner city. 2. And according to Panther co-founder Huey P. Newton, the sole reason the Panthers existed was to serve the people. 3. Many earlier works dealing with the Panthers have failed to recognize the importance of their services, and some people have referred to the Panthers' attempts as simply band-aid solutions. 4. Regardless of judgments on the success of the party in providing for the community, the efforts to do so clearly illustrated that the Panthers fought for the betterment of the black community, despite facing harassment, beatings, and even death. Many white and black Americans united in the nonviolent civil rights movement during the 1950s and 1960s, struggling to guarantee African Americans their basic human rights. The mainstream movement was led by individuals such as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and NAACP leader Roy Wilkins, who believed that their strategy of nonviolent tactics would be the best way to expose the brutality of the oppressor. 5. Some blacks and whites realized that the philosophies of nonviolence were not a realistic option given the society in which they were forced to live. For instance, Panther co-founder Bobby Seale acknowledged that the Panthers respected the philosophy of nonviolence, but he argued that it would be more practical for people to defend themselves and their community than to engage in sit-ins and marches. 6. Similar sentiments were echoed by some newspapers, which ridiculed the countless civil rights marches that seemed not to produce any tangible results for many African Americans. Headlines such as "The march went on and got the black man nowhere" became a more frequent complaint among newspaper columnists. 7. Author Roy E. Finkenbein states, the boycotts, marches, sit-ins, and freedom rides had raised black awareness and expectations but could do little to ameliorate the conditions of ghetto life. 8. The traditional civil rights movement had come and gone, and in 1969, 32% of African Americans still made less than $3,000 a year, compared to only 13% of whites. Median annual income for blacks was $4,481, while whites averaged $7,517 a year. 9. The dissatisfaction with the results of the conventional civil rights movement helped lead to the emergence of a strong Black Power movement in the mid-1960s. Black Power advocates emphasized the need for African American political and economic empowerment, development of cultural pride and institutions, and the right to self-defense. It was in this context that the Black Panther Party was formed. Newton and Seale recognized that large numbers of black Americans were forced to live in intolerable conditions and that they needed immediate and tangible help. 11. Poverty, inadequate education and health care, and police brutality were all grave problems facing many black communities. The party set out to address the various problems affecting lower-income African American communities with a 10-point program which called for decent housing, greater educational opportunities, and an end to police brutality. By the early 1970s, the Black Panther Party had established more than 30 branches in 25 cities in the United States, and eventually spread outside the United States to Algiers, Algeria. 12. Even though the Panthers won some support across the nation and throughout the world, they never received widespread acceptance because most whites, as well as a sizable percentage of blacks, could not get past the guns and militant rhetoric of the Panthers. As Newton stated, our 10-point program was ignored and our plans for survival overlooked. The Black Panthers were identified with the gun. 13. The media was exclusively preoccupied with the Panthers' weaponry, not their ideology or community programs. 14. In his study Local News Coverage of the Black Panther Party, an analysis of the Baltimore, Cleveland, and New Orleans press, Black Panther scholar Judson L. Jeffries buttressed this point when he found that for the most part, the press devoted significantly more coverage to gunplay and confrontations than it did to the Panthers' various survival programs. 15. The federal government was also preoccupied with the Panthers' assertive posture. In 1969, the head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, incredulously went so far as to warn that the Black Panthers were the #1 internal threat to national security. As a result of Hoover's outlandish remarks, the FBI and local law enforcement agencies proceeded to make life difficult for the Black Panther Party, something that records from the FBI clearly illustrate. 16 Some observers of the period contend that a genocidal war was waged on the Black Panther Party, as evidenced by the myriad Panther police shootouts. 17 Charles E. Jones, another Black Panther scholar, also argues that P.O.'s Panther gun battles became a defining feature of the early Panther experience, which was shown by the 6 Panthers who were killed by police in 1969. In addition to the external attacks from local and federal agencies, the party also had to face internal problems. Many individuals joined the party for entirely the wrong reasons, from identifying solely with the gun to being a government informant, and had to be purged from the Panthers as a result. 19 In fact, Bobby Seale reported expelling roughly 1,000 such members from the party over the course of its history. For instance, 17 Panthers were purged from the Boston branch and 21 were expelled from the Omaha office in the summer of 1969 for violating various Panther rules. 20. One of the most legendary members to be expelled was former national leader Eldridge Cleaver, who was ousted in 1971 largely because he wanted to de-emphasize the community programs of the Panthers while promoting urban guerrilla warfare. 21 Another notable was William Lee Brandt, who reportedly held up a gas station in California for $80 while driving the Panther newspaper delivery truck. Brandt's act forced the party to state that he was either a provocateur agent or an insane man. 22. Despite the almost constant harassment by various law enforcement agencies, coupled with the internal fissures, the party implemented a number of social welfare programs and community services, called survival programs by the party, that illustrated a deep commitment to working-class African American communities. One of the first issues the Panthers believed they had to address was police brutality. 23 The Black Panthers typically, though not always, tried to stem police brutality by patrolling the police in African American communities. The party members who went on these patrols were armed so that they could adequately defend both themselves and members of their community if the need arose. 24 The Black Panthers stayed a reasonable distance from the police when they were making arrests. Their interest was to monitor the arrest as it was being made and advise the person being charged of his or her rights. 25 The Black Panther Party realized, however, that countless other grave problems besides police brutality faced Black communities. One major crisis the party felt it had to address was the rampant hunger that existed among many poor, young African Americans. In response to this situation, the Panthers initiated their Breakfast for Children program in January of 1969. 26 The Panthers knew they had to provide this service to their communities, because the government was not adequately addressing the problem. In 1967, only a meager $600,000 was spent nationally on breakfast programs by all levels of government. Furthermore, an estimated 3.5 to 6 million children qualified for free government breakfasts in 1972, but only 1.18 million were actually fed. 27. The Panthers' Breakfast for Children program was designed to serve all children of elementary and middle school age. Regardless of whether the parents of the children were party members or if they were Black, the Panthers fed them. 28 The breakfast programs, like all Panther programs, were run by Black Panthers with financial assistance from local white and Black business people. Breakfast for Children had varying degrees of involvement throughout the country. The Los Angeles and Peekskill, NY, branches of the Panthers reported feeding 50 children a day, whereas the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party provided 200 breakfasts daily. By the end of 1969, 23 branches, from New Haven, Connecticut, to Oakland, California, offered breakfast programs that served approximately 20,000 children a week. In 1972, Bobby Rush of Chicago reported that 25,000 children were fed every day nationwide by the Panthers' breakfast programs. 29. The Panthers also addressed the lack of adequate health care facilities for poor African Americans. For instance, the entire black community of Watts, California, did not have a single hospital until 1965.30. In 1973, author Pierre Device noted that America's black ghettos have but 1/10 of the physicians they need. 31. Clearly, many African Americans needed better health care, and Newton and other Panther leaders dealt with this issue by establishing their own medical clinics. Free health clinics were established in 1969 in cities such as Kansas City, Philadelphia, and Brooklyn. The clinics relied mainly on monetary donations and medical professionals from the surrounding community who volunteered their services. 32. Another illustration of the Panthers' community service orientation was their busing to prisons program. In 1974, sociology professor Leo Carroll estimated that minorities made up nearly half of the prison population of the United States. 33. The Panthers believed that the highly discriminatory judicial system had incarcerated a disproportionate number of black Americans, and point 8 of the Black Panthers' 10-point program called for the release of all African Americans held in prison, for the simple reason that they had not been tried by a jury of their peers. Realizing it was unlikely that this demand would be met, the Panthers had to deal with the situation as it stood. Panther branches and chapters, such as those in Chicago and Boston, implemented a busing program for the relatives of prison inmates that provided poor families with the opportunity to visit their loved ones. 34. All told, the Black Panther Party offered more than 30 services and programs to African Americans at various Panther branches throughout the nation. One such branch was located in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Prior to the 1920s, African Americans were a tiny population in the city of Milwaukee. As of 1890, there were only 158 African Americans in the city, and by 1910, there were fewer than 1,000. 35. As the Great Migration occurred, however, Milwaukee witnessed the influx of a substantial number of African Americans in search of wartime work and greater socio-political freedom. 36. The Milwaukee black population jumped 125% between 1910 and 1920, and by 1930, 7,501 African Americans called Milwaukee home. 37. During and after World War II, African Americans again came to Milwaukee in large numbers, again in search of work created by the war effort and a less overtly Jim Crow society. 38. Milwaukee's general population swelled to 637,392 by 1950, with more than 11,000 African Americans in the greater Milwaukee area. The 1950s witnessed an immense expansion of the Milwaukee African American populace, which grew to 62,458 by 1960, making up 8.4% of the city's population. African Americans continued to come to Milwaukee throughout the 1960s in search of the once plentiful industrial jobs that had largely been eliminated by automation or replaced by low-pay service sector jobs. By 1970, Milwaukee boasted a population of 717,099 and a black population of 105,088.39. African Americans moved to Milwaukee to find opportunity and a less oppressive society, but many found a very racist society instead. As Joe McLean, former president of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, in Milwaukee, stated, "The only difference between racism here the North and in the South is that the Southern racist is more outspoken, whereas the Northern racist claims, 'I'm not racist.' 40. Illustrating the racism present in Milwaukee was a study conducted by Peter Eisinger, an urban studies professor at the University of Wisconsin, Madison, UWM. He discovered that the average household income for Milwaukee residents in 1960 was $7,000, but it was only $4,000 for African American families. To put this into perspective, the 1960 Conference on Economic Progress considered an annual income of less than $4,000 as living in poverty. In fact, by 1970, 16% of Milwaukee's African American population still made under $3,000 annually, compared to only 7.5% of whites who made less than this paltry figure. 41 Black unemployment was also estimated at 2 to 3 times that of whites. 42. Further exacerbating the situation in Milwaukee were a white mayor and police chief who were unsympathetic, at best, to the needs of Milwaukee's African American population. Henry Mayer served as mayor of Milwaukee from 1960 to 1988, and during his long tenure it was clear that he cared little for Milwaukee blacks, or any other minorities for that matter. Local journalist Frank Ockofer claimed that Henry Meyer's communication with most of the established Negro leadership in Milwaukee was almost nil. 43 Mayer even denounced local civil rights activists, such as Father James Groppe, and blamed them for worsening the racial situation in Milwaukee. 44 Mayer reflected the belief systems of his largely white working-class constituency that did not prioritize the concerns of its African American citizenry, and Mayer was determined to keep the support of his white voters. 45. Unfortunately, Police Chief Harold Breyer thought even less of the African American population than Mayer did. Throughout Breyer's career as chief, it was apparent through his actions and those of his officers that he detested African Americans or anyone else who challenged the status quo. Breyer joined the Milwaukee Police Department, MPD, in 1939 at the age of 28. He slowly worked his way up the ranks of the department before becoming chief in 1964, a position he would hold until he retired in 1984. Breyer was characterized by many as an active and aggressive officer who would not hesitate to shoot at suspected criminals, which he demonstrated by firing his weapon at suspects on at least 5 different occasions. 46. Coupled with Breyer's aggressiveness was his latent bigotry, which helped to foster a highly racist environment within the MPD. For instance, in 1965, a Milwaukee organization called the Citizens Anti-Police Brutality Committee stated that some law officers in the city constantly insult, harass, and brutalize Milwaukee Negroes. Every Negro is a second-class citizen. 47 Reflecting Breyer's bigotry, there were only 35 to 40 African Americans on the Milwaukee police force in 1968, out of 2,000 total officers. 48. The bigoted views of many Milwaukee police officers frequently manifested themselves in countless acts of police brutality against the African American residents. For example, 14-year-old Tyrone Dumas was allegedly beaten by Milwaukee police in May of 1967. In July of the same year, the police reportedly kicked a pregnant mother and beat her 16-year-old son like he was a dog. 49. The brutality of the Milwaukee Police Department against African Americans was a main cause of the July 29, 1967, Uprising 50, which lasted for 3 days. 4 people were killed, more than 300 were injured, and 186 were arrested in what was labeled the third worst civil disorder of the exceptionally turbulent year of 1967. One of those killed was an 18-year-old named Clifford McKissick, 51, whose death further enraged the black community since McKissick had been shot in the throat by a Milwaukee police officer. The death was ruled justifiable homicide, and the officer was not reprimanded. Frank Ockofer noted, to many Milwaukee Negroes, McKissick's death was simply another case of a white man killing a nigger and getting away with it. 52. In 1968, the Survey Research Lab conducted a survey of 119 of the 186 people arrested in the Milwaukee uprising. Of the 119 surveyed, 95 were African American, 84% of whom testified that police brutality was a major cause of the disorder. Only 24% of white respondents agreed with that statement, however. The Survey Research Lab concluded that blacks in the general population, as well as arrestees, are more likely to say that police frequently insult Negroes, unnecessarily frisk and search Negroes, beat people up, and the like. 53. In addition, a 1970 study in Milwaukee conducted by Urban Observatories revealed that 53% of African Americans surveyed were dissatisfied with the local government of Milwaukee, while only 11% of whites were. 54. The uprising and the reaction of the police sparked outrage in many circles in Milwaukee, but the anger did not stop similar events from occurring later. In January of 1971, a pregnant Mary Mills claimed she was kicked by a police officer while under arrest, and in April, 12-year-old Jeffrey Harris said he was beaten by the police. And in February of 1973, one African American was beaten so badly by the police that public officials were sickened by his appearance 4 days later. Actions like these by the police caused headlines to read "Black men are being beaten to a pulp by Milwaukee's finest every day" and "Police clubs tenderize blackheads 55." As these examples also illustrate, the police did not restrict their brutality and misconduct to adult males. Beyond this level of abuse, a number of black Milwaukeeans were reportedly killed by the police, only to have the deaths labeled justifiable homicide. 56 The deaths of Daniel Bell in 1958, Clifford McKissick in 1967, Lee Wilson in 1968, Tommy Chesser in 1969, and Jacqueline Ford in 1972 were just a few among a larger number of African Americans who allegedly were gunned down by police. 57 These killings led additional headlines to read "The black community in Milwaukee is tired of Trigger. Happy policemen in Milwaukee killing black people at whim," and that blacks were tired of Mississippi justice. While all these incidents were occurring, Chief Breyer maintained that police brutality did not exist. 58 And he even denied that there was need for improvement in African American and police relations. 59 Clearly the city of Milwaukee needed to undergo substantial changes, and a variety of individuals and organizations were eager to take the lead. Milwaukee, in fact, has a long, rich history of African American protest. Two of the most senior civil rights activists in Milwaukee were R.D. Halyard, Clark, and Wilbur Halyard. The Halyards, originally from Atlanta, moved to Milwaukee in 1920 and helped organize the first branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, in Milwaukee. 60. The Milwaukee NAACP was a vigilant organization, but it remained relatively small, with only 950 members as of 1947. As the civil rights movement blossomed throughout the nation in the 1950s and 1960s, and as Milwaukee's black population swelled, however, Milwaukee's civil rights groups also grew. By 1966, the Milwaukee NAACP claimed a membership approaching 5,000. 61. One dynamic individual that helped lead the Milwaukee NAACP through the 1960s was Lloyd Barbie, an African-American lawyer and Wisconsin State Assemblyman for more than 12 years. Barbie and the Milwaukee NAACP took their lead from the national NAACP in the 1960s and made the desegregation of schools one of their central objectives. The Milwaukee NAACP was not alone in its struggle to end school segregation, however. They were soon joined by the Milwaukee chapter of the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE. 62. CORE emerged in Milwaukee in the fall of 1963 and initially launched a series of sit-ins and marches protesting comments made by Fred Linz, a member of the Community Social Development Commission. The commission had been created by local officials in 1962, and one of its main objectives was to improve the conditions affecting black people in Milwaukee. Linz, however, had been quoted as making statements like, "An awful mess of them African Americans have an IQ of nothing and Negroes look so much alike that you can't identify the ones that committed the crime." CORE's protest efforts against Linz were successful and he resigned from the commission in December of 1963. 63 After the Linz episode, CORE turned its attention to the NAACP school desegregation campaign. In March of 1964, the Milwaukee chapter of CORE and the NAACP created an umbrella organization, the Milwaukee United School Integration Committee, MUSIC, to coordinate their school desegregation efforts, with Lloyd Barbie as its chair. 64 MUSIC staged massive picketing and leafleting campaigns to draw attention to the segregated school systems in Milwaukee and also conducted a boycott of Milwaukee public schools on May 18, 1964, in which 18,000 students stayed home from school in protest of the segregated system. 65 Barbie ultimately filed a lawsuit in federal court on June 17, 1965, challenging the school segregation in Milwaukee. 11 long years later, the court ruled that the Milwaukee public school system was guilty of practicing de facto segregation. 66. The Milwaukee NAACP not only had an energetic senior membership, they also had an incredibly active youth council. The council was formed in Milwaukee in 1947 and it took part in many civil rights demonstrations throughout the city. 67. It was under the leadership of Father James Groppe in the mid-1960s, however, that the Youth Council became a major participant in the Milwaukee civil rights struggle. Father James Groppe was arguably the most well-known civil rights activist in Milwaukee during the 1960s and 1970s, and possibly ever. Groppe's early childhood experiences prepared him for a life of social activism. An Italian-American who lived in a predominantly Irish-American neighborhood, Groppe routinely had to defend himself from ethnic slurs and assaults. Groppe and his family were even prevented from worshiping at the local Catholic church because of their ethnicity. 68. Because of his childhood experiences, Groppe chose to become a priest so he could help change society, and the Catholic Church, for the better. In 1963, Groppe was assigned to St. Boniface, on Milwaukee's predominantly black North Side. 69. Groppe's willingness to take on all issues of social justice appealed to most churchgoers at St. Boniface, especially younger African Americans. A number of the young African American parishioners at St. Boniface were also members of the NAACP Youth Council, and Groppe quickly emerged as the advisor to the council in July of 1965. 70. Almost immediately, Father Groppe wanted the council to tackle highly visible issues so they could draw greater attention and support to their cause. In 1966, the council conducted widely publicized marches into Wauwatosa, a middle-class, overwhelmingly white suburb of Milwaukee, to protest the prestigious all-white Eagles Club. Many bigoted whites in the Wauwatosa area did not appreciate the presence of Groppe and the Youth Council marchers, and as a result, a number of Youth Council members were roughed up during their Wauwatosa march, and the Youth Council Freedom House was bombed by local members of the Ku Klux Klan on August 9, 1966. 71. Amid the violence facing Groppe and the Nonviolent Youth Council, the Milwaukee NAACP Youth Commandos were formed in October of 1966. The Commandos, a select, interracial group of roughly 150 members, played a pivotal role in protecting Groppe and the Youth Council, especially during the open housing marches. The Commandos were a paramilitary organization, largely because many of their leaders had been in the United States military at one time or another and had adopted that method of organizing and mobilizing. 72. The Commandos did not carry weapons, but they still functioned as bodyguards for Groppe and the council and as organizers for the marches themselves. Joe McLean claims that the Commandos were trained never to instigate any fight or disturbance until they racists put their hands on you. 73. On August 28, 1967, Groppe and the Youth Council and Commandos began the open housing marches in response to the highly segregated housing market in Milwaukee. After more than 200 nights of marching, during which the marchers were subjected to racial epithets and violence from bigoted citizens and assaults and arrests from police officers, Mayor finally signed an open housing ordinance on December 13, 1967. 74. It was in this context of activism that the Black Panther Party also attempted to provide realistic solutions to the various ills that afflicted Milwaukee, particularly its African American residents. The party emerged in Milwaukee in 1969, coinciding with the peak period of the Black Panther Party nationally. 75. The Panthers believed that marches, like those of Groppe and the Youth Council, would not bring sufficient and timely changes to the many problems gripping the African American community. In addition, a number of Milwaukee Black Panthers, such as Booker Collins, Donald Young, and Ronald Starks, also were Vietnam veterans with a sense of militancy that could not be placated by marches and sit-ins. 76. The Panthers believed in direct action programs that provided immediate and tangible results for the people, and they wanted to be more than bodyguards, which was what the Commandos appeared to be. The Black Panther Party made inroads into the Milwaukee community in January of 1969 by establishing an office at 829 West Atkinson Avenue. By June of 1969, the party had moved to 2121 North 1st Street. The Panther office was open 7 days a week, from noon until 8 p.m., attempting to serve the black people of Milwaukee. 77. The Panthers emphasized that their primary objective was to bring the entire black community together to work on common problems. In addition, the branch also stressed the importance of engaging in self-defense. Panther John Trenton stated that the party will take no acts of aggression, but we're going to defend ourselves. 78. The Panthers also emphasized recruiting women into the party, but the Milwaukee branch appeared to have some initial difficulty in this area. Hoping to get more women involved in the party, in June of 1969 branch member Lovetta X made a spirited plea that urged black women to get involved in the party. Lovetta X did caution potential female recruits, though, when she stated, "Sisters, you've got to be ready. If you're scared, then you better stay where you are. We don't need you." 79. When the Black Panthers came into existence in Milwaukee, Joe McLean of the Commandos told them that the police were going to come down hard on them. 80. Unfortunately, McLean was very astute in his assessment of the Milwaukee police force. Almost immediately after opening their first offices, the Panthers were besieged by an aggressive police force that was determined to eliminate the Black Panther Party as a viable organization in Milwaukee. The Panthers in Milwaukee were outwardly confronting the power structure in the name of oppressed black people, and the 1969 Milwaukee Panthers paid a heavy price for doing so. For example, in March of 1969, Walter Chesser, Deputy Minister of Defense of the Milwaukee Panthers and brother of Tommy Lee Chesser, alleged that he was beaten by police for no apparent reason other than for being a Panther. In early June of 1969, Nate Bellamy, Lieutenant of Information of the Milwaukee branch, had his car rammed by the police, causing him to be hospitalized and arrested for allegedly carrying a concealed weapon. Bellamy was handcuffed to his hospital bed while 6 Milwaukee police officers guarded his room, making sure no one could visit him. Later in June, 4 Milwaukee Panthers were arrested for carrying loaded handguns and held in jail with bail set at $350 apiece. 3 of the 4 Panthers were then sentenced to 90 days in jail, and the 4th had the charges dismissed because he was a juvenile. 81. The worst spell of persecution occurred in September of 1969, where within a span of 48 hours, 6 Panthers were incarcerated in 2 separate incidents. In the first incident, 3 party members were stopped for a traffic violation, and according to eyewitnesses, they were viciously beaten during the arrest. 1 Panther was supposedly beaten by an officer while 2 other police officers held his arms. When Panther Field Lieutenant Felix Welch finally was able to visit the 3 Panthers, he almost got sick to his stomach because of their grotesque physical appearance as a result of the beating. 82. The other arrest was of the locally infamous Milwaukee 3 Panthers. Booker Collins, Jesse White, and Earl Leveretz had supposedly tried to murder Robert Schroeder, a Milwaukee police officer, in September of 1969. According to Schroeder, the 3 Panthers drove up behind him while he was walking his beat on Fond du Lac Avenue in the early morning hours. One of the Panthers supposedly pointed a shotgun at Schroeder and fired. Miraculously, Schroeder had the presence of mind to drop to the ground just in time to avoid the shotgun blast, but he also claimed that he saw the gun discharge. Not only did Schroeder exhibit cat-like reflexes, but he kept his composure long enough to write down the license plate number of the car as it sped away. 83. The 3 claimed they did not even have a shotgun in the car when they were later pulled over by the police for the attempted shooting of Schroeder. According to the 3, however, one officer, with a shotgun in hand, went over to the car, searched it, then came out of the car with the same shotgun and said, "Here, I found a shotgun." 84. The 3 contended that after they were arrested they were all brutally beaten 6 separate times within 24 hours while wearing handcuffs. A reporter from the Milwaukee Courier who interviewed the Milwaukee Three shortly after their arrest said there was no doubt the three had been beaten, given all the bruises and swelling on their faces. In addition to the physical beating, the three were found guilty by an all-white jury. Collins and White were given 30-year sentences, while Leveretz was given 10.85. Largely as a result of the external pressures placed on the Milwaukee Panthers, the branch was dissolved by the organization's Central Committee in November of 1969. Before being disbanded, however, the Milwaukee Panthers of 1969 reached a highly respectable 75 to 100 active members. 86. Even though police persecution was the primary reason the first wave of the Milwaukee Panthers disbanded, internal dissension also helped pull the branch apart. In November of 1969, shortly after the trial of the Milwaukee Three was over, Dakin Gentry requested that the Central Committee disband the local branch for what Gentry perceived as a lack of success in the community. Many Panthers, such as Lovetta X and the Milwaukee Three, were outraged because Gentry never showed the letter to the Panther rank and file nor consulted with them before making such an important, yet arbitrary decision. 87. Shortly after Gentry issued the press release calling for the dissolution of the Milwaukee branch, the Milwaukee Three verbally attacked Gentry in the Milwaukee Courier. To the Milwaukee Three, Gentry's decision to ask the Central Committee to disband the Milwaukee branch reeked of sabotage. One of the three, Jesse White, went so far as to call Gentry a pig just doing your job like a good boy. 88. The three also maintained that Gentry was to blame for many of the shortcomings of the Milwaukee branch and that the party was entirely centered on Gentry and Felix Welch and neglected the concerns and contributions of the general Panther membership. 89. The Milwaukee Three further claimed that Gentry and Nate Bellamy had sold out. To substantiate their claim, the three pointed to the jobs that Gentry and Bellamy had within the city's concentrated employment office less than a month after resigning from the party. 90. Joe McLean, formerly of the NAACP Commandos, stated that the local government in Milwaukee frequently offered various social service jobs to black militants of the era. For instance, a number of youth commandos took jobs working for the city, where they could serve the people in drug or prison rehab projects. The problem, according to McLean, was that the former commandos had their militancy stifled because they then had to work within the confines of a bureaucracy. 91. The Milwaukee Three also maintained that Gentry took the job with the city to avoid going to jail, the inevitable course for many Panther leaders throughout the country. Furthermore, the three alleged that Gentry stepped down from his position within the party simply because he was beaten by the police. 92. As Jesse White, one of the Milwaukee Three, said, "When the struggle really gets tough you'll find out who's just there to find out what was going down and who was actually committed to the cause." 93. Lovetta X supported the claims of the Milwaukee Three in a separate interview in the Milwaukee Courier in January of 1970. Lovetta stated that those in leadership positions within the Milwaukee branch, such as Bellamy and Gentry, contained and controlled the rest of the members of the party under their bullshit methods, like psyching people through the forceful manner that they had. Lovetta X also claimed that Dakin Gentry hurt the party, and the black community of Milwaukee as a whole, when he stated on local television that the people in Milwaukee were forming guerrilla bands to counteract what the police are doing in the community. Lovetta X maintained that it was highly destructive to say something as inflammatory and incorrect as what Gentry said. She also said his statement could potentially cause the Milwaukee police to become even more repressive toward the black community in an effort to sift out these fictitious guerrilla bands. 94. Gentry eventually responded to these criticisms in another interview in the Milwaukee Courier. Gentry reasserted that he resigned from the party and asked that the branch be dissolved because he did not think that he or the Panthers were serving the people properly. Gentry's short rebuttal ended by labeling the critiques of his character and decisions as nothing more than bullshit. 95. Not only did Gentry apparently cause fissures within the party, he also hindered the Panthers' ability to serve the people by preventing alliances with other progressive organizations. Joe McLean stated that when the Panthers became established in Milwaukee in 1969, Dakin Gentry visited the commandos to inform them that the Panthers were taking over the movement. McLean, on the other hand, did not see why there was not enough room for both groups, as well as others, in the struggle. After Gentry's brash statement, McLean and other commandos were not enthusiastic about working with the Panthers. 96. In addition to the previously mentioned internal conflicts with the Milwaukee branch, the Black Panther Party's militant image also attracted the wrong people to the party. According to Gentry, some individuals wanted to join the party because they viewed the Panthers as a gun club or some sort of guerrilla outfit. Gentry stated that when the uninformed prospective members learned that the party required discipline, study, and hard work in political action, some changed their minds about joining. 97 Lovetta X substantiated Gentry's point when she claimed that some people joined the Milwaukee branch simply because it was a power trip and trendy, not because they seriously cared about the community. 98 Non-committed Panthers, as described by Lovetta X, did not want to work in the community programs or help with the day-to-day operations of the Black Panther Party. Therefore, tensions arose between those Panthers devoted to helping the community and those who only cared about being chic. 99. Despite all the difficulties that faced the Milwaukee Panthers in 1969, the Black Panther Party was not completely finished in Milwaukee. In April of 1972, Ronald Starks, former Lieutenant of Education of the original Milwaukee Panthers, and Michael McGee formed the People's Committee to free Jan Starks. Jan, Ron's brother, was a soldier in the military who had been imprisoned in Taiwan for allegedly possessing opium. 100 There was a firm belief in many circles that Starks had been framed because of his race and low military rank. Wisconsin Congressman Henry Royce regarded the case as nothing more than a frame-up. 101. After Jan Starks was freed thanks to efforts by the People's Committee, the larger African American community and Royce, Ronald Starks, and McGee sought to create a more permanent organization that would serve the African American community of Milwaukee. On April 22, 1972, the two helped to form the People's Committee for Survival, which was predicated on community service. 102 Although the People's Committee had no official affiliation with the Black Panther Party, the People's Committee did not hide their devotion to the ideals of the party. As Kenneth Williamson, the committee's Minister of Information, stated, "We the People's Committee accept the ideology and follow the leadership of the Black Panther Party." 103. After the committee became a stable organization, it applied for a Black Panther Party charter, which it received 1.5 years after applying. In August of 1973, a Panther branch was re-established in Milwaukee under the leadership of Starks and McGee. The major reason it took so long to receive the charter was that the Panther Central Committee, given the past history of the Milwaukee branch, was hesitant to grant another charter in Milwaukee and wanted to wait and see if the People's Committee was a stable organization that deserved a charter. 104. The second wave of Black Panthers in Milwaukee peaked at 50 members, yet reported a membership as low as 10 at one point. Much like other Black Panther offices across the nation, the Milwaukee branch had a significant representation of women. In fact, according to Panther leader Michael McGee, the Milwaukee branch probably had a few more women members than male members. The membership was made up of individuals from fairly diverse backgrounds, ranging from students to city workers to ex-prostitutes. 105. Just like the earlier Milwaukee branch, the 1973 Black Panthers also had their share of difficulties with law enforcement agencies. The MPD assigned the Red Squad, a small, select unit that followed, harassed, and kept hidden files on local radicals, to investigate the Panthers. 106. In addition to the constant surveillance by the Milwaukee police, especially the Red Squad, the FBI attempted to sabotage the Milwaukee branch. Much like at the national level, the FBI spread negative rumors among possible allies of the Black Panther Party, such as various black churches as well as the Nation of Islam. Furthermore, the FBI frequently broke into the Panthers' headquarters in an effort to uncover incriminating information about the party. 107. The FBI also placed informants in the Milwaukee branch. Michael McGee claimed that FBI infiltration was so frequent that you almost had to expect sick everyone who came in. In addition, The FBI purposely compromised the identity of one of the informants, Barry, in an effort to get the Panthers to kill him so someone in the party could be charged with murder. Unfortunately for the FBI, the Panthers did not kill Barry, but they did expel him. 108. The second wave of Milwaukee Panthers also had to contend with internal problems, such as when McGee, who had helped re-establish the party in Milwaukee, was expelled from the Panthers in 1974. Apparently, McGee had acted alone and without the party's authorization when he filed a suit against the Milwaukee Police Department requesting the Special Assignment Squads, Red Squads, secret files. The Special Assignment Squad was Harold Breyer's special task force, which kept files on virtually every organization and individual in Milwaukee who threatened the status quo. As a result of this seemingly minor action on McGee's part, he was denounced by others within the Milwaukee branch for very questionable and devious activities and forced to leave the Panthers. 109. A factor that possibly contributed to McGee's dismissal, which further illustrates the internal problems within the party, was his decision to place women in leadership positions in the party. According to McGee, women carried 60% of the load of the Black Panther Party in Milwaukee. Even though Panther women such as Doris Brown played a pivotal role in the Milwaukee branch, numerous party males refused to acknowledge their contributions or roles within the party. McGee reported that he had to suspend certain males, as well as expel males on occasion, for their blatantly sexist behavior. McGee was called a wimp or a fag by sexist males who resented his ideas about gender equality. 110 It is likely that McGee's gender-neutral policies hastened his removal from the party. The Milwaukee Panthers began to wither away by 1976, and in 1977, Huey Newton shut down all branches outside of California in an attempt to limit infiltration by law enforcement agencies. As a result, many members of the Milwaukee Panthers merged into a local umbrella organization, the United Black Community Council, UBCC. The UBCC was a fairly diverse Black power organization, incorporating former Panthers as well members of the Republic of New Africa and the National of Islam. The UBCC existed for roughly 10 years until it collapsed, largely due to the members who tried to make the UBCC adhere to only one ideology. 111. Even though the history of the Milwaukee Black Panther Party is a sordid one because of police harassment and internal dissension, the party did clearly illustrate that their main concern was to serve the people. The party placed great emphasis on community control of the police as part of their larger efforts to improve police, African American relations. The Panthers also initiated a successful busing to prisons program and operated their own health center, known as the People's Free Health Clinic. In addition, the Milwaukee branch of the Black Panther Party provided an array of miscellaneous services and programs to the community. Following the National Black Panther Party line, the Milwaukee Black Panthers attempted to address the problems of police brutality without resorting to violent means. Milwaukee Panther Walter Chesser noted that the Panthers have the gun as merely a defensive tool. Michael Walker, an assistant to Mayor Henry Mayer, also wrote, "The party has no wish to create any civil disorder in the community, but with such problems as police brutality, or any problems of this nature, the party will intervene and try to rectify the problem with the best means possible." 112. In October of 1969, reflecting the party's desire to stem police brutality without using violence, the Milwaukee Panthers began their push for the decentralization of the Milwaukee Police Department, with the ultimate aim of greater community control. The Panthers noted that the trend in law enforcement by the Milwaukee Police Department has been toward arbitrary and unequal enforcement of the law to the detriment of the poor, the propertyless, minority groups, and especially black persons. The party and many Milwaukee citizens believed that Police King Breyer exercised too much power and this power needed to be given back to the people. 113 The Milwaukee Panthers, according to Nate Bellamy, sought to remove all these fascist, racist stormtroopers Milwaukee police and, in turn, replace them with some respectable new police officers. He noted that the Panthers realize that there are some people on the police force, fortunately, who are actually dedicated to the people's needs, but these officers could not adequately serve the people for fear of losing their jobs under Breyer's racist administration. 114. The Panthers' proposal called for the creation of separate police departments for the white, black, and brown communities. The party firmly believed that under its new system, the police would be more representative of the areas in which they lived and therefore more in tune with the needs of the community. Each department would be administered by a commissioner who was selected by a 15-member Neighborhood Police Control Council. Ronald Starks noted that these 15 would choose area police commissioners, rather than one single, centralized administrator as Breyer is now. Members of the Neighborhood Police Control Councils would be elected by their own communities. In addition, police officers, commissioners, and council members would be subject to recall if they did not perform their duties sufficiently for the community. As Dakin Gentry claimed, the people should control everything, not racist and dictatorial police chiefs such as Harold Breyer. 115. Not only did the Panthers call for greater community involvement in the selection and oversight of the police, but the Panthers also wanted police officers patrolling the areas in which they lived. The party maintained that community policing would create better community police relations as well as lessen the caseload of overburdened courts. The Panthers claimed that many cases resulted from police officers abusing their authority and arresting people on petty or trumped-up charges. The Black Panthers logically believed that these officers would not be as likely to behave in such a fashion in their own neighborhoods. Furthermore, according to the party's plan, the Milwaukee police force would inevitably become more ethnically diverse if police officers were chosen from all sections of the highly segregated community of Milwaukee. 116. When the Milwaukee Black Panther Party was disbanded in November of 1969, the remaining Panther members were told by the party's national leadership to organize under the newly formed National Committee to Combat Fascism, NCCF. The national leadership of the Black Panther Party perceived the need for one organization that coordinated the efforts of myriad different organizations while simultaneously recognizing the autonomy of each organization. Therefore, the party sponsored a conference in July 1969 and formed the NCCF, an umbrella organization that incorporated such groups as the Students for a Democratic Society, the Brown Berets, and Young Lords, as well as various women's and gay liberation organizations. 117. Despite varying ideologies and concerns, one constant factor that bound the groups together was that they all faced varying levels of police persecution. Therefore, the NCCF emphasized community control of the police to stem police repression. Roughly 40 branches of the NCCF sprouted up throughout the United States during 1969 and 1970, including one in Wisconsin. Formed in 1970, the Wisconsin Committee to Combat Fascism, WCCF, carried on the Panthers' efforts to decentralize the police. In 1970, the WCCF circulated petitions to the Milwaukee Common Council urging the council to take power away from Chief Breyer and give it to local communities. 118. The WCCF also sent out a 6-page letter in 1970 to various community organizations stating their platform for community control of the police. Among the demands of the WCCF was the call for the establishment of neighborhood police districts throughout the city. The districts shall be divided to reflect the economic, cultural, ethnic, and racial makeup of the various neighborhoods of the city. Each district shall have neighborhood police control councils which will select the police commissioner from the district and will have the power to review police policy as it affects the neighborhood district, including the power to discipline police officers for breach of department policy. 119. According to the WCCF, their proposal would remove the one-man dictatorship of Chief Breyer and put the power where it belonged, in the hands of the people. 120. The WCCF struggled to gain notoriety during an era of immense organizational activity, and their efforts were largely futile. Therefore, the party once again took the lead in the decentralization campaign after they were officially re-established in Milwaukee in August of 1973. The Black Panther Party may have led the struggle for community control of the police, but they also sought to incorporate as many different people and groups into their struggle as possible, working in concert with West Side and East Side whites, as well as Southside Latinos. 121. In May of 1974, the Panthers publicly announced a plan that would allow citizens to elect a multiracial governing council of 15 people, known as the Citywide Police Commission. The elections would be low-budget elections so that rich candidates could not buy an election. The city government would allot every candidate a small amount of funds for his or her campaign. Those elected would have to be at least 18 years of age, not hold any other public office, and not be on the Milwaukee police force. Ronald Starks also stated that these district citizen boards will have control over hiring and firing, promotions, citizen complaints, grievances, and internal investigations of the police department. The records and meetings of the Citywide Police Commission would be easily accessible to the public, and citizens could petition for special meetings to take place. 122. The party set a goal of 30,000 signatures for a 1976 petition that would request the state legislature to change the laws governing police affairs. The Panthers were not successful in 1976, but their work paid off somewhat with the passage of Assembly Bill 42 in July of 1977. Assembly Bill 42, which limited the terms of police chiefs and fire chiefs to 10 years, passed the State Assembly and Senate in April of 1977, and acting Governor Martin Schreiber signed the bill into law in July of that year. 123. The Black Panther Party was not directly credited with the passage of Bill 42, but it is arguable that without the community organizing and the attention the Panthers brought to the issue, Bill 42 would never have passed. Unfortunately, Milwaukee police chiefs and fire chiefs were omitted from Bill 42's provisions 124, which demonstrates the power Chief Breyer had. But despite the failure of Panthers to reduce Breyer's power, the party was successful in helping to make other Wisconsin communities more democratic in terms of their police and fire departments. The party should not be judged in terms of their success, but in terms of their commitment to helping working-class African American communities. As the prolonged battle for the decentralization of the Milwaukee Police Department illustrated, the party was devoted to helping the lower-income people of Milwaukee. Further demonstrating their dedication to providing for the lower-income black community of Milwaukee, the Milwaukee branch created a successful free busing to prisons program. The busing program, initially created on June 9, 1972, by the People's Committee for Survival, became a Panther program when the party formally returned to Milwaukee. 125. The Panthers, and the larger African American community, recognized a real and immediate need for this service. Ronald Starks rhetorically asked, just because a brother or sister commits a crime, is it correct for them to be cut off from their loved ones, friends, and community with no communication? Buses carried between 150 and 200 people every Sunday from the party's office at 3287 North Green Bay Avenue and later from 2470 North 3rd Street, to the relatively distant Wisconsin prisons in Waupun, Green Bay, and Fox Lake. 126. The Panthers had a number of difficulties maintaining the busing service. First, P&R bus service ceased supporting the program when the name of the service was changed from the People's Committee for Survival Free Busing to Prisons program to the Milwaukee 3 Free Busing to Prisons program, in honor of the Milwaukee 3. 127. Apparently P&R did not want to be associated with the Milwaukee 3's controversial court case, or the Black Panther Party, for fear of economic reprisals. The high cost of the busing program also caused many problems. Ronald Starks estimated that it cost the Panthers at least $600 a month to run 3 buses to prisons that were between 60 and 100 miles away. According to Michael McGee, the busing program was the most expensive program the Panthers offered, costing them roughly $450 per trip to Green Bay, and $180 per trip to the other Wisconsin prisons. Contributions from various individuals and bookstores, such as Rhubarb's, a locally owned bookstore, helped finance the busing program, but the Panthers were constantly short of funds. The exorbitant cost of the program forced the Panthers eventually to downsize it from a weekly service to a bi-weekly service by 1974. 128. The Panthers initially received roughly $2,000 in funding for the program from Milwaukee Hunger Hike, a local nonprofit organization, but Hunger Hike stopped funding the program as soon as they realized that the People's Committee had become the Black Panther Party. Hunger Hike informed the Panthers that they could not give additional funds to the party because Milwaukee Hunger Hike, a charitable, nonprofit organization, cannot by law fund a political party of any type. 129 Even though the People's Committee and the Black Panther Party differed only in name, this was reason enough for Hunger Hike to cease funding the program. The busing to prisons program was an invaluable service to a number of African American families, enabling prison inmates, as Michael McGee noted, to stay tied to the community and to their families. 131 Prison inmate remarked that the sheer numbers of participants in the program showed that the high price of travel is the reason that many people do not visit their relatives and friends. 131 The busing to prisons program, like the party's sustained efforts to decentralize the MPD, illustrates the Panthers' deep concern with providing social services to a large segment of the Milwaukee African American populace. Another pressing problem facing the low-income black community of Milwaukee in the 1960s and 1970s was the lack of adequate health care. The north side of Milwaukee, home to many of the city's African Americans, lost its emergency hospital facilities in May of 1970. Various stopgap solutions were implemented, but the north side had to wait until August of 1972 for substantial emergency facilities. Even after the facilities were built, many people could not afford to pay the estimated $13.75 per visit, and in addition to not being able to afford the health services, many still found health care on the north side to be atrocious. 132 In 1975, columnist Cal Patterson of the Milwaukee Courier remarked that helpful doctors in the African American community were viewed as a luxury. 133. It was in this context that ex-Panthers attempted to meet the medical needs of the lower-income people of Milwaukee. In late 1969, the Black Panthers claimed they were trying to set up a medical clinic in the black community, but they were dissolved less than 2 months after making this statement. 134 Despite lacking ties to the official organization, ex-Panthers established the People's Free Health Center in late 1970, at 1348 North 27th Street. The Free Health Center proved to be a much-needed social service, serving by 1972 roughly 2,000 people of all racial and ethnic lines. The People's Center reported that 60% of its clients were white, 30% were African American, and the remaining 10% were Chicanos. Unfortunately, the building that housed the health center was heavily damaged by a fire in November of 1972, putting a temporary end to the Free Health Center. 135. Ex-Panthers and members of the People's Committee for Survival recognized that the community still needed affordable health care, so they started the new People's Free Health Center in early 1973, at 2636 North 3rd Street. The coordinator of the health center, Geneva McGee, stated that all medical care at the clinic will be provided to the patient free. We believe that good health care is the right of all people and not a privilege of the wealthy. 136 The health center was run by 2 paid staffers, McGee and Charlotte Nash, and roughly 20 volunteers. Most of the volunteers were white doctors and dentists who donated their time. A medical resident at Milwaukee Children's Hospital, for example, allotted his Monday evenings free of charge for children referred to him by the center. 137. The Panthers did not expect the center to be a fully functional hospital, they merely hoped that the clinic would serve as an entry point into the medical system. As the Milwaukee Courier reported, many of the people reached by the center know little about doctors and hospitals and have used them only in emergencies. The center provided preventive health care, such as the high blood pressure screenings given every weekday except Tuesdays, from 1 to 6 p.m. High blood pressure, like sickle cell anemia, was a serious concern among African Americans. According to the center, 1 out of 10 blacks suffered from high blood pressure. 138. Much like the busing to prisons program, the People's Health Center was continually in desperate need of funds. As of 1975, the only regular financial assistance for the health center came from Milwaukee's Social Development Commission, and even that was minimal. Due to severe financial constraints, Clinic services were suspended for several months in 1975 mainly because the center could not afford skyrocketing malpractice insurance rates. 139. In 1975, the People's Health Center, in conjunction with representatives from nearby St. Mary's Hospital, applied for funds from the University of Wisconsin, Madison's physician residency program to establish a more permanent People's Health Center with greater resources. The application for funding was denied because the health center only had a nurse practitioner as its primary administrator. Despite this temporary setback, while the St. Mary's and People's Center proposal was never accepted, adopted, and put in place, elements of it continued to be discussed. 140. The proposal by the People's Health Center served as the impetus for the creation of the Harambee Health Task Force, with Geneva McGee as a representative. The Harambee Task Force drafted a proposal that helped create the Isaac Coggs Community Health Center, which opened to the public in 1980. The Coggs Center gave complete checkups, as well as blood, urine, hearing, blood pressure, pregnancy, and glaucoma screenings, at no charge. It is important to note that the origins of the Coggs Center extend back before the Harambee Health Committee coalesced, back to the turbulent 1960s when many people, particularly those who were black and of middle to low income, realized the necessity of controlling their own lives. 141. The origins of the Coggs Center, in fact, extend back to the creativity and vision of the Black Panther Party. As of March of 1974, the community programs of the Milwaukee branch served roughly 500 people a week, supporting these programs in a variety of ways. Obtaining financial backing for their programs was not an easy task, and a number of scholars have alleged that the Black Panther Party, including the Milwaukee branch, used strong-arm tactics to obtain money. The Milwaukee Panthers, like Panthers nationwide, claimed they did nothing of the sort. 142. In fact, the Milwaukee Courier noted that the Panthers dig into their own pockets to support the survival community programs. 143. Michael McGee also claimed that many employed Panther members contributed 40 to 50% of their salary to the party so the community programs could function adequately. 144. Not only did individual party members donate large sums of their salary to the party, the Panthers also attempted to save money by renting poorly maintained, low-rent properties for their headquarters, which frequently doubled as their living quarters. For instance, the Panthers' March 1974 headquarters, on 2470 North 3rd Street was essentially a collapsing storefront. 145. Also, Panthers oftentimes lived 8 or 9 to a house so they could pool their resources and reduce the amount they each spent on rent. 146. Michael McGee stated that as a Panther you had to humble yourself a lot, because not only did Panthers have to go without basic comforts, many Milwaukee Panthers had to beg to raise money for their community programs. McGee estimated that some Panthers raised $300 a day begging, or canning, as it was called. Canning was an essential element to the party's survival, and 5 or 6 Panthers canned every day. 147. In addition to canning in Milwaukee, the Milwaukee Panthers also went to Madison on occasion to solicit donations from the radical student body at UWM after the students had received their financial aid for the semester. The party found the trips to Madison lucrative and reportedly raised as much as $2,000 per trip. 148. The Milwaukee Panthers also picketed large merchants like Kohl's grocery stores for money and food donations for their programs. The Panthers participated in rallies, such as one sponsored by Students for a Democratic Society in September of 1969, to raise funds for their programs and bail money. The party also held benefits, such as the showing of The Cage, a play about oppressive prison life, in July of 1976. 149. The multitude of programs and services provided by the Milwaukee Panthers clearly illustrate the party's commitment to helping Milwaukee's lower-income and working-class African American community. Regardless of the need for and notoriety of these other community services, however, no program could match the impact and legacy of the Breakfast for Children program. Hunger was, and unfortunately still is, a very real threat for many citizens of Milwaukee, including thousands of children. So during the late 1960s and early 1970s, the Milwaukee Black Panthers attempted to meet the needs of the lower-income people of Milwaukee by establishing a Breakfast for Children program. The Milwaukee Panthers stated, "None of our people, if we can help it, will have to beg for food to eat." 150 The Panthers breakfast program was a much-needed service not only because it combated childhood hunger in Milwaukee, but also because of the positive effects it had on a child's school attendance, alertness, and ability and desire to learn. For example, the Social Development Commission of Milwaukee noted that hungry children are 12 times as likely to suffer from dizziness, 4 times as likely to suffer from fatigue, and 3 times as likely to be irritable, making the learning process difficult for the child. 151. Given widespread knowledge of the detrimental effects of hunger on a child's ability to function, the Panthers could not fathom why the Milwaukee public school system did not have a breakfast program. The federal government had created a nationwide breakfast program in 1966 that offered substantial federal funding for local communities offering breakfast programs. As of 1969, however, the Milwaukee school system had refused to take part in the federally financed free breakfast program. 152 And the Panthers were highly critical of the Milwaukee school system for not providing a breakfast program. 153 Dakin Gentry of the Milwaukee branch stated that the schools and the Board of Education should have had this program instituted a long time ago. It is very difficult for our children to learn anything when they have empty stomachs. 154. Nevertheless, the Milwaukee School Board seemed uninterested in the plight of inner-city, predominantly black children and bristled at the thought of giving handouts. Moreover, the Milwaukee School Board refused to implement a free breakfast program because the city of Milwaukee would have to fund a small portion of it. 155 Therefore, the Milwaukee Panthers believed they had to set the example for the Milwaukee School Board and the city of Milwaukee by establishing a breakfast program of their own. In May of 1969, the Milwaukee Panthers began publicizing their proposed breakfast program to generate community awareness and to obtain funding. In a 1969 newsletter from the Milwaukee Black Panthers, the party stated, "The Black Panther Party is the people's party. We will respond to the needs of the people. We are requesting churches, stores, businesses, and individuals for space, food and money donations to feed some hungry children. We do not ask that you believe in our philosophy just to help feed hungry children." 156. Following the distribution of the newsletter, the party held a rally at St. Boniface in May of 1969 as part of their efforts to draw attention to the breakfast program. 157 At the rally, the Panthers announced that their breakfast program would be a free program for school children, both black and white. 158 The Panthers participated in a panel discussion on the party at the UWM Student Union in May to draw further attention to the breakfast program and to the party as a whole. At the UWM Student Union, the party pleaded for community volunteers to help run the breakfast program, not only because the party needed the extra help and resources, but also because the party wanted the larger community to play an active role in providing for its citizens. 159. The Panthers held one last rally on June 7 at Cross Lutheran Church's Youth Center, also known as the Soul Hole, to further advertise their breakfast program. At the Soul Hole rally, Paul Creighton, Lieutenant of Religion of the Milwaukee Panthers and former intern pastor at Cross Lutheran, remarked, "It will be a free breakfast program for children, but if a few of you older people get hungry, just drop in too. We'll feed you too." 160. Shortly after the fundraiser at the Soul Hole, the Panthers met with Reverend Joseph L. Wanger from Cross Lutheran, a church with 400 members, roughly 40% of whom were black, to ask permission to run the breakfast program out of the Soul Hole. L. Wanger tentatively approved the idea, but said he would have to consult with Cross Lutheran's church council. In the meantime, the Panthers presumptuously thought they had an agreement with Cross Lutheran, and they distributed flyers stating the program would be held at the church. But the Church Council of Cross Lutheran, an interracial body of the church's leaders, ruled that it would not allow this controversial black militant group to use its facilities, regardless of their good intentions. 161 Ellwanger issued a press release stating that the church could not work with an organization openly encouraging the violent overthrow of the government and thus violence against people. 162 Furthermore, Ellwanger claimed that the church did not want to give the impression that Cross Lutheran agreed with the militant teachings of the party. Ellwanger also stated, however, that the church recognized the Panthers were attempting to fill a need. 163 And that the council did not feel the Panthers' breakfast program was bad but that the children's needs could be better met by the federally financed program. 164 As a result of the untimely falling out with Cross Lutheran, the Panthers were forced to operate the breakfast program out of the Paul Creighton's home at 1728 North 16th Street. Creighton recognized that the situation was poor and even called the Panthers' facilities inadequate, but despite the lack of physical space for the breakfast program, it was still well attended by the black community, with about 100 children attending on a daily basis. Initially, the children were served between 7 o'clock and 9 a.m. in rotating shifts of 30. Mostly African American children ranging in age from infants to teenagers took advantage of the breakfast program. 165 And in it they found plentiful helpings of pancakes, sausages, oranges, and milk. 166 Unfortunately, the Panthers' breakfast program, at least initially, appeared to adhere to prevailing gender norms of the era, as wives of 3 Panthers did the cooking and several teenaged girls helped with the serving. 167 The breakfast program functioned throughout the summer of 1969, but by mid-July, the Panthers reported feeding only 50 to 75 children daily, as opposed to the 100 they had been serving only a month earlier, a decline that the Panthers reasoned was caused by the end of summer school. The breakfast program normally ran Monday through Friday from 7 to 9 a.m. during school and summer school sessions, but the Panthers changed the hours of operation to 9 to 11 a.m., and later to noon to 2 p.m. to try and accommodate the summertime schedules of children. The breakfast program, therefore, functioned more as a lunch program during the summer months. Many in the African American community applauded the Panthers' efforts. The Milwaukee Courier stated, for instance, that the Black Panther Party is to be commended for taking the initiative in setting up such a program. 168 The Panthers were able to sustain the breakfast program primarily through previously mentioned fundraising efforts, as well as through contributions from local grocers such as I&L Foods, a local grocery store, which donated $25 worth of food weekly to the breakfast program. 169 As stated earlier, however, the Panthers themselves donated their time and money to the breakfast program, which also accounted for its success. The breakfast program of the Milwaukee Panthers, like all their programs, ceased operations when the Milwaukee branch was shut down in November of 1969. But because of the Panthers' initiative, the breakfast program lived on in other organizations. Prior to the Panthers' breakfast program, many Milwaukee community organizations seemed to be dumbfounded that widespread hunger existed in Milwaukee. Immediately following the disagreement between the Panthers and Cross Lutheran, Reverend Joseph Ellwanger of Cross Lutheran called for a report from Cross Lutheran's Church Council to determine issues of childhood hunger in Milwaukee. 170 The Church Council deliberated and presented their findings to Ellwanger, who then promptly wrote a letter to countless Milwaukee organizations and churches. Ellwanger's letter stated, "The Church Council of Cross Lutheran Church, in their recent confrontation with the Black Panthers and their breakfast program proposal, were brought to a vivid awareness of several things. That there is a hunger need among Milwaukee children and youth." 171. Following the report of the council, Ellwanger and others held a public meeting on July 21 at Cross Lutheran to discuss how to proceed with combating childhood hunger in Milwaukee. At the meeting, the Citizens for Central City School Breakfast Program, CCCSBP, was created. By the end of July, CCCSBP had issued a proposal to the Milwaukee School Board calling for a free breakfast program in Milwaukee's schools. 172. In acknowledging the impetus for the creation of the CCCSBP and its proposed breakfast program, Reverend Ellwanger freely admits that the idea for his program came from the Black Panther Party. 173 Randy Marchese of the CCC-SBP supports Ellwanger when he states, "We are fully willing to endorse the fact that the free breakfast program was initiated by the Panthers." 174. The CCC-SBP waged a long battle against the intransigent Milwaukee School Board, which was committed to not using any tax money for breakfast programs. Those against the breakfast program stated that it's the parents' responsibility to provide sustenance for their children, and other board members stated that the main problem was that some of those welfare mothers are too lazy. Yet others stated, the purpose of the Milwaukee public schools is primarily, one of education, not, as school board representative Russell Darrow put it, charity. 175. Constant pressure by the CCC-SBP ultimately coerced the Milwaukee School Board to create experimental breakfast programs in 3 Milwaukee schools in 1970. Approval for the experimental breakfast programs was a positive step, although the CCC-SBP had called for the program to be implemented in 14 schools as of 1970. 176 Funding concerns continued to be the main impediment to a wide-scale breakfast program in Milwaukee, but Thomas Farley, Food Services Director for the Milwaukee Public Schools, stated that financial concerns were unsubstantiated. Breakfasts would not exceed 29.3 cents per meal, of which the federal government would pay 15 cents. 177. In 1972, the CCC-SBP convinced the school board to expand the breakfast program to 12 schools. In addition to the locally and federally funded 12 schools, the CCC-SBP ran an additional 11 breakfast programs with additional federal funds they had received. All told, these breakfast programs fed more than 2,000 children daily. 178. Also in 1972, the People's Committee for Survival, the forerunner to the second wave of the Milwaukee Panthers, emerged as a community self-help organization in Milwaukee. As part of their community service efforts, the People's Committee launched their breakfast program on September 27, 1972, at Elite Church of God and Christ. Less than a year later, the People's Committee became the Black Panther Party of Milwaukee, and the party formally took over supervision of the program, now located at a building on 2470 North 3rd Street. The Panthers had been forced to move out of Elite Church of God and Christ because the church raised the rent on the Panthers' use of their facilities. The church had mistakenly thought that the Panthers were making money on their breakfast program, and the church wanted its share. 179. At the Panthers' breakfast program, breakfasts were served between 8 o'clock and 9 a.m. and consisted of eggs, toast, sausage or ham, and orange juice. Like the Panther breakfast program of 1969, children did not have to be signed in or registered in order to participate, they simply showed up and were fed. 180. Like the 1969 program, the Panthers breakfast program of the early 1970s was largely supported by donations from local businesses and individuals. As the UWM Post noted, however, the Black Panthers receive moral support from the neighborhood, but most of the people cannot afford to give financial support. 181 The breakfast program cost the party roughly $300 a day to feed the children nutritious breakfasts, and Michael McGee stated, "We didn't feed those kids no junk." 182 Panther Roy Maxey, who helped oversee the breakfast program, also noted that the federal government with its millions of dollars can't run a decent program, yet the Panthers could with very limited resources. 183 In addition to bearing the financial burden, some Panthers had to make real sacrifices, such as McGee, who had to wake up at 5 a.m. each day to get the breakfasts ready. Some Panthers also had to beg to raise money to fund the program, while in some instances, Panther members pleaded with clerks at grocery stores to sell them food for reduced prices or donate it to the party for the good of the children. 184. Despite the easy access of the program and the noble effort of the Panthers, the new breakfast program was not as successful as the 1969 program. In February of 1973, the People's Committee served fewer than 50 children a day, and by March of 1974, the Panthers were serving only 20 children daily. 185 The decrease in attendance could largely be explained by the creation of other breakfast programs run by less confrontational organizations and in the Milwaukee public schools during the Panthers' 4-year absence. The breakfast program, and the party as a whole, lived on for 3 more years until the Milwaukee party fragmented once again over how to best serve the community and its members went their separate ways. Even though the Panthers themselves no longer existed after 1976, their fight for a citywide free breakfast program was carried on by the CCCSBP. In 1974, the 5-year-old CCCSBP was rewarded for its efforts with funding from the city of Milwaukee for a full-time staff person. Shortly after receiving the funds, the CCCSBP changed its name to the Hunger Task Force of Milwaukee, HTFM, to show that it was no longer an ad hoc organization and to recognize that it was receiving money from Milwaukee. 186. In 1975, the Hunger Task Force continued the fight against the lethargic school board, which persisted in its lack of concern with childhood hunger. Illustrating this lack of concern was school board member Anthony Busaleke, who stated that the physical neglect of children is not our domain. 187 By 1975, the city of Milwaukee had once again reduced the breakfast programs to 3 inner-city schools. When proponents of a federally funded breakfast program proposed expanding the program to 14 schools, the Milwaukee School Board went into an uproar. Reverend L. Wenger claimed that the breakfast program would be a reality if the board's priorities were less cost-oriented and more people-oriented, particularly poor-oriented. Supporters of the free breakfast program also asked, if a free breakfast program cannot be worked into a total public school budget of some $245 million, where are the board's priorities? 188. In November of 1975, the school board voted 10-5 against expansion of the breakfast program. Opponents of breakfast expansion stated it would cost too much, that children waste much of the food, and that parents should feed their own kids anyway. 189 Finally, in 1976, the Milwaukee Public Schools cut free breakfast programs altogether, and Milwaukee would not see another free school breakfast program until 1980.190. As of 1979, Milwaukee remained the only city of the nation's 25 largest cities that did not have a breakfast program. Regardless of the setbacks, the Hunger Task Force relentlessly pushed for a free school breakfast program, and in 1979 they were rewarded for their efforts with a federal grant designed to help them run an experimental breakfast program. As a result of this successful program and enormous community pressure, the HTFM was able to convince the school board to implement a free breakfast program in 16 elementary schools in the city of Milwaukee in 1980. In 1981, the breakfast program spread to 49 Milwaukee public schools, and by 1987, 9,000 children were being fed at free school breakfast programs. 191. Besides the much-needed breakfast program, the Hunger Task Force of Milwaukee provided many other services to the city. For instance, in 1982 the HTFM began operating the Emergency Food Pantry Network in Milwaukee, which by 1987 was reaching 30,000 people every month, and 19,000 children every month by 1990. In 1993, HTFM provided the 125 food pantries in Milwaukee with 70 tons of food, enough to feed 38,000 people a month, 25,000 of whom were children. By 1997, the Hunger Task Force fed 44,000 people monthly, roughly half of them children. 192 As of 2003, the task force fed 45,000 people monthly at its various pantries and another 60,000 at its homeless shelters. 193 The Milwaukee Black Panthers never worked directly with the Hunger Task Force, but the history of HTFM, especially its origins, cannot be separated from the history of the Panthers. In conclusion, the Panthers' breakfast program was a success because the party galvanized the larger Milwaukee community into action on the issue of childhood hunger, which was the main goal of the breakfast program. As Panther Walter Chesser stated in May of 1969, the community will hopefully take the program over. In June of 1969, the Panthers noted that they hoped to turn the program over to private groups after first showing how it could be done. 194 The party knew they did not have the widespread appeal or the resources to adequately serve the Milwaukee community on a prolonged basis, and this was not their purpose. In addition, the Panthers knew there were other pressing issues besides hunger, such as police brutality and lack of accessible health care for the poor, that they had to address. 195 In providing the spark, the Panthers hoped to instigate social change that would outlive their organizational existence, and that is what they accomplished with their breakfast program. The community programs define the Black Panther Party as an organization. Any examination of the Black Panthers that does not adequately address the community programs is neglecting one of the most tangible and enduring legacies of this often misunderstood Black Power organization. 6. Brotherly love can kill you, the Philadelphia branch of the Black Panther Party. Omari L. Dyson, Kevin L. Brooks, and Judson L. Jeffries. Misery is when you heard on the radio that the neighborhood you live in is a slum but you always thought it was home. Langston Hughes, Black Misery. Few would have predicted that nearly 2 centuries after the signing of the Declaration of Independence, a multicultural gathering of hippies, white leftists, black militants, and other activists of color from around the country would converge on the city of Philadelphia over Labor Day weekend in 1970 to rewrite what had been written in 1787 by this country's founding fathers in the city of brotherly love, to draft a new constitution providing authentic liberty and justice for all. 1. When the party decided on Philadelphia as the host city, it recognized it would need the assistance of all who had any sympathy for its objectives. Finding a venue was the first order of business, and the Panthers wasted no time in asking the well-known and highly respected Father Paul M. Washington of the Church of the Advocate for the use of his church, to which he agreed. However, the church alone would not suffice. A much larger public space was needed as well, and the Panthers decided to approach Temple University and ask to make its large new gymnasium available. Father Washington joined a group of citizens that included Philadelphia Bar Association President Robert Landis to meet with Temple officials to win their cooperation. Temple agreed, and the site was set. 2. The Black Panther newspaper reported that the conference was the first step towards guaranteeing us the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, a constitution that has the respect for the people, a constitution that serves the people instead of the ruling class. 3. A variety of constituencies were represented as attendees assembled to discuss issues such as gender equality, universal health care, the right to bear arms, the purpose of a standing army, freedom to pursue one's own sexual orientation, and community control of the police. Others came to the conference for less substantive reasons, such as to get a glimpse of Huey Newton, who had recently been released from prison after serving nearly 3 years for voluntary manslaughter. Reports on the number of people who attended the Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention vary widely. Nearly 10,000 people reported for the opening of the convention at Temple University. Another source claimed that more than 14,000 people attended the 3-day affair, while still another suggested that participation barely reached 5,000. 4 Still, the atmosphere was electric and the people were invigorated. Fiery speeches marked the first day of the much-anticipated conclave. New York Panther Michael Cedewayo Tabor, a member of the New York 21, proved to be a crowd favorite. Flanked by menacing guards at each side of the podium in McGonigal Hall, Tabor spoke for 2 hours. He submitted that the present Constitution was inadequate and had historically functioned to exclude and oppress 240,000 indentured servants, 800,000 black slaves, 300,000 Indians, and all women, to say nothing of sexual minorities. 5 Toward the end of his speech, Tabor called on all minorities to become revolutionaries. All minorities, blacks, Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, Orientals who live within the belly of the beast, must take a revolutionary stand, Tabor exhorted as the audience chanted "Power to the People." 6 Following Tabor, speakers included Audrey Jones, leader of the Boston branch of the BPP, and Panther attorney Charles Gary. The day climaxed with a keynote speech by Newton, whose appearance was greeted with a response not unlike that reserved for movie stars or musicians. Euphoria broke out as he took the stage and told a wildly cheering audience that a new day was dawning for Black Americans and other minority groups. "We gather to proclaim to the world that for 200 years we have suffered this long train of abuses and usurpations," he said, referring to the Declaration of Independence, while holding to the hope that this would pass. "We recognize, however, that it has not passed, and we are a people who enjoy no equal protection under the law, and our future action must be guided by our sufferance, not by our prudence." 7. The Black Panther Party calls for a constitution that will bring about a government in which all groups will be adequately represented. "It is a fact that we will change society," Newton said, as throngs cheered and applauded. "It will be up to the oppressors if this is going to be a peaceful change." 8. Newton astutely noted that the United States had changed since the writing of the Constitution, evolving from a small and fairly racially and culturally homogeneous country to an empire with a large and diverse population. The city of Philadelphia was a perfect example of the country's transformation. In 1970, blacks made up approximately 34% of the city's nearly 2 million inhabitants, significantly higher than the 4% of nearly 100 years earlier. As far as Newton was concerned, a constitution that reflected these developments was long overdue. As hundreds of people waved flags and beat drums outside McGonigal Hall, inside the hall Newton lectured the audience on the growth of capitalism. "The democratic capitalism of our early days," he said, "became a relentless drive to obtain profits, until the selfish motivation for profit eclipsed the unselfish principles of democracy. The history of the United States," he said, "leads us to the conclusion that our sufferance is basic to the function of the government." 9. Unable to resist taking a shot at the city's administration, Newton lashed out at Police Commissioner Frank Rizzo, calling him bozo and an oppressor, to the delight of the crowd. News reports indicate that Newton's remarks were followed by deafening shouts, screams, and applause that left the 4,500-seat auditorium abuzz. Despite the applause, some did not find Newton's speech especially impressive. Mumia Abu-Jamal believed that the audience's reaction was the result of Newton's presence rather than his ideas and words. 10. The convention adopted scores of resolutions explaining the principles of the new society for which its participants were struggling, but it did not formulate any unified political strategy for carrying out the struggle. Despite the lofty expectations that surrounded the three-day conclave, reviews were mixed. Milton McGriff opined that the Panthers missed a great opportunity to publicly demonstrate their influence in the city. 11 But Elbert Big Man Howard, Deputy Minister of Information of the BPP, stated, "We know that the sessions were a success, despite the police raids, to keep us from holding the sessions in a public building. 12 Substantively, the convention may have fallen short, but symbolically it was a rousing success." Returning to the city that was once the nation's capital, highlighting the contradictions between the ideals of democracy articulated in the country's most sacrosanct documents 13 and America's failure to live up to those ideals, was ingenious street theater. That Philadelphia, once considered the cradle of liberty and constitutional government, was the site of the Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention was not lost on its attendees or on Philadelphia city fathers. Moreover, the economic and social decline from which the city was suffering added to the site's significance. Philadelphia had always been one of the country's more prominent urban centers, but by the 1960s the city was in disrepair, especially in predominantly African American areas. One could argue that Philadelphia's black community was less well off during the 1960s and early 1970s than it was in the late 1800s when W.E.B. Du Bois published his landmark study The Philadelphia Negro. Although crime, poverty, and social isolation were featured prominently in Du Bois' work, they were no less pervasive 70 years later. In addition to those challenges, blacks in the 1960s were faced with rampant police brutality and the proliferation of gangs and gang activity, two issues that were conspicuously absent from the Philadelphia presented in Du Bois' text. To comprehend the state of Black Philadelphia during this period, one need only read the Philadelphia Tribune, the city's black news daily, to grasp the degree to which the city's administration neglected its black constituents. A cursory look at the paper reveals that crime, gang violence, police brutality, and dilapidated housing and other eyesores were given more coverage than any other set of issues. About crime, the title of one article said it all: low crime image shot up here as murders increase 40%. 14 Gang violence, a problem that had historically been associated with Chicago, New York, and Los Angeles, was pervasive throughout Philadelphia, causing many of its black residents to adjust their lifestyles accordingly. Comments littered throughout the paper indicated that some residents were unwilling to venture out after dark for fear of being robbed or being the victim of a stray bullet. Blacks not only feared gangs, but they feared the police as well, sometimes more than they feared the gangs. The Philadelphia Police Department was as oppressive as any department on the East Coast, if not more so. Relations between the police department and the black community had become so volatile that in February 1970 a suit was filed in U.S. District Court on behalf of all black residents of Philadelphia accusing the mayor and police commissioner Frank Rizzo of violating the constitutional rights of persons by permitting police brutality to persist. 15 3 months later the NAACP filed a similar suit charging that the mayor, police commissioner, and district attorney's office were complicit in non-prosecutorial cases involving police brutality against blacks. Said NAACP Director Philip Savage. A policeman knows he'll be protected and supported by those at the top if he commits a brutal act, so he's encouraged to do just that. In fact, I cannot recall a single case when there has been a conviction in our courts of a policeman accused of brutality. 16. To add insult to injury, some blacks were forced to live in conditions that were unfit for livestock, let alone humans. These deplorable conditions were showcased in a special section of the Philadelphia Tribune called Shame of the City, which depicted overstuffed trash cans, condemned houses, and rat-infested apartment buildings. The editor's note read, "Dirt, filth, diseases, abandoned automobiles and houses unfit for human habitation may be found in 80% of the area known as the Philadelphia Ghetto. Thousands of Negroes live in these sections which have become the shame of the city because police, politicians, and disinterested private citizens have permitted them to become stamping grounds of killers, hoodlums, dope peddlers and gamblers who wouldn't dare try to operate in Germantown, Mount Airy, West Oak Lane and the greater Northeast." Shame of the City had the double purpose of alerting the mayor and other city officials of areas that needed attending to, and of embarrassing the city nationally, hoping such humiliation would prompt those in power to act. Whether this tactic proved effective is debatable since these trends persisted throughout the early to mid-1970s. From wannabes to Black Panthers. The 1960s was obviously a time of turmoil and change. Like many other major cities, Philadelphia witnessed events that gave people both a sense of hope and a reason for despair and helped to politicize a generation of young blacks. 1. Indifference on the part of city government. 2. The assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. 3. Black-on-black gang violence. 4. Rampant police brutality. And 5. The Black Power Conference in the summer of 1968 that had the theme of black self-determination and black unity through direct action. But what may have impacted blacks more than anything else was the Revolt of 1964, an uprising that took place in the predominantly black neighborhoods of North Philadelphia in August of that year. Tensions between blacks and the police had been escalating for months over allegations of police use of excessive force. The unrest began on the evening of August 28 after Odessa Bradford, an African-American woman, got into an argument with two police officers, one white, one black, when her car stalled at an intersection at 23rd Street and Columbia. After Bradford refused to follow the officer's order to move her car, a ruckus ensued. The officers attempted to physically remove Bradford from the car. She resisted and a crowd assembled. A man from the crowd came to Bradford's aid and was quickly arrested along with Bradford. Rumors then spread throughout the city that a pregnant woman had been beaten to death by officers. Later that evening and throughout the next few days, angry mobs looted and burned mostly white-owned businesses in North Philadelphia. While no one was killed, 341 people were injured, 774 people were arrested, and more than 200 stores were destroyed in 3 days of disorder, resulting in more than $3 million in damages. Until the late 1960s, many blacks had accepted police repression of them. Indeed, many of them had been socialized to do so by Philadelphia's educational system, which taught its students to obey law enforcement and not to question the actions of police officers. Eventually, blacks realized that the city's public school system cultivated black inadequacy and a sense of inferiority. On November 17, 1967, more than 4,000 blacks voiced their dissatisfaction by holding a demonstration at the Board of Education, in search of a better and blacker education. Law enforcement's response was predictable. When the police were called to the scene, they were led by George Fenkel and the Civil Disobedience Unit, at which time Police Commissioner Frank Rizzo gave the order to get their black asses 17. Some of the men especially moved by these developments were Mumia Abu-Jamal, Reggie Shell, Terry McHarris, Clarence Stretch Peterson, John Pinkett, and Craig Williams. Robbins, a local bookstore that sold left-wing literature and books by black authors, attracted some of the city's budding militants, and it was there that a few of the young men happened upon one another. At these initial chance meetings, discussions would revolve around the plight of Black America, and more specifically Philadelphia. Before long, word got out that there was a group of guys meeting at Robbins who were talking about starting a local branch of the Black Panther Party. It was at the Black Power Conference in 1968 that most black Philadelphians got their first opportunity to see a real-life Black Panther. The Panthers, most of whom were from the West Coast, handled security for the conference. They were unarmed but had a military presence about them that impressed some of the young black males in attendance. Peterson remembers this period. I was running around with the Black Coalition in West Philly when someone told me that there was a guy who was interested in starting a Panther chapter. I got his number and called him. I told him I wanted to join up with him. 18 As word of the group continued to spread, more people began hanging out at the bookstore, and the group swelled in number. The discourse that took place at the bookstore was often lively, giving the young men a venue to vent their frustrations. It also gave them an opportunity to be exposed to other dynamic points of view. As young adults, they were well aware of the harsh conditions that blacks endured but were unsure as to what course of action needed to be taken. By 1968, organizations such as the Revolutionary Action Movement, RAM, the Nation of Islam, and a host of other less conventional black-oriented groups were working tirelessly to alleviate pain and suffering in Philadelphia. Their efforts, however, impacted small pockets of the population, and their style did not resonate with the masses. For those looking for a more assertive freedom-fighting organization, the Panthers seemed like a good fit. Impressed with what the Black Panthers were doing in other cities, Abu-Jamal, Shell, McHarris, Peterson, Pinkett, and Williams set out to learn more about the party in late 1968. Mumia Abu-Jamal stated, "I read an article in Ramparts magazine about the BPP and fell in love with them. The more I read about them, the more I wanted to be a part of them. I couldn't believe they existed." 19 Excited about the prospect of joining the organization, Abu-Jamal and the others contacted national headquarters and spoke with June Hilliard, Assistant Chief of Staff, about starting a branch in Philadelphia. Skeptical, Hilliard tried to gauge their sincerity. He was neither supportive nor discouraging, and after much discussion and several heated exchanges, Hilliard pronounced, "Look, you don't got to be no goddamn Panther to struggle." 20 Although his comments may have come across as harsh, Hilliard's message was clear: if they were not given a charter, they should not let that stop them from helping black people. 21 Undeterred, the group continued to push on, although a few of them wondered why Hilliard appeared so indifferent. Were requests like theirs one of many that national headquarters received on a daily basis? Were Hilliard and others testing them to see how serious they were about opening a branch? The men figured that members of the Central Committee were probably thinking that if these Philadelphia cats were serious about establishing a branch, Hilliard's response would not discourage them from doing so. On the other hand, if the group abandoned the idea, then that would suggest they were not committed to the struggle in the first place. With this mindset, the energetic group remained steadfast. They continued to meet amongst themselves and debate issues germane to the black community. Although most in the group did not fully understand what Panther work entailed, they began to carry out the type of work they envisioned the Panthers doing, such as selling the Black Panther newspaper 22, organizing the community around the pressing social issues of the day, feeding children, and confronting police brutality. 23 Reggie Shell set out to find an office for the group, and before long he secured a building at 1928 West Columbia Avenue in North Philadelphia. The building was in serious disrepair, and the group spent a considerable amount of time renovating it. After weeks of cleaning and painting, the group had a place they could proudly call their base of operations, and the group was now ready to serve the people. 24 Commenting on the group's efforts, the Philadelphia Tribune reported that the Black Panthers were setting up shop in the city under spokesperson Terry McHarris, who stated that the Panthers were dedicated to defending the needs of black people. While his warning was primarily aimed at whites, McHarris took special care to single out conservative blacks, saying Negroes in the black community would be confronted and eliminated if they did not change their ways. 25 Although there was no official Panther branch in Philadelphia, McHarris and his comrades operated as if they were full-fledged Panthers, with McHarris as the group's leader. Loose journalistic practices on the part of the Philadelphia Tribune resulted in reporters taking McHarris's story at face value. Had the paper contacted the national headquarters in Oakland, they would have learned that the announcement of a Panther branch in Philly was a bit premature. Despite McHarris's strengths as a spokesperson, his laid-back approach and his bout with alcohol and drugs caused him to be stripped of his leadership position and ultimately jeopardized his membership in the party. 26 And in stepped Reggie Shell, an intense South Philly native 6 years removed from the military. In late 1968, Donald Cox, the strong, silent field marshal from national headquarters, Henry Mitchell, aka Mitch, and Sharon Williams, both from the Harlem office, were dispatched to Philadelphia at various times, where they met with the group, inspected their facility, and put them through a rigorous orientation. Peterson recalls that Cox gave them a list of required readings and instructed them on how to put together a free breakfast program. Impressed with the young men's enthusiasm and apparent dedication, Cox authorized a local branch. The group's timing was perfect, for a few short months later the Central Committee instituted a moratorium on new members as well as new chapters. 27 Of the original 13 activists who gathered at Robbins and/or showed initial interest, only 7 joined the branch. Reggie Shell was appointed defense captain, Craig Williams assumed the role of field marshal, Mumia Abu-Jamal took on the responsibility of communications secretary, formerly lieutenant of information, Clarence Peterson was designated as lieutenant of finance, John Pinkett was assigned the position of financial officer, Barbara McGriff, aka Sista Love, took the position of deputy field marshal, and Gladys Hearns was the group's breakfast coordinator. 28. Having been officially sanctioned by the national office, the branch was faced with making people aware of its existence. Acquiring an office and getting the blessing of the Central Committee was not enough. What the branch needed more than anything at that time was publicity. After a few brainstorming sessions and a request from the national office to organize a free Huey rally, Shell decided they would stage the rally at the State Building at Broad and Spring Garden Streets near the hub of downtown. On May 1, 1969, 15 to 20 Panthers assembled at the State Building in full Panther regalia. During the excitement, some of the members passed out leaflets while others spoke to interested passers-by over the chorus of Free Huey. Cameras flickered like lightning during a summer evening storm. Some of Huey's articles were read over a loudspeaker, and within an hour the small gathering had become an event. Over the ensuing months, branch membership would increase eightfold. As interest in the branch increased, aspiring members were instructed by national headquarters to establish black community information centers until the moratorium was lifted. Although these centers were not officially connected to the party, they were to offer many of the same kinds of survival programs that the BPP provided. 29. In the beginning, the branch was in constant contact with the national headquarters in Oakland. Shell made numerous trips to the Bay Area, where he met with members of the Central Committee, and he also attended regional meetings every Sunday in New York. At these meetings, attendees gave reports on newspaper sales, discussed the status of their community programs, and informed comrades of the scheduled events and general goings-on in their respective communities. 30 These meetings were also an opportunity for members of one branch to interact and collaborate with branches in other states. Survival programs. Nationwide, the Panthers implemented a plethora of services designed to enhance the lives of poor people throughout the country. As Barbara Easley Cox pointed out, some locales were limited in resources but provided programs and activities they could manage. 31 Philadelphia sponsored many of the types of endeavors that the national office boasted, including political education classes, which all chapters and branches were required to conduct for their members as well as for members of the community. Every Tuesday the community was invited to partake in political discourse about issues affecting their communities specifically and the city in general. Political education classes afforded the Panthers as well as members of the community an opportunity to get better acquainted. The Panthers' message was that life's basic necessities are the right of every human being. Two such rights are the right to eat and survive and the right to learn, and the Panthers maintained that knowledge and freedom are inextricably linked. The question becomes how and where to get information that will shed some light on our situation, so that we can change things for the better. 32 According to the Panthers, access to information was difficult because the better equipped libraries were not close to the black community. Consequently, to get as much written information as possible concerning our present-day situation, the Philadelphia Panthers initiated a People's Free Library, a feature unique to Philadelphia, mostly containing books written by black authors. About educating the black community, Herbert Hawkins maintained, "I think that at our height, people said that you people are telling the truth. I think at an early point, people thought we were troublemakers. But, like I said, when you feed people the right information, they will go in the right direction. To me, that is what everything is about. We educated by example, and the big thing is, we distributed information some people would call propaganda." 33 In addition to their political education classes, the Panthers endeared themselves to the community by providing protective services to local welfare recipients. In 1969, 3 welfare mothers moved into an all-white neighborhood at 25th Street and Fairmount. Shortly after arriving, one of the women was greeted with a bullet through the front window of her house. After being contacted by the welfare rights organization, the Panthers stood guard at the homes of the 3 women to deter further acts of violence. 34 After 3 days the Panthers withdrew without incident. Shielding Philadelphia's black residents from unnecessary acts of violence was something that the Panthers took seriously. Another example of this was their willingness to address head-on the issue of police brutality. While the Panthers did not patrol the police as Panthers did on the West Coast, they were vocal critics of the police department. In late 1969, several instances of excessive force prompted the Panthers to organize a campaign around the murder of Harold Brown, a 17-year-old high school student, by members of the Philadelphia Police Department. Testimony from residents in the neighborhood in which Brown was killed suggested that Brown may have pled for his life seconds before officers shot him. In response to this unsettling account, the Panthers launched their own investigation. After speaking with people who heard Brown beg for his life as well as those who claimed to have witnessed the shooting, the Panthers wrote a 16-page booklet on police brutality that detailed incidents of police use of excessive force and instructed citizens on what to do when stopped by a police officer. In a move considered audacious by many, the Panthers put up wanted posters for the 4 patrolmen. Not surprisingly, the police department was outraged by the seemingly outlandish gesture. Needless to say, the accused officers were not prosecuted despite the uproar. Not long after the Philadelphia Panthers put their initial survival programs in place in North Philadelphia, both community support and membership increased. Hoping to take advantage of their newfound popularity, the Panthers opened a second office at 2935 Columbia Avenue and helped set up Black community information centers throughout the city in Germantown, on 428 West Queen Lane, West Philadelphia, originally on 47th and Walnut Street and transferred to 3625 Wallace Street after a bombing, and South Philadelphia, initially on 15th and Rodman Streets. 35 business hours were roughly from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. In addition to providing community services, the centers gave people a place where they could get various other types of assistance. Traffic in and out of the center was so heavy that the Panthers decided to initiate opening up additional centers in Reading, Harrisburg, and Pittsburgh. 36 The Philadelphia Panthers' objectives were straightforward: to focus on programs and activities that could improve the general welfare of the community, such as free breakfast programs, free clothing drives, and healthcare initiatives. Free Breakfast for Children program. On Monday, July 7, 1969, the Panthers launched their first Free Breakfast for Children program, a much-needed program that served approximately 65 children on that day. Maddie Gray, a volunteer, stated, "Hundreds of Black children begin their day with little or no breakfast at all." It is possible that Gray's estimates were on the conservative side given the number of poor Black families in North Philadelphia alone. The program focused attention on a historically oppressed group that the government, local, state, and federal had failed to institute programs for children. With limited resources, the Panthers successfully generated a program that some of the city's poorest communities took advantage of. 37 As word of the program got out, people from other parts of town started bringing their kids by to get breakfast. Demand was so high that additional breakfast programs had to be set up in North Philadelphia, West Philadelphia, Germantown, and South Philadelphia. 38 Barbara Easley Cox and Mumia Abu Jamal have fond memories of the breakfast program. During breakfast, we led the children in songs while feeding them food, thought, and love. 39 On a typical weekday, Panthers prepared breakfast at approximately 6 a.m. and served anywhere from 20 to 70 children daily, and upwards of 500 children per month. 40 The program was financially supported by donations from local businesses and small contributions from private parties. Ethel Parrish recommended that the branch get long-term commitments from businesses to help subsidize the breakfast programs. Establishing good relations with food chains as well as with mom-and-pop businesses was essential to maintaining well-stocked cupboards. 41 In spite of the program's success, not everyone embraced the idea of giving school kids a free breakfast. City Councilman Thomas Foglietta declared that Panthers took over a United Fund Settlement House, UFSH, on 8th Street and Snyder Ave. At a press conference in January 1970, the councilman stated that the Panthers preached hatred at the facility, that neighborhood residents both Black and white were up in arms, and that the United Fund Settlement House should cut off all funds to the Panthers. By the start of the new year, the Panthers had already approached officials at the UFSH where it was agreed that the Panthers would use their facility for a free breakfast program, but Foglietta failed to acknowledge this. Furthermore, testimony from area residents indicated that they were not opposed to the Panthers. 42 Thus casting doubt on Foglietta's claim that the neighborhood was up in arms over Panthers instilling hatred in children. It is doubtful that parents would have allowed the Panthers to indoctrinate their children with such venom in return for a free breakfast. The same bogus claim was made by Frank Rizzo, who tried to undercut the Panthers' influence in the community by offering breakfast and lunch programs through the police department. As support for the breakfast program increased, so did the Panthers' popularity, and as the Panthers' reputation grew, merchants and shop owners were more willing to donate supplies to the group because they knew their contributions would be put to good use. Instead of seeking assistance from the city's social service agencies, some area residents began calling on the Panthers for various kinds of assistance. On July 23, 1972, the Panthers distributed 200 bags of groceries and 300 pairs of shoes to needy families throughout North Philadelphia. The coordinator of the program, William E. Broadwater, stated that the items were collected from merchants throughout the city. Recognizing that a free grocery giveaway would be highly popular, the Panthers thought it best to set one stipulation: only those families that arrived at the facility at 4 p.m. would be eligible to receive a bag of groceries. On the day of the giveaway, turnout was huge and 200 families had to be turned away. As a concession, the Panthers promised that a bag of supplies would be delivered to their homes the following week. 43. As a way of supplementing their breakfast program, the Panthers partnered with the city's free lunch program in July 1971. The free lunch program, administered by the city's Recreation Department and funded by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, provided 41,000 lunches daily to city agencies, community centers, schools, and churches for low-income children. This program was an ideal complement to the Panthers' breakfast program, but unfortunately, 1 year later, Panthers received disappointing news. Their center, one of 9 community recreational centers, was dropped from the city's free lunch program because, according to William Harris, coordinator of special programs for the department, the lunch program exceeded the department's budget by 1,000 lunches. Broadwater met with Harris and others at the department to determine if the reason for dropping the center from the program was because Panthers managed it. 44 But clearly the Panthers were not being singled out, since there were 8 other centers affected. More importantly, the removal of 9 community centers from the city's lunch program was yet another example of the state's inability to meet the needs of its poorest residents. This development demonstrated to blacks in bold relief the importance of being self-reliant rather than relying on the government for basic sustenance. Free clothing drive. Like other Panther chapters and branches throughout the United States, Panthers in Philly not only provided food subsidies, but clothing as well. In October 1969, with the winter fast approaching, Panthers initiated a free clothing project at the Wharton Center on 22nd and Columbia Avenue. On a national level, this program complemented the free health clinics, liberation schools, and free breakfast programs. 45 An article titled "Free Clothes in Philly" put the program in perspective. Instead of sitting around and talking about the fact that kids need clothes, we're going out and clothing them. While the pigs are shooting billions of our dollars up to the moon, we are dealing with the real situation. We hope to see the program implemented around the country, everywhere there is a need for it. 46. The Panthers realized that some families simply did not have the money to buy their children adequate winter clothing. It was not unusual to see kids walking to school wearing windbreakers with several layers underneath in an effort to protect themselves from the city's brutal winters. As Reggie Shell recalled, they diligently sought donations from dry cleaners, local merchants, and members of the community who would have ordinarily given their clothes to Goodwill. He continued. After the program expanded, we began to give clothes and donated food to those in need. The doors to the drive would open after we had enough to give people what they needed. Sometimes we were overwhelmed by the amount of people and at times barely had enough. 47. One reason the Panthers barely had enough items to go around was because of their inability to ingratiate themselves with the city's large department stores. The response from stores like John Wanamaker's and Gimbel's was indifferent at best and hostile at worst. The usual reply was, "We already donate to charities and you, the Black Panther Party, are not a recognized charity." 48 Still, the Panthers were resourceful enough to collect clothing for hundreds of families. In fact, on Saturday, December 6, 1969, Panthers distributed coats, gloves, hats, and scarves to 125 youths at the Church of the New Life on 3604 W Fairmount Avenue. 49 In October 1970, the Panthers expanded the program, sponsoring a citywide free clothing program at 4 different locations. Of all the services the Panthers offered, the free clothing program had the longest tenure, lasting until the mid-1970s. 50. Free Health Clinic. Months after expanding the free clothing project, local Quakers and doctors donated a facility and medical equipment to establish the Mark Clark Memorial Clinic, aka Mark Clark People's Free Medical Clinic. 51 By opening a clinic, the Panthers were able to address one of the most pressing needs among communities of color: the lack of adequate health care. Health professionals, volunteer doctors, and nurses from the Medical Committee for Human Rights, MCHR, organized and managed the clinic. Panthers invited members of the community to assist with the day-to-day running of the clinic, which was open from 5:30 to 9 p.m. every day except Tuesday and Wednesday. Located at 1609 Susquehanna Street in North Philly, the clinic's primary purpose was to treat basic ailments, and it also served as an emergency first aid center and emphasized a personal approach where a good bedside manner was the norm rather than the exception. Additional services included diagnostic testing, tuberculosis, measles, polio, smallpox, and diphtheria vaccines, blood tests, and free infant formula. 52. In addition to these offerings, the clinic provided courses in parenthood for expectant couples, assessed patients' medical histories, conducted simple urine tests, and recorded blood pressures, temperatures, and pulse rates. 53. The childbirth course was especially popular because among other things it strongly encouraged the participation of the baby's father. Parents were taught breathing and delivery relaxation techniques. The course eliminated the need for anesthesia and painkillers. The Panthers were of the opinion that a natural childbirth was medically safer. They maintained that everyone who has been through the course at the clinic experienced less discomfort during labor. 54. In addition to the services mentioned above, the clinic also screened patients for sickle cell anemia. By May 1971, 3,500 people had been screened and 215 of them were diagnosed with having either the trait or the disease. Those who were found to have the disease were taken to Mercy Douglas Hospital for further tests. Since the costs associated with that hospital were often out of reach for many of those the Panthers transported there, the branch sometimes subsidized their treatment. 55. Aware that many blacks could not afford health care, the Panthers also understood that most blacks avoided seeing a doctor or going to a hospital unless it was absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, when the patient finally decided to seek medical treatment, it was after his or her condition had gotten progressively worse. As a way of dealing with this reality, the Panthers instituted an outreach program that took the doctor to the patient. Among the features this outreach program provided were free speech and hearing evaluations. By the end of June 1971, more than 150 people had been evaluated. 56. Making the city safe. The Panthers understood early on that in order to make Philadelphia a place where blacks could live peacefully and children could play, blacks needed to feel safe in their communities. But because of pervasive gang activity, many blacks were uncomfortable walking the streets of their own neighborhoods. While Chicago, Los Angeles, and New York have historically received the lion's share of scholarly attention where gangs are concerned, Philadelphia's gang problem was not a new phenomenon. In 1970, there were reportedly 93 gangs in the city, consisting of 5,300 members. Of those gangs, 72 were black. 57. Determined to keep Philadelphia from becoming another Chicago or New York, the Panthers set out to address the problem. The first order of business was to get the various gangs to come together in one place where they could hash out their differences. The Panthers not only wanted to quell gang activity, but, recognizing the revolutionary potential of many of those involved in gangs, they also wanted to heighten gang members' consciousness. In an article titled "Philadelphia's Gangs Organizing to Serve the Community," the Panthers wrote, "These brothers are very important in our struggle for survival. We know that we must help preserve many of our future leaders, our beautiful young manhood." 58. Therefore, on November 7 to 9, 1969, the Panthers held a conference at the Central Branch of the YMCA. The meeting was prompted by the death of a young black girl who was struck by a gang member's stray bullet while sitting on her front steps. 59. This tragedy may have served as the catalyst for such a conference, but community residents had long been fed up with gang killings. Police statistics reveal that from 1967 to 1970, 100 people were killed by area gangs. Clay Dillon reported that the Panthers' sessions focused on putting an end to gang violence. The Panthers pointed out to the 200 or so gang members who attended the conference that they had a responsibility to create safe conditions for people in the community. Women are afraid to walk the streets, day and night. Children are terrorized and brutalized on their way to and from school. This activity is ending as of this conference, said one Panther spokesman. 60. Panthers blamed gang members for creating a climate of fear among their own people rather than promoting an atmosphere of brotherly love. Panthers chided young blacks for joining gangs to get respect. They pointed out that the respect that they commanded was superficial because the community did not genuinely respect them. One Panther in particular scolded gang members, saying that whenever the pigs want, they will cut off your electricity, gas, and water. The more you keep on killing each other, the better the pigs' chances are to justify their actions to the public. He tried to point out to the gangs that if they had respect within their communities, the pigs would not be able to manipulate them or move on them as they had done in the past because the people would not have allowed it. But since the community does not support gangs, the police do with gang members what they please. One Panther submitted that you won't have the community's support or respect until you have done something for the people. 61. Since some party members had formerly been associated with gangs, they were able to relate to many of them, which enabled the Panthers to form alliances with several of the gangs. More importantly, because of the respect the gangs had for the party, Panthers were able to encourage some gang members to redirect their energies in a positive direction. Some gang members were drafted by the Panthers to assist with the Panthers Breakfast Program. 62, challenging the notion that gangs were a homogeneous group of incorrigible hoodlums. In all, what separated Panthers from many other organizations was that they were not armchair revolutionaries, but rather activists willing to put theory into practice. Unlike some groups that condescendingly lectured to the people about what was good for them, the Panthers were constantly on the streets interacting with residents, asking questions, conducting surveys, and seeking feedback from the community. The party had its finger on the pulse of black public opinion. As a follow-up to the 1969 conference on August 11, 1970, a 2-week workshop called Gang Structure and Its Influence in the Educational Process was held at Temple University for teachers, counselors, and administrators. Led by the 12th and Oxford Street gangs and keynoted by Dr. Bernard Watson, the event explored the factors that motivated youths to join gangs. To no one's surprise, high unemployment, poverty, and lack of economic opportunity were linked to the rise of gangs. 63 The following day, gang members Jimmy Robinson, David Leach, and David Williams criticized the police force and the press for indirectly promoting gang warfare. Robinson said, "Why you tell me to respect the police? They only use gang members to keep up the arrest figures." Regarding the press, he commented, "By calling each killing or beating in the ghetto a gang incident, and labeling gangs as notorious, every other gang in the city wants that. But if a killing happens in the suburbs, it was a group of youths at a party." 64 With this statement, Robinson exposed 3 overlooked areas of gang violence: 1. How police perpetuated gang conflict; 2. How the press fueled gangs' desire for street credibility, i.e., respect; and 3. How the press framed violence in black communities in comparison to violence committed in white neighborhoods. Later in the day, Dr. Watson logically noted that when a young man has available to him a number of appealing and viable alternatives to joining a gang, delinquency decreases. As an example, he referred to the 7-month protest by Cecil B. Moore in 1965. That year, Moore, a prominent civil rights attorney, organized the community to force the desegregation of Girard College, an all-male institution in North Philly that catered to orphans interested in attending college. 65 Some of those who participated in the 1965 protest were members of the city's various gangs. Clarence Peterson remembers that Moore challenged him and other youths to mobilize against the real enemy rather than engaging in gang wars. 66 Although the workshop addressed critical issues associated with gangs, oddly, the Philadelphia Inquirer did not mention the Panthers' ongoing work with many of the city's gangs. About a week later, Panthers held another meeting on gang activity. Victims of gang violence was the topic of the sparsely attended meeting at the Church of the Advocate on 18th and Diamond Streets. 67 It was revealed that since the beginning of 1969, 65 deaths had been related to gang warfare. The Panthers called upon North Philadelphia residents to construct a community which is free of the bloody streets of the past. The Panthers charged police with instigating violence between rival gangs and claimed that the police department and its countless undercover branches feed more fuel to the fire. Panthers cited instances where police officers picked up gang members, drove them to enemy territory, and dropped them off to be beaten, stabbed, or murdered. 68 According to one North Philadelphia resident, the Panthers' influence in the community was such that after the Panthers vacated their office on Columbia Avenue in early 1971, gang violence supposedly increased, especially among the Valley Gang, Norris Street Gang, and the Oxford Street Gang. 69 Although this was only one person's perspective, it suggests that the Panthers' role in helping to quell gang activity may not have been inconsequential. The history of black political influence, or lack thereof, and the city council campaigns of McGriff and Williams. The Panthers' commitment to uplifting black Philadelphians went far beyond community survival programs and working with gangs. They were open to a wide range of possibilities for effecting change, including using electoral politics as a means of improving black lives. Before 1950, blacks' influence in city politics was non-existent, and from 1950 to 1960 blacks were bid players in a high-stakes political poker game. From 1850 to 1950 the Republican Party had a stranglehold on the city, and although blacks were firmly in the Republican camp, they did not reap the benefits of the Republican machine. According to Carolyn Adams et al., two reasons account for this monopoly. The first suggests that the Quakers, who avoided mixing politics with business, held sway with the upper echelon of the business community with whom blacks had little leverage. The second reason is that the Republican machine endorsed protective tariffs and safeguarded U.S. manufacturing companies from foreign competitors. Hence, civic responsibility and community prosperity took a backseat to the city's business interests. Business elites were unwilling to bite the hands that fed them huge profits and provided them with unlimited amounts of patronage. Consequently, Philadelphia industrialists were not moved to throw the Republican rascals out, for doing so would have meant losing powerful allies in Congress. 70 With such an emphasis on commerce, those in power practically ignored things such as affordable low-income housing, well-paying jobs, and well-equipped schools for those trapped in the inner city. Blacks felt this neglect more than any other group. In 1951, city reform brought down the machine and ousted the self-absorbed Republicans, and in the process the deplorable conditions of the inner city became the focus. Industry and community leaders proposed a plan to usher in the municipality of the future. That year the Home Rule Charter was adopted, which called for a strong mayor form of government, retained the city council while reducing its size, fortified the civil service system based on merit, and gave the City Planning Commission more responsibility while reducing the number of departments and boards. 71 The importance of the charter was that it shifted political power from the state to the city. But Peter McGrath argued that the mayoral powers, the smaller city council, and the downsizing of departments inadvertently presented problems. McGrath maintained that communication between city officials and their constituents was impaired because there were fewer councilmen to address citizens' needs. 72 Moreover, cutting departments and boards made tackling the city's problems more difficult, not less. By 1951, blacks had deserted the Republican Party and had chosen to support Democrats Joseph Clark and later Richardson Dilworth. Under the leadership of Mayor Clark and City Controller Dilworth, the government took a more active role in the economic and social life of the city with a special interest in the downtown area. 73 Conrad Weiler contends that the civil service reforms implemented by the Clark administration as well as the appointment of a black to the Civil Service Commission earned the black community's loyalty. 74 Clark's administration laid the groundwork for the election of Dilworth, who was responsible for the development of high-rise public housing. The Clark and Dilworth administrations produced dividends for a sector of the black community. Rev. Marshall L. Shepard was elected Recorder of Deeds, becoming the first black to hold a major elective office in Philadelphia, and Rev. William Gray, a black minister from North Philly, was appointed to the board of the Redevelopment Authority. These breakthroughs opened the door for blacks to hold elected, bureaucratic, and appointed positions in Philadelphia. 75 By the 1960s, black political participation was no longer relegated to simply helping vote a politician into or out of office. Blacks alone were now able to influence the outcomes of elections. Although electoral politics provided vast opportunities for some blacks, on the whole most blacks were unaffected. Still, the election of black politicians by black voters instilled a sense of political efficacy that had previously been absent. Consequently, in May 1969, the Panthers, after much deliberation, decided to pursue political office. Shell, in concert with others, agreed that the Panthers would run for city council, and he urged Milton McGriff and Craig Williams to run in the 7th and 1st districts, 2 seats that had become vacant due to the untimely deaths of the incumbents. Of the 2, the 1st district was considered the most wide-open contest. The Democrats threw their support behind Nate F. Carabello, a short, stocky, mustachioed 32-year-old attorney and political novice. The Republicans countered with William J. Cottrell, a 49-year-old self-made man who had worked his way through law school. He too was a relative newcomer to politics. Williams, 27, an articulate veteran of the Air Force, was among 3 candidates running as independents. The others were Leonard Galloway, a 28-year-old African-American in the women's clothing business who ran on the Consumer Party ticket, and Thomas K. Gilhool, 31, an attorney and an independent Democrat who represented the Urban Action Party. Gilhool was in the unique position of having won the endorsement of Mayor James Tate while bucking his own party. 76 None of the 3 independents was given much of a chance. The 7th district race was considered less of a toss-up than the 1st district election. Harry P. Janotti, a 45-year-old Democrat and former deputy chief clerk of the city council, was regarded by most as the overwhelming favorite, primarily because the 7th was one of the strongest Democratic strongholds in the city. William H. Wright, the Republican, was a 63-year-old schoolteacher with nearly 40 years in the public school system. McGriff, 28, and Fred C. Barnes, a 46-year-old bartender running on the Consumer Party ticket, were the 2 independents. According to the Philadelphia Daily News, McGriff, the salesman who had been particularly impressive while cutting through traditional campaign dialogue to emphasize the needs of the district, was a long shot. 77. When asked why he chose to run McGriff and Williams, Shell explained that they were more mature and more sophisticated than some of the younger guys. They came across very professional and were ideal in terms of allaying voters' fears that the Panthers were violent and only interested in guns. 78 The Panthers' decision to run raised more than a few eyebrows among those in power. When reporters from the Philadelphia Tribune contacted the office of City Council President Paul D. Ortona for comment, a spokesman for D. Ortona responded, "It's their prerogative. If the Panthers can qualify for the seats, nobody can stop them from running." 79 In order to run, the Panthers had to petition the Secretary of State to get on the ballot as a third party. After the Panthers collected the required number of signatures and were given a place on the ballot, they were then faced with the formidable task of putting together an effective campaign. A few weeks before the election, in an open letter to Mayor Tate, McGriff sarcastically called on the mayor to attend to some of the district's most glaring needs. Among them was an adequate medical facility for the residents of North Philadelphia. Said McGriff, "Are you in favor of free clinics and hospitals, Jim? I mean, do poor people have a right to be healthy?" McGriff promised to propose a bill that will provide a hot breakfast and a wholesome lunch, free, for every child that wants them. 80. The primary impetus for the Panthers' foray into electoral politics was dissatisfaction with those who had held those seats in the past. For years, the Democrats had taken the black vote for granted, making special entreaties to the African American community during the campaign, but once elected conveniently forgetting that the black vote had helped get them elected. Consequently, the Panthers felt there was a disconnect between the politicians who occupied those seats and the people who lived in those districts. Indeed, most of those who occupied those seats in the past felt no particular attachment to the black community. Early in the campaign, Shell stated that councilmen who don't even reside in the district call themselves representing the people. Shell and others canvassed both districts imploring residents to register and vote for McGriff and Williams. The Panthers believed that the election of McGriff and Williams would be an important step toward gaining community control of the police. Shell envisioned a community whose police officers lived in the neighborhoods in which they worked. 81. The Panthers put together a commendable Get Out the Vote drive. They leafleted parks, posted signs in stores and bars, and handed out flyers in front of churches. Dozens of people signed on as campaign volunteers. Buoyed by the excitement that surrounded both elections, many volunteers continued their connection to the party, staying on as community workers for the branch even after the elections were over. As part of their campaigns, both McGriff and Williams held coffee klatches where district residents visited with them and asked questions about their platform. On election day, however, both McGriff and Williams lost by huge margins. Williams's race was especially tough as he faced a black incumbent who was relatively popular among the black electorate. The Panthers' effort was a valiant one, but they simply did not have the type of political organization in place to make a serious run for elected office. Most of all, the Panthers lacked the financial resources to promote the campaigns of William and McGriff, consequently they were reduced to knocking on doors and passing out flyers. 82 Media advertising, which is essential to most viable political campaigns and accounts for a disproportionate amount of the money spent by politicians, was not an option for the Panthers, whose operating budget had always been meager. Although McGriff and Williams lost by landslides, their campaigns served notice to the political establishment that the black community would no longer stand by and allow whites to do all the political wrangling. Win or lose, the progressive black voice would be heard. Moreover, the Panthers' actions demonstrated to blacks that there was more to party politics than just the Democrats and Republicans. Blacks did not have to be prisoners of the Democratic Party, they could run as independents. 83 More than anything, the campaigns of McGriff and Williams made people aware of the Black Panther Party's desire to shift the balance of power in the city of Philadelphia. By 1970 the chapter had solidified itself as a vehicle for progressive change. No one was more aware of this than Police Commissioner Frank Rizzo. Rizzo's response to the Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention. As the summer of 1970 came to a close, Rizzo became increasingly concerned about the impending Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention, scheduled to begin on September 4 at Temple University. "We don't want it here," Rizzo declared. "But if it's peaceful, we're not going to stop it." 84 The events that unfolded the week before the conference suggest that Rizzo's remarks may have been a bit disingenuous. The constant arresting of Panthers as well as the raiding of their offices the night of August 31, 1970, may have been undertaken by the police department to undermine the Panthers' ability to host the Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention. At the very least, local authorities may have surmised that an onslaught of that magnitude would have put tremendous strain on the branch, making it nearly impossible for the Panthers to provide the kind of accommodations one would expect from the hosting delegation. Fortunately, community support for the conference was strong. Two of the Panthers' biggest challenges were providing housing and transportation for the delegates. Peterson notes, "We had people coming in from all over the country, so we had people donating houses, apartments. People could go anywhere in the city and get rides. People in the community would give rides. We did not have people going to hotels, we were using people's houses. We put out a call for donations with leaflets, radio, posters, and word of mouth. We made charts to organize where people would stay and how they would be transported. We asked, if you are willing to volunteer, contact us." 85. The police department's actions leading up to the convention were not surprising given the opposition from some sectors of the political establishment. Many people, including several state representatives, opposed the event. Specifically, Democrat Francis E. Gleason Jr. and Republican Richard A. McClatchy Jr. were against Temple University's hosting the event. 86 According to Father Washington's autobiography, once Washington and his group won the cooperation of Temple University officials, the FBI passed word to the White House, Vice President, Attorney General, the military and the Secret Service that Temple had agreed to make its facilities available to the Panthers. The FBI readied its secret agents and informants to attend the events at the university and the church. 87. It is important to note that the event came on the heels of a bloody weekend in which one officer was murdered and 3 wounded. Rizzo was understandably outraged. He blamed the Panthers even though there was no evidence linking them to the crimes. "Yellow dogs," he screamed at them through the television, daring them into the streets for a shootout. "We'll give them 10 to our 388." With Rizzo in this state of mind, it was little wonder that many feared the convention would touch off a bloodbath. To head off any potential trouble, an emergency meeting was called by community leaders at the Episcopal Church House on Rittenhouse Square. Muhammad Kenyatta, Sister Falaka Fata, and the Rev. David Gracie, among others, held a press conference to announce that a federal injunction would be sought to halt police raids of Panther offices. Federal Judge John Fulham promptly answered the call, issuing an injunction against the Philadelphia Police Department, which had the effect of dramatically reducing their activities and even their physical presence in the area in which the convention was held. 89. The convention went ahead as planned, lasting 3 days, most importantly without incident. Prior to the convention, several local organizations pledged their support to the event and asked Philadelphians to refrain from engaging in civil rights demonstrations. On September 2, the Greater Philadelphia Movement sent a telegram to Governor Raymond Schaefer saying that although they did not necessarily endorse the conference, they believed that the participants should be guaranteed their constitutional rights of peaceful assembly. A day later, the Urban Coalition sent out a public plea asking Philadelphians to avoid irrational action that could lead to unnecessary division. At the conclusion of the convention, both the Greater Philadelphia Movement and Philadelphia Urban Coalition sent telegrams to Police Commissioner Rizzo commending him and his department for maintaining peace and order during the convention. 90 Even organizations like the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, the Religious Society of Friends, and Citizens for Progress, all long-standing critics of the police, congratulated the department on its handling of the conference. In response, Rizzo stated, "I am extremely pleased that the Black Panther Conference was completed here without incident." He continued, "The conference proved once again that if people come to Philadelphia and obey the law, they will have no interference from the police." 91 Rizzo's statement was clearly not a reflection of his true feelings about the Panthers, nor did his remark mirror the way his police department had dealt with the Panthers in the past. Political repression through a psychoanalytic lens. Oftentimes, explanations concerning the demise of the Black Panther Party center on overt acts of repression such as raids and arrests. While this is useful in putting such state opposition into context, what has been missing is an analysis of the subliminal undercurrent under which certain governmental actors operated. The term repression is commonly linked to Sigmund Freud and his development of psychoanalytic theory. Freud argued that individuals develop a fixation, or an excessive attachment, to a person or object due to frustration or overindulgence, which will hinder or cause them to overexert expressions of sexual or aggressive energy to a person or object. 92 On an unconscious level, a fixation develops into defense mechanisms that prevent movement beyond a fixated state. Defense mechanisms help protect an individual's ego and reduce anxiety/discomfort by distorting perceptions of reality. Repression is an example of a defense mechanism in which anxiety-provoking thoughts and feelings and/or traumatic events are involuntarily transferred to the unconscious. 93 An example of repression occurs in passing, whereby individuals from a subjugated race seek membership into a privileged race. This is evident with J. Edgar Hoover, who many thought was not only a homosexual and sexist, but someone who was conflicted about his racial identity. 94 Therefore, as a way of concealing his sexual orientation and his racial identity, he overcompensated by acting viciously toward homosexuals and blacks. 95 Repression is maintained by other defense mechanisms, but projection, reaction formation, and omnipotence are the focus of this discussion. Through projection, individuals attribute their own undesirable traits to others. 96 In the case of the Panthers, they worked to defend themselves and their community from the brutal acts of white rogues, yet were depicted by the media as well as by law enforcement as violent criminals. In Philadelphia, Panthers faced opposition from police officers who circulated rumors that they were criminals who blackmailed store owners, and were communists as well as racists. 97 These statements reflected attributes that some police officers may have possessed themselves. Reaction formation occurs when individuals adopt behaviors that belie their true feelings. 98 For example, individuals of a particular race may consign persons within another racial group to an inferior position. Unconsciously they believe themselves to be inferior, but they will behave in ways that suggest otherwise. In the process of liberation, a thorough analysis of oppression will reveal that the oppressor is as much in need of liberation as the oppressed. While the oppressed seeks liberation from being dehumanized, the oppressor profits from dehumanizing. 99 Consequently, any perceived struggle for freedom by those in the majority will be met with fierce resistance via ideological and repressive state apparatuses. Thus, the government responded to the Panthers' quest for freedom with measures typically reserved for an enemy of war. Finally, the notion of omnipotence manifests when individuals handle stressors by presenting themselves as superior to others. 100 Historically, white elites have devised ways to keep blacks subjugated and have reinforced their superiority through practices, beliefs, and ideas, i.e., ideology. Panther practices such as defending themselves against a gun with a gun and pig baiting challenged the white supremacist ideology and in the process altered the mentality of many blacks who feared white reprisal or who truly saw whites as superior. 101 Such defense mechanisms from a macro level used against Panthers served as an effective way for the government to justify its actions and maintain social order via repression. On a deeper level, white backlash against the Panthers reflected how unconscious desires were transformed into a political weapon to destroy and dehumanize a portion of the black population. This will be evidenced in an examination of repression and its effects on the Philadelphia branch of the Black Panther Party. Panthers in a state of siege. The first raid of Panther offices occurred in summer 1969. Police ransacked the office and confiscated a shotgun, a typewriter, a mimeograph machine, and files, and they arrested Reggie Shell for allegedly stealing an M14 rifle. Shell posted bail and was released within 72 hours. 102 Mumia Abu Jamal and Clarence Peterson talked candidly about the day their central office was raided in 1969. Abu Jamal stated, "I will tell a story about the night our central office on Columbia Ave got raided, and we got busted at the bar across the street. The people, on their own, started throwing bricks and bottles at the cops, telling 'em to leave them alone. Them boys ain't did nothin'. It was probably my most beautiful memory of those days. They felt we were a part of them and their lives. We fed their babies, we showed we cared, and when the chips were down, so did they. 103. Peterson's account was vivid. We had our first raid in summer 1969 on 1928 West Columbia Avenue. We were across the street at the bar. We looked across the street and noticed a lot of bright lights and a whole lot of cars. We approached the office and the cops jumped out and put us against the walls. We were taken to the station and our lawyers got us out. There was no reason for the arrest. 104. The reaction on the part of members of the community shows the deep-rooted frustration and anger that some blacks harbored toward the police department. In spite of the repressive maneuvers directed against them, the Panthers understood that as they educated and raised the social consciousness of the community, in turn, would gain a better understanding of the Panthers' goals and objectives and thus would come to a deeper understanding of black people's struggle in the United States and abroad. An example of the Panthers' efforts to educate the community occurred shortly before Thanksgiving in 1969, when Panthers met with representatives from the West Oak Lane, East Mt. Airy Task Force on Black-White Relations. Made up of middle-class blacks and whites, the task force was intrigued by the Panthers' call for blacks to control their communities. 105 This meeting challenged participants to examine how media representations shaped their image of the Panthers and to reflect on what they accepted as truth. Less than a month after the meeting, the Panther organization suffered a crushing blow. 2 of its most promising comrades were killed. On December 4, 1969, the city of Chicago became the scene of one of the most violent acts of repression taken against a dissent group in the 20th century when members of the police department raided the Panthers' headquarters there and murdered Mark Clark and Fred Hampton. The office was riddled with bullets from police gunfire. A coroner's report revealed that Hampton had been shot at point-blank range while he slept. Doc Satchel, Blair Anderson, Verlina Brewer, Brenda Harris, Deborah Johnson, Louis Trulock, and Harold Bell were lined up against a wall and taunted while police shot at them. 106. Days after the slaying, Father Paul Washington opened his church to the Panthers, where a memorial service was held for Hampton and Clark. 107 Abu Jamal remembered that Fred Hampton's assassination had a dramatic effect on Philadelphia, for it taught us all what was possible. 108 Images and headlines were circulated nationwide as people cringed and questioned the rationale for such force. Days later, on the West Coast, police raided Panther offices in Los Angeles. One of the planned raids was met with resistance, which led to a 4-hour shootout, leaving 6 Panthers wounded. 109. On December 10, days after the events in Los Angeles, 23 organizations in Philadelphia pledged to prevent further attacks against the Panthers in their city. Representatives from organizations such as the Spring Garden Community Services Center, the Black Economic Development Conference, and the National Lawyers Guild, convinced there was a national conspiracy against the Panthers, called for an indictment and prosecution of those responsible. 110 Speaking on behalf of the National Lawyers Guild, attorney Harry Lohr said, "The systematic homicide of members of the Black Panther Party is every bit as calculated as the massacre at My Lai. The administration appears ready to investigate murder in Vietnam, but not here in our own country. On behalf of the National Lawyers Guild, we denounce, in the strongest terms, the political murders of members of the Black Panther Party, and call for the immediate indictment and prosecution of those responsible." 111. On December 16, 1969, Rev. Donald R. Gebert, Rev. Roger Zepernick, Peter Z. Weimer, and Emily Klippinger wrote an open letter, published in the Philadelphia Tribune, to Mayor James H. J. Tate that focused on the treatment and abuses that the Panthers were subjected to on a national scale. The authors implied that there was a possible conspiracy to oust an influential voice from the black community. Given the horror that transpired in Chicago and Los Angeles, the letter expressed concern about race relations in Philadelphia, especially if police officers continued to engage in the type of Gestapo tactics for which Hitler's Germany was famous. The group sought reassurance from the mayor's office that police officers would be sensitive to the social climate and would consider it in future interactions with Panthers and other minority groups. 112. 4 days later, on December 20, 1969, a group of 26 people of varying backgrounds and from different parts of the country assembled to address the violent attacks against the party nationwide that had resulted in the deaths of several members over the previous 2 years. The committee was led by Roy Wilkins, executive director of the NAACP, and Arthur Goldberg, a former U.S. Supreme Court justice. The group also included William T. Coleman, a well-known Philadelphia attorney, and Mayor Richard Hatcher of Gary, Indiana. The committee drew up a 4-point program with the objective of investigating the actions of the various law enforcement agencies involved in raids of Panther offices and to recommend criminal sanctions if the committee found that the Panthers' civil rights were violated. 113 Although physically removed from the events of Chicago and Los Angeles, key leaders in Philadelphia as well as from around the country felt compelled to launch their own investigation. Despite Coleman's presence on this committee, a similar fate awaited the Philadelphia Panthers. The committee's findings as well as the public outcry over law enforcement's handling of the Panthers nationwide did not seem to deter the Philadelphia Police Department. On the morning of March 8, 1970, the Panther office on Walnut Street, which was across the street from West Philadelphia High School, was firebombed. As Clarence Peterson recalled, William Brown's West Philly office was just put together and was an ideal spot for organizing. Whether the firebombing of this particular office was related to the Panthers' frequent after-school meetings with students, or was in response to Brown's refusal to become an informant for the police, is debatable. 114 Luckily, no one was injured. And soon thereafter, William Julie, a local beer distributor, was kind enough to provide the Panthers with a new office on 36th and Wallace Streets. Soon after the Panthers moved into their new digs, police harassment increased. As animosity between Panthers and police escalated, the disdain that Police Commissioner Frank Rizzo had for the Panthers would come to the fore. There had been 2 recent acts of violence in Philadelphia. First, on Saturday, August 29, in a failed attempt to blow up a police guardhouse in Fairmount Park, SGT. Frank Von Collin was killed and another officer was injured. 116 There were 7 suspects, 5 were apprehended and the remaining 2 eluded capture and were identified as militants. Second, in an unrelated incident, 2 patrolmen were shot and wounded on the night of Sunday, August 30. The gunmen were not identified as militants, but one suspect was taken into custody and the other remained at large. Earlier that day, Commissioner Rizzo, rumored to be the eventual successor to FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, 117 announced on a local radio station that every black revolutionary would be locked up by sunup. 118. Even though there was no evidence linking the Panthers to any of the shootings, police had reason to believe that one of the 7 suspects alleged to have murdered SGT. Von Collin had Panther connections. 119 Rizzo said that an informant notified police that he had seen grenades and other weapons in the 3625 Wallace Street office when he met with Alvin Joyner, one of the 5 suspects charged with the murder, 3 weeks prior to the shooting. On August 31, Rizzo contacted a local TV station as well as 2 of the city's newspapers, the Philadelphia Daily News and Philadelphia Inquirer, and instructed reporters to meet him at the Panther office at 3625 Wallace Street. In the wee hours of the morning, Rizzo obtained warrants for the arrest of Panthers at 428 West Queen Lane, 2935 Columbia Avenue and 3625 Wallace Street. 120 The raiding party consisted of 3 teams of 45 police officers, and 8 to 10 detectives. In tow were reporters from the Daily News as well as the Inquirer. 121. At the Queen Lane location, officers kicked in the door and ransacked the dwelling. Clarence Peterson recalled. The order was for no one to be present at the Queen Lane office. Despite orders, one person was staying there who was not supposed to be there and cops came in and arrested him, but he was let go. 122. At the Columbia Ave office, Shell was awakened by a Panther on guard duty who shouted, "Cap, they're here." Groggy and struggling to focus, Shell peered out the window to see police officers positioned across the street. 123 Tear gas was tossed into the office from 3 different locations: the entrance, roof, and rear of the house. Shell remembers that night, August 30, as being especially muggy, and since their offices were not equipped with air conditioning, most of the Panthers were dressed in loose-fitting clothing while others were in their underwear. After the tear gas was launched, a shootout ensued between Panthers and the police. The gunfire lasted only a few minutes, after which the Panthers were led out of the building in single file. With guns pointed at the back of their heads, they were told that if you stumble or fall, we're gonna kill you. 124 They were led to the front of the building, forced against the wall with their backs facing police, and strip-searched by officers. Then without warning, one officer fired a .45 caliber submachine gun just above them as pieces of brick fell on their heads. Shell recalled, "I did not know whether we were going to live or die." 125 Satisfied that the Panthers had been thoroughly humiliated and terrorized, officers took them into custody. Later that morning at around 6 a.m., police raided the West Side office. As a light drizzle fell, officers assumed their positions and Inspector Robert Kopsitz attempted to enter the premises by slamming an axe into the front door. After Kopsitz struck the door repeatedly, another officer shouted, "Police! We have a warrant. Throw your weapons out now." William Brown recalled this ghastly morning. "They kicked in the door and were able to get tear gas in the building. It was the same kind that was used in Vietnam. 126 gunfire was exchanged, but within minutes of the incursion, 7 people, 6 men and 1 woman, exited the building as 2 Panther members threw down their weapons. Ordered to stand against the wall, the men were ordered to strip naked. 127 A photo of 6 Panthers and their bare bottoms appeared on the front page of the New York Daily News and was then placed in Associated Press and distributed nationwide. Rev. Richard Womack, a native of Philadelphia, remembered, "All of us that saw it thought it was humiliating. I thought it was extremely degrading and emasculating, and the news media published it." 128. The group's headquarters was destroyed as police ripped out plumbing fixtures and wrecked furniture. 129. After the raid, the police cleared the office, boarded up the front door, and stapled a sign to the door that read, "Unfit for human habitation." 130. Photos taken of the Wallace Street office were circulated around the country. 131. They not only captured the degradation of the Panthers but sent the implied message that black militants would not be coddled in Philadelphia as they were in some other cities. After the arrest, Brown says the abuse continued at the station. "They took us to the station with chains on our hands and put us through a gauntlet back into the cells. Police officers were lined up along the wall and they whacked us with their clubs. And then, they proceeded to take us to the cells where the air conditioner was turned up. They would harass us by telling us, 'You're not Panthers, you're pussies.' They called us niggers. It was psychological torture. We were held for about a week. We got out right before the plenary session." 132. When the smoke cleared, 3 police officers were wounded in North Philadelphia. A total of 14 people were arrested, and Judge Leo Weinrot set bail for each person at $100,000. Panthers ranged in age from 17 to 29, and charges ranged from assault with intent to kill to violation of firearms regulations. Posting bail proved especially difficult since, according to Frank Donner, Philadelphia police made off with an estimated $1,500 to $1,700 of the Panthers' money during the raid. 133. Responding to critics who maintained that he was heavy-handed in dealing with the Panthers, Rizzo exclaimed, "I'll never apologize for those raids. I'm not going to quarterback my commanders. I support them. They acted lawfully and with restraint." 134. Rizzo reveled in the department's triumph, saying, "Imagine the big Black Panthers with their pants down." 135. One witness stated that it was a disgrace to see the Panthers unclothed and hauled away like dogs. Community respondents commended the Panthers for providing free breakfasts, clothing, and barbecues, and for their efforts to curtail gang activity. One witness commented that the Panthers' efforts resulted in a decrease in crime. 136. On September 2, as an illustration of the rapport the Panthers had developed with members of the community, people in the community, despite police orders, entered the premises, replaced furniture, and cleaned up the office. 137. Clarence Peterson recalled that day. "It was the most beautiful experience I've ever had in my whole life. I really cried because the people opened up our offices again. Even after the cops had took out the copper and took out all the furniture, they had a truck that took all the furniture out of our offices. We did not think our office would open again. The people in the community put everything back in the office. They put furniture back, they fed us for about a week, they kept our kids. It was something that I have never seen or heard of before. It was really something. It was out of sight. They told the cops that these are our Panthers, so leave them alone." 138. In light of the shambles the police left the Panthers' office in, the people had to make do with what was left. Some of the Panthers' belongings were confiscated, while other items were damaged during the raid. Later that day, after members from the community reopened the office, Rizzo ordered the confiscated belongings, example furniture, etc., returned to the North Philadelphia office. It was standard operating procedure for the police department to repair items that were damaged in the course of a raid. As men from the police garage, who were accompanied by 2 members of the Civil Disobedience Squad, unloaded the damaged goods, Panthers refused to accept the items, demanding they be returned in their original state. 139. In response to the raids, William Kunstler, an attorney famous for defending left-wing radicals, came to Philadelphia from New York to raise bail for the 14 arrested Panthers and help local attorneys file a federal injunction to halt future raids on Panther offices in Philadelphia. 140 Kunstler accused the government of scapegoating the Panthers. 141 Community leaders across racial lines appeared in court on September 3 to hear arguments to lower Shell's bail. The Religious Society of Friends, Quakers, posted bail for Shell after it was reduced by Common Pleas Judge Thomas M. Reed from $100,000 to $2,500. To do so they had to put up the deed to the building that housed the Mark Clark Memorial Clinic. In addition to getting Shell's bail lowered, another Common Pleas judge, Herbert S. Levin, reduced the bail for the remaining Panthers in amounts ranging from $100 to $5,000. After Shell's release, the other Panthers posted bail through Southern General Insurance, a local bail bonding company. 142 Those arrested were released by Friday, September 5, 1970, 4 days after the raid. Not everyone blamed the police department for the Panthers' woes. Monroe C. Beardsley, president of the ACLU, chastised both the Panthers and the police, especially Rizzo, for their role in agitating this confrontation. He upbraided the Panthers for their inflammatory posters, writing, and speeches, and expressed disappointment with Rizzo for taunting Panthers and forcing them into compromising situations. Specifically, Beardsley stated, "We condemn the dehumanization implied in their systematic use of the word pig to describe all policemen, but such provocations, however severe, cannot excuse differential and especially harsh treatment by the police department. Nor can they excuse attempts by the commissioner, a public servant charged with keeping the peace, to force the Panthers into violent actions and reactions." 143. Within a week of the Panthers' arrests, the Panthers, along with members of the Young Lords and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, filed a suit requesting that the Philadelphia Police Department be put into federal receivership. The defendants were Mayor Tate, Commissioner Rizzo, Managing Director Fred Corlito, and District Attorney Arlen Specter. The plaintiffs charged that Rizzo persistently harassed black citizens and that the recent treatment of Panthers marked the apex of a series of offenses against blacks. The suit was postponed by U.S. District Judge John P. Fulham until November 2 ND. 144. On November 2, more than 22 community groups calling themselves the Coalition of Organizations for Philadelphia Police Accountability and Responsibility, COPAR, met to put a permanent restraining order on the Philadelphia Police Department. At the hearings, 23 witnesses testified and 35 more were prepared to testify on alleged police misconduct and brutality. Judge Fulham recessed the hearings to December 1 to give the city solicitor's office time to build a defense. 145 At the following hearing, more than 70 black witnesses testified to cases of police harassment and abuse. 146 Defenses reinforced for revolution's sake. Historically, the U.S. government has been adept at utilizing strategies that lead people to believe that harassment experienced by dissidents is of their own doing. This conditioned mentality is to blame the victim rather than to blame the system that produced the victim. With the power to influence and the means to produce and reproduce reality, a repressive government can easily manipulate the minds of its citizens. In late 1970, Beatrice Camp and Jennifer Zebens from Oberlin College conducted a study for the Lawyers' Committee for Civil Rights under the law. They discovered that the city's 2 major daily newspapers, Philadelphia Inquirer and Philadelphia Bulletin, conspired with the Philadelphia Police Department to conceal information about police brutality and misconduct. 147 Furthermore, Camp and Zebens found that the papers methodically ignored objective journalism standards by privileging stories from police officers' points of view and ignoring eyewitness accounts. Camp and Zebens's work revealed how the press and the police department colluded to regulate the kind of stories that would be covered and how they would be presented to the public. In the case of the Panthers, the public was often fed misinformation that had a far-reaching effect on public opinion. This is especially true when there are two newspapers published in the same city. When a person reads two major papers that corroborate one another, reality is confirmed. This is an effective way to undermine a dissident group's influence, because there is a high probability the larger population will, 1. Fail to identify with many of the grievances identified by the group, 2. View the dissidents, not the system, as the problem, 3. Perceive the need for police to carry out certain practices, and, 4. Leave individuals susceptible to becoming the other, i.e., objectified, wherein the problem is theirs rather than ours. There is no doubt that COINTELPRO was a complex and callous measure of social control. With little remorse and little or no impunity, the FBI exacted its cruelest punishment on black radicals. Despite the assistance of support committees for social justice, locally as well as nationally, government harassment continued. Panthers in Philly were aware that the government was out to neutralize them, but they did not realize how calculated the state's efforts were. The government's most effective tactic was arrest. Huge sums of money spent to bail Panthers out of jail crippled the branch economically. For example, Milton McGriff described an arrest and roust in Atlantic City, New Jersey. "I got arrested in Atlantic City on the 4th of July weekend 1969. We went down to sell papers and no sooner than we got out of the car, the police stopped us and asked us what we were doing. We told them that we were selling the papers. They took us to the station and arrested us because we did not give them any more information than our names and that we were Panthers. We paid $50 in bail and were released within 24 hours. 148. $50 was a considerable amount in the late 1960s, especially to a militant group for whom money was always in short supply. Furthermore, Panthers claimed that police officers would steal cash from Panther offices during raids. Constant rebuilding efforts also had an adverse impact on the branch. After most raids, much time was spent putting things back in place, making repairs, replacing equipment, and the like. Internally, Huey Newton's leadership was questioned when he ordered the organization to deemphasize the gun and focus on the community survival programs. 149. This led to a rift between Newton and Eldridge Cleaver that eventually took its toll on the organization as well as on individual chapters and branches. To compound matters, many key Panther leaders were either exiled, example Donald Cox, Eldridge Cleaver, or jailed, example Bobby Seale, David Hilliard. By 1970, a number of Philadelphia Panthers left the branch. Several resigned after witnessing internal strife at the national level, which challenged their notion of communalism and the meaning of Pantherhood. Others were simply exhausted from years of hard work and long hours of Panther activity. Many of them were doing Panther work while simultaneously trying to fulfill their responsibilities as parents and spouses. Some of the Panthers devoted their entire lives to the organization and as a result never had enough money to sufficiently provide for themselves or their families because they were full-time revolutionaries. 150. Attrition also helped undermine the branch. Several members were summoned to Oakland to work on the mayoral and city council campaigns of Bobby Seale and Elaine Brown in 1972-73. Others were transferred to other branches, like Shell, who was ordered to transfer to the New Haven branch. Already under intense scrutiny, Shell resigned rather than accept a transfer. His departure was a major loss for the branch. About Shell, Herbert Hawkins said, "Reggie was the baddest leader I knew personally. I knew what the man represented. This man really had a love for the people. I could remember when I would sit on task and come back drunk and he would be on my ass like white on rice. He was like a big brother to me. And you could tell that he was trying to do the job right and it was no opportunist or get-rich thing." 151. Although the branch continued to function under Herbert Smith and later William Brown and Paula Robinson, a number of Panthers went with Shell to establish the Black United Liberation Front, BULF. The branch underwent some restructuring after Shell left. Brown recalls. The breakfast program ended. We were able to hold on to the clinic though until 1973. Also several new programs were put in place that included an early childhood development program, an after-school program, and a project that catered to senior citizens called SAFE, Seniors Against a Fearful Environment. SAFE was designed to provide the elderly with protection when they would go grocery shopping, visit the doctor, or travel to and from their place of work. 152. 2 years after Shell's departure, Smith left for Oakland, where he served as the campaign manager for Bobby Seale's and Elaine Brown's mayoral and city council campaigns, respectively. Despite the exodus, Kareem Amin, who was reported to be a Panther, stated that the group was still active in the community. Although their membership was reduced, they continued to sponsor clothing drives, acted as legal aids in prisons, and worked with gang members. The branch remained open until 1973. 153. Conclusion. Steve McCutcheon, a Panther who served in both the Baltimore and Oakland offices of the Black Panther Party, claimed that of all the cities in which he worked as a Panther, Philadelphia had the most vicious police department he had encountered. 154. In a city where the police commissioner was nicknamed the Cisco Kid, it is a wonder the Panthers were able to gain a foothold in the community, but they did. And the Panthers remained steadfast and dedicated despite opposition from the state. The community survival programs offered by them were as extensive and effective as those of any chapter or branch on the East Coast. Panthers not only provided food, clothing, and medical assistance to the needy, but they also immersed themselves in the community's problems, mediating gang truces and offering mentorship to wayward youth. It may be difficult to detect today, but the Panthers made a difference in the city of brotherly love at a time when many of its poor black citizens were most in need of help. In doing so, they were able to win the hearts and minds of the people. This is not to say that the black community was 100% in support of the Panthers. There were those in the black community who were leery of the Panthers because of their rhetoric and media reports that depicted the Panther organization as a violence-prone fringe group. For the most part, though, the black community stood behind the Panthers when they needed it most. A clear indication of this was when, after police had raided and condemned a Panther office, neighborhood residents tore down boards and placards and put things back in place by the time Panthers had been released from jail. Clearly the Panthers could not have been as effective without the support of the community. The relationship between the Philadelphia branch and the community was not an asymmetrical one where the Panthers were the leaders and the people were the followers. Instead, the Panthers' relationship to the community resembled an adage uttered many times by Huey Newton: "The people are my strength." 7. To Live and Die in L.A. Judson L. Jeffries and Malcolm Foley. Black Life in Modern Los Angeles. For 10 years, from 1955 to 1965, Watts was the main port of entry for most blacks migrating from Louisiana and Texas. No city experienced more of a black population boom than did Los Angeles after World War II, where the black population increased eightfold, from 75,000 in 1940 to 600,000 by 1965. This influx was mainly attributed to the employment prospects that existed in Los Angeles's shipyards, manufacturing economy, and aerospace industry. The aircraft buildup played an especially prominent role in luring southern migrants to the city, as the warm weather and abundance of sprawling, open land attracted the earliest makers of aircraft, and Greater Los Angeles became the most important aircraft production center in the nation. Until the 1930s, most aircraft were built manually. Donald Douglas, the founder of the Douglas Aircraft Company, established his factory on an airfield in Santa Monica. The Lockheed Aircraft Company was established in Hollywood, and North American Aviation was established in Inglewood. After Congress authorized a massive defense buildup in 1940 and the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor in 1941, these factories expanded enormously, creating thousands of jobs. However, by the late 1950s, these opportunities had dried up for blacks, as employers replaced them with Mexicans, Salvadorans, Guatemalans, Armenians, Chinese, Koreans, Vietnamese, and Filipinos. Illegal immigrants were especially sought after because they could be paid less and were offered few if any benefits. From 1959 to 1965, a period Mike Davis calls the winter of discontent, one begins to see the absolute income gap between blacks and whites widen significantly. 1 In South Los Angeles, median incomes declined by almost a tenth, and black unemployment skyrocketed from 12% to 20%, 30% in Watts. 20% of Watts residents were on the dole, compared to 5% for the rest of the country. Moreover, the poverty rate in Watts was an astonishing 41%, while it was only 20% in nearby Willowbrook. Despite picturesque, palm tree-lined streets, and quaint bungalows with manicured forest green lawns, South Los Angeles's housing stock was dilapidated, the largest blighted area of any U.S. city according to the Regional Planning Commission. 2 What's more, there appeared to be few in the African American community with the political clout to help ameliorate these conditions. By contrast, in places like New York and Chicago, black politicians had some clout, even as early as the 1940s. In New York, blacks could count on the fiery Adam Clayton Powell Jr., and Oscar DePriest and William L. Dawson were two of the first black northern big city congressmen elected in Chicago. If blacks in those cities needed an advocate, it had three in Powell, DePriest, and Dawson. Until 1962, no African American had ever been elected to anything in Los Angeles, and black Angelenos had no representation to speak of. That year black Angelenos sent Mervyn Dimely and Douglas Farrell to the state legislature and elected Gus Hawkins to Congress. The following year, three African Americans, including former LAPD veteran Tom Bradley, were elected to the city council. Ironically, some of the backwater towns and hamlets from which many of the black migrants fled had less dismal records in this area. Suffice to say that when black migrants arrived in Los Angeles, they quickly learned that while they may have escaped the scorching burn of water hoses and cattle prods, they had not entered the land of milk and honey they had envisioned on their long trek from the south. Many whites, on the other hand, saw Los Angeles as the picture of paradise, the representation of the American dream, one that featured a palatial yet affordable home with an in-ground swimming pool and a glamorous job, possibly as an exec for a major Hollywood studio. Los Angeles always had the film industry and was fast becoming the center of the recording and television business as well. For many blacks, Los Angeles turned out to be a nightmare as whites made plain their feelings toward them. Almost every attempt by civil rights groups to expand job and housing opportunities was met with white hostility. One example of this contempt surfaced in November of 1964, when California voters repealed the Rumford Fair Housing Act, an act designed to challenge entrenched patterns of social bias in the housing market, in a constitutional referendum by a 2-to-1 margin. Support for repeal was extraordinarily high in Southern California and was in the 80 to 90% range among the white population surrounding the African American community in Los Angeles County. 3 The vote was widely viewed as a hardening of white sentiment with respect to integrated housing. James N. Upton says that African Americans viewed Proposition 14, the repeal of the Rumford Act, as Los Angeles's version of the Berlin Wall, bolstering residential segregation. 4 To some blacks, such resentment was not surprising. In his book Burn, Baby Burn, the autobiography of Magnificent Montague, a popular Los Angeles DJ implies that 1965 Los Angeles was no different than the Los Angeles of 1955. The contempt white voters displayed in 1964 was not a new phenomenon or an isolated occurrence. Indeed, this resentment fomented a black rage that would manifest itself in violent protest throughout the 1960s. Case in point, on Memorial Day of 1961, youngsters calling themselves Freedom Riders battled police in Griffith Park over an incident involving a merry-go-round. When a teenage boy was arrested for riding the merry-go-round without a ticket, more than 200 young blacks surrounded the police. When the police refused to release the youth, the crowd grew agitated and 75 police officers were called in. A fracas ensued in which blacks pelted officers with bottles and rocks, sending 5 of them to the hospital. By the summers of 1963 and 1964, when disturbances were sprouting up in various places around the country, Los Angeles blacks, or at least those whom whites considered respectable, church-going, middle-class blacks, called for a meeting with the city's white leaders to voice a number of concerns. Dr. Christopher L. Taylor, a dentist and chairman of the Los Angeles chapter of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, was among the speakers who issued a warning to those assembled at the Statler Hotel. Taylor said, "We are already suspect with many elements in our community because we are taking the course of conference first instead of action now. If we cannot together work out our immediate achievable goals, the techniques of direct action will prevail out of sheer frustration and desperation. Direct action based on frustration and desperation, and the fear that is the inevitable reaction, are not the kind of emotions easily controlled." 6. That afternoon, Norman B. Houston, an insurance company executive, implored management, organized labor, and government to work together for merit employment in the recruitment, selection, training, promotion, and job assignment of blacks and Mexican Americans. 7. Houston was undoubtedly buoyed by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s visit to LA that spring when he spoke at a rally at Wrigley Field at the invitation of some of the city's most well-respected civil rights leaders. More than 50,000 people reportedly turned out as King, reviewing the struggle for fair treatment and equal opportunity in the South, pled eloquently for a similar commitment in the City of Angels. When asked what could be done to help Birmingham, he answered, "The best thing you can do is make Los Angeles free." 8. What King may have underestimated, but the natives understood all too well, was that while Los Angeles was not in the South, racism was nevertheless firmly entrenched there. Blacks had been trying to make Los Angeles free for years, with efforts dating back to as early as the late 1880s. Because Los Angeles has not received nearly the amount of scholarly attention that other major cities such as New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, or Detroit have received, some have been under the impression that black descent in Los Angeles is a relatively new phenomenon. In fact, Los Angeles has a rich and storied legacy of black protest that compares favorably with other major American cities. Many blacks, via organizations like the NAACP, Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, the Urban League, and others, worked tirelessly on behalf of blacks and poor whites long before the dissident movements that emerged during and after the Watts Uprising. A tradition of activism. The first civil rights organization in Los Angeles to establish long-standing ties to the community was the Afro-American Council, AAC. At one time known as the Afro-American League, the AAC was a national federation of state and local branches that existed from the late 1880s into the early 20th century. Newspaper editor T. Thomas Fortune of New York jump-started the formation of the national organization in 1887. Increasingly alarmed by the denigration of the 14th and 15th Amendments, he issued a call to black leaders across the country, insisting that a nationwide organization was needed to oppose the rise of Jim Crow in the South. 9. The result was the short-lived Afro-American League. Black leaders in Los Angeles first formed a local branch of the League in the late 1880s. In 1906, James Alexander, president of the AAC, published a statement of principles, Appeal to Reason, which was penned as an open letter to black Californians. Appeal urged civil rights activism and electoral pragmatism, especially at the local level, what President Roosevelt may say in praise of us at the nation's capital, or what Senator Ben Tillman of South Carolina, or Gov. James Vardaman of Mississippi may say in abuse of us does not affect like conditions. Municipal officials are of the greatest importance to us, for they are the main artery for the building up of a city of contented, happy homes, the establishment of water, sanitary, fire and police departments, the enforcement of law and order without prejudice. Equally important, the wise use of our ballot would result in elected officials who would give us a chance to earn a livelihood by giving us positions. 10. Some of the other early prominent black organizations included the Sojourner Truth Club and the California Association of Colored Women's Clubs. Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association also had a strong following in Los Angeles during the early 1900s. One of Los Angeles's most influential black organizations was the Forum. Formed in 1903 at the First A.M.E. Church, it was created with the express purpose of establishing a black united front to aid in advancing and strengthening the race along moral, social, intellectual, and financial lines, as well as imparting Christian values. Established by some of the city's most prominent blacks including J. L. Edmonds, Frederick Roberts, and Reverend J. E. Edwards, the Forum urged African Americans to develop a sense of pride in race and self, championed the need for black laborers to purchase land, and encouraged businesses to hire blacks in non-menial positions. Perhaps the Forum's greatest contribution was promoting a burgeoning sense of community by providing an arena for public discourse, lively exchange, and political dialogue. Even the humblest citizen had access to these meetings and could voice his or her grievance before the entire body. In his book Bound for Freedom, Douglas Flaming says that the Forum was a kind of town hall meeting for the city's African American community, an open space for spirited debate, indignation, and an important venue for black activism. 11 One of the Forum's unique offerings was the Committee on Strangers, which helped new migrants adjust to the pace and tenor of Los Angeles. Before long the Forum became the foremost colored institution assisting newly arrived blacks from the South. 12 By the 1920s, the Forum was at its apex. Politicians black and white sought the support and votes that the Forum could provide. Even former Governor Hiram Johnson came to a meeting to garner support for his 1922 U.S. Senate bid. The rapid growth of the black community worked against the continued effectiveness of the organization, and, as blacks started to reach out to other institutions, attendance dwindled significantly. The group held its last meeting in 1942. Historic Central Avenue. When blacks were not scraping to make ends meet or agitating for social change, they sought relief from Los Angeles's harsh daily grind in the refuge of the city's nightlife. One had to laugh to keep from crying, as the old saying goes, and Los Angeles's nightlife kept many a black person sane. Central Avenue was the site of this nightlife. It was where black folk went to let off steam and regroup for the challenges that awaited them the next day. The Avenue, as it came to be known, was the musical and literary scene that appeared to be partly modeled after the Harlem Renaissance. In fact, while on a tour of Los Angeles, the renowned Chandler Owen, editor of The Messenger, was overwhelmed by the sense of black community he discovered on Central Avenue. The homes, churches, nightclubs, and businesses reminded him of his own neighborhood in New York City. Here on Central Avenue, he told his Messenger readers, he had found a veritable little Harlem in Los Angeles. It wasn't Harlem though, not even close. By the 1920s Harlem was overwhelmingly black. By contrast, only 6% of Central Avenue's residents were African American. Still, it was the place to be for anyone with an ear for music and an eye for pageantry. Groups like the Lafayette Players performed at the Lincoln Theater, bringing theatrical productions to the black community. Literati from Langston Hughes to native son Arna Bontom periodically spent time in this dynamic artistic colony. Poetry readings by local and nationally known writers became standard Sunday fare at the 28th Street all-black YMCA. While the literary output of black Angelenos paled in comparison to that of New York, the plethora of poetry houses, writers' collectives, music establishments, and nightclubs in the area made Central Avenue the cultural mecca of the city. It was the jazz clubs more than anything else that brought people to Central Avenue. The Kentucky Club at 25th Street and Central with its racing decor, the Club Alabama, the Savoy at 55th Street and Central, the Apex nightclub at 4015 Central Avenue where mirth, pleasure and happiness reigned supreme, and many other establishments all provided an opportunity for black musicians to develop a following and for patrons to have good, clean fun. For example, the Lincoln Theater, a large, black-owned theater that opened at 23rd and Central in 1926, offered stunning stage shows and packed-in audiences on weekends. Some of the biggest acts in black music cemented their legend on Central Avenue. Jelly Roll Morton perfected his New Orleans style at the Cadillac Cafe, at 5th Street and Central Avenue. The Black and Tan Orchestra from Texas also lit up Central Avenue, along with Kid Orgy's original Creole jazz bands. When he left Fort Worth and relocated to Los Angeles, Ornette Coleman was so far ahead of his time that musicians told him he could not play, and rumor had it that a band leader who hired him at one point paid him not to play. Ignoring the critics, Coleman continued to push the envelope. He felt fortunate to encounter other musicians who felt the same way. By the late 1950s, Coleman had become a cultural icon in Los Angeles. Praised a generation later by some as the most influential single figure to emerge in jazz since Charles Bird Parker, Coleman and a small circle of musicians, Eric Dolphy, Don Cherry, Ed Blackwell, Scott LaFaro, Red Mitchell, Billy Higgins, and Charlie Hayden, spent the Eisenhower years trying to foment a musical revolution called free jazz, an almost cataclysmic widening of the improvisational freedom that Bird and Dizzy Gillespie had pioneered in the 1940s. 13. Central Avenue was the home to many dreams, a fact that helps explain the historical significance of this community. The avenue was the center of the black existence. If you wanted to meet any of the people you went to school with or had ever known, you could walk up and down Central Avenue and you would run into them. It was the hub of black life. One longtime resident of the area expressed the importance of the street this way: you didn't want to hit the avenue with dirty shoes. 14. Given the avenue's illustrious history and its place in black Los Angeles lore, it was only fitting that the Panthers opened their first official and independent office there, a storefront at 4115 S Central. By late 1969, additional offices were established, one at 334 West 55th Street, the others at 1101 Half W Exposition Boulevard and 84th Street and Broadway. Bunchy Carter and how the Panthers got started in Los Angeles. The legend surrounding the arrival of the Black Panthers in Los Angeles reads like a made-for-TV Hollywood story. The formal announcement was reportedly made one vibrant Sunday afternoon in February 1968 at a community poetry reading sponsored by the Black Student Alliance under the guidance of Harry Truly, a professor at Cal State LA, who believed that the Black Student Alliance had a responsibility to promote revolutionary art. Among the participants that day were C.R.D. Halizi of Us, a young Stanley Crouch, a well-known Watts poet named Ajanki, and the renowned Quincy Troupe. Several members of the already established Black Panther political party also read poems. According to Elaine Brown, a few hours into the festivities, the double doors to the hall flung open and in walked Alprentice Bunchy Carter. Bunchy was said to be a dangerous man, one who commanded the respect of Los Angeles's toughest cats. Bunchy was always dressed in a sharp suit with pimp socks and shined knobs. 15 And women supposedly swooned in his presence. In her book A Taste of Power, Brown describes Bunchy. His face was black alabaster, his eyes, black diamonds, set off by carved eyebrows and distinct black eyelashes. His skin was as smooth as melted chocolate, unflawed, with a reddish gloss. He was a vision of revelations, a head of soft black wool refined to an African crown. 16. Bunchy was also an ex-con. He did 4 years in Soledad State Prison for armed robbery. Some say he attempted to rob a bank. Bunchy became a Muslim minister in prison after meeting and being influenced by Eldridge Cleaver. Bunchy earned his reputation as a teenager as leader of the Slauson Renegades, an offshoot of the Slauson gang's hardcore inner circle. But the image of Bunchy as a hardcore street thug is not a well-rounded one. There was another side to him that is seldom discussed. While he was Deputy Minister of Defense, he was also a student at UCLA. As a kid, his mother enrolled him in dance class, and some claim that he even appeared in a Little Rascals episode once. Apparently Bunchy met Huey in 1967 shortly before the Donald Frey incident, and the meeting reaffirmed what he had been mulling over since he had heard how a phalanx of armed Panthers marched into the San Francisco airport and escorted an arriving Betty Shabazz to a speaking engagement. Bunchy, known for his sense of style, apparently had a flair for the dramatic. Upon making his grand entrance into the Black Congress that day in February 1968, flanked by 20 of his most trusted street cronies, Bunchy immediately declared that no one invited us, but we thought we'd come anyway. His opening statement must have struck some as a bit odd since the festivities were open to the public. Nevertheless, everyone appeared momentarily stunned. "I've got a few poems of my own," Bunchy continued. "Right on," someone yelled out. Bunchy led off with the inflammatory Niggertown and concluded with the more sensitive Black Mother, the final stanza of which read: "For a slave, a natural death who dies, can't balance out two dead flies. I'd rather be without the shame, a bullet lodged within my brain, if I were not to reach our goal, let bleeding cancer torment my soul." Upon finishing, Bunchy thanked the audience and quickly got down to business. "I came here to make an announcement," he said triumphantly. "We have just officially formed the Southern California chapter of the Black Panther Party for self-defense." "Right on," yelled some of those in attendance. "I am here today to make it blatantly clear that we are the Black Panther Party, that there is but one Black Panther Party, and that is the party headed by Minister of Defense Huey P. Newton. Ain't that right, John Floyd?" Floyd was the head of the Black Panther political party, a different group. "I said, ain't that right, John Floyd," repeated Bunchy as Floyd sat silently. "And we don't want to hear about another soul trying to use our name again unless authorized by the Central Committee of the Black Panther Party. Is that clear, John Floyd?" Those in attendance interpreted Floyd's silence in different ways. Some thought Floyd was intimidated by Bunchy, while others viewed his refusal to answer as an act of defiance. Whatever the case, in the midst of provoking Floyd, Bunchy snapped his fingers and one of his comrades came over and handed him a banner. Bunchy unwrapped it to reveal the famous poster of Huey, the one where he is seated in a high-back rattan chair with a shotgun in one hand and a spear in the other. "This is Huey P. Newton," Bunchy lectured. "Huey has done what you niggers are talking about, thinking about doing. He has dealt with the pig. He has set the example and showed us that we, too, must deal with the pig if we are to call ourselves men. From this point forward, brothers and sisters, if the pig moves on the community, the Black Panther Party will deal with him. What will we do, brothers?" he shouted. One brother stepped forward, sawed-off shotgun in hand, and pronounced, "We'll put his dick in the dirt, Bunchy." "That's right," Bunchy responded. "We're here to say that the Vanguard Party will deal with the pig. We'll kill the pig. Off the motherfucker. We will destroy him absolutely and completely, or, in the process, destroy the gravitational pull between the Earth and the Moon." 17. Other Panthers admit that there was an excitement in the air that day, but they recall a less flamboyant beginning. Roland Freeman, a section leader, remembers that a small cotter was invited to a meeting and from that a committed nucleus was formed. This initial group took the oath of the Mau Mau, a tribe of dedicated Kenyans under the leadership of Jomo Kenyatta that resisted colonial power. The Mau Mau pledged that they would never give in nor give up. The initial core of Panthers pledged a similar oath. 18. Los Angeles's militant community. By the time the Panthers got underway, there was a community of militant organizations already established in Los Angeles, all of which were founded in the years following the Watts Revolt. Among them were the small and close-knit Black Panther Political Party, the Community Alert Patrol, CAP, the Sons of Watts, SNCC, the Self-Leadership for All Nationalities Today, SLANT, the Malcolm X Foundation, the Marxist-Leninist Maoist and, of course, Maulana Karenga's US, which stood for Wherever We Are Us Is and Us Against Them. By 1968 US, which had been on the scene for 3 years and had developed a reputation for being ultra-pro-black, was the premier black militant organization in Los Angeles. The group held tremendous sway among radical-thinking blacks. Even one high-ranking Panther admitted that US was the best organized and disciplined group in LA, and the only organization with a uniform ideology, and most important, with an Army 19. Indeed, it was Maulana Karenga who promoted what he called operational unity under the auspices of TALO, temporary alliance of local organizations, militant activists partnered on a variety of local community efforts. This community of militants was mostly made up of young black males. If arrest records are representative of the people who were involved in the Watts Rebellion, then 41% of those involved were between the ages of 25 and 39. This age bracket matches the ages of those who either founded the organizations mentioned earlier or held high-ranking positions within them. Furthermore, 42% of those arrested ranged in age from 15 to 29-20, which mirrors the age demographic of those most likely to be among the Black Panther Party's rank and file. It is interesting to note that gangs and gang violence began to dissipate after the Watts uprising. Many gangs called for a truce, and by the end of 1965 some of the more high-profile black gangs, including the Businessmen, Farmers, Gladiators, Rebel-Rousers, and the Slawsons, began to wither away. According to Sergeant Warren Johnson, during the mid and late 1960s, juvenile gang activity in black neighborhoods was scarcely visible to the public at large and of minimal concern to South LA residents. 21 Instead of joining gangs, young men began to organize and become politically active. The Watts disorder may have played some part in raising the consciousness of some of these young men, as well as served as the impetus for the birth and development of some of these militant groups. The formation of these organizations offered young blacks a vehicle for black solidarity and self-actualization that occupied the time and redirected the energies of young men that might have been spent in gang mischief. The emergence of these groups also implied that for some blacks the nonviolent philosophy of civil disobedience was passé, black power was in. An informant helps launch the chapter. Unfortunately for the Panthers, the Southern California chapter was compromised from the start as one of its organizers was an informant. Earl Anthony, a graduate of the University of Southern California, joined the party while attending law school in San Francisco in 1967 and quickly became a captain. 22. Anthony was raised in a middle-class household where education was highly valued, but he was not removed from the daily atrocities that many black Angelenos faced on a daily basis. He was well versed in the history of black suffering and the various movements blacks undertook to alleviate that oppression. Indeed, Anthony set out to become a champion for that struggle. Before joining the party he engaged in political organizing and at one point joined the Nation of Islam, becoming what he called a renegade Muslim. Anthony was profoundly attracted to the Muslims' pro-black doctrine and their do-for-self approach to problems within the black community. Like many others, Anthony had difficulty adhering to the Nation of Islam's ultra-strict codes of behavior and the far-out theory about the evolution of the white race. He thought he found his calling in the BPP. But less than a year after joining the organization, something unexpected happened. He found himself in a quandary for a middle-class kid who had never had any trouble with the law, and he allowed himself to be manipulated by agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. Anthony's role in undermining the Los Angeles branch as an informant is interesting if for no other reason than that it flies in the face of Karl Marx's argument regarding the role of both the lumpen proletariat and the proletariat in the revolution. In Marx's view, the lumpen proletariat was the most unreliable sector of the population, not to mention the most susceptible to co-optation by those in power. He reasoned that because the lumpen's way of life was so precarious, he was vulnerable to bribery, which made him a likely candidate for the part of stool pigeon. Yet in a chapter that was overwhelmingly lumpen in composition, it was the proletariat Anthony who became the agent provocateur. At the time he was perhaps the organization's highest-ranking informant. Not long after Anthony held the rank of captain, Eldridge Cleaver made the unilateral decision to appoint him Deputy Minister of Information. 23. The FBI ordered Anthony to encourage Cleaver to set up a chapter in Los Angeles. The FBI's goal was to foment ill will between the Panthers and the US organization so that they might neutralize one another, perhaps even kill each other off. 24. The idea of starting a chapter in Los Angeles was well received by Cleaver. Eager to expand the Panthers' base in the state, Cleaver did not need much coaxing, especially since he already had in Los Angeles a trusted contact in Bunchy, who was eager to join the party. Moreover, Cleaver saw this as an opportunity to mobilize Los Angeles's leftist community around the Huey P. Newton Legal Defense Fund. Cleaver directed Anthony to enlist Bunchy's help in organizing the chapter, and they began by mustering support for a free Huey birthday celebration. In November of 1967, Anthony relocated to his hometown of Los Angeles. By early December, he and Bunchy started laying the groundwork for the Southern California chapter of the BPP. Recognizing the difficulty of pulling off a free Huey birthday celebration by themselves, especially given the time constraint, they sought the manpower and resources of the Black Congress, housed in a building located in the heart of the Black community at Florence and Broadway that included a confederation of many of Los Angeles's Black organizations. Governed by an executive committee of representatives of each member organization, the Black Congress fostered Black unity and promoted community control of Black neighborhoods and the creation of Black institutions. In doing so, the Black Congress encouraged its member organizations to move collectively. Included among the Black Congress's significant projects was the attempted secession and incorporation of Watts as a renamed and independent Freedom City. Anthony and Bunchy approached the Black Congress about the idea, offering Stokely Carmichael as the keynote speaker. The proposal did not require much selling. After all, Newton was in jail at the time and considered a martyr by many in the movement. The motion to sponsor the celebration was put on the floor by Karenga and a consensus was reached. That the motion was put forward by Karenga is ironic, but of course he probably had no way of knowing that Anthony and Bunchy were in the preliminary stages of expanding the party's base of operations. The chapter's official start, February 18, 1968, marked the official beginning of the chapter. In less than a month, Bunchy had recruited 20 men, most of them from the Teen Post, an anti-poverty program where Bunchy worked as a counselor. In fact, the Panthers initially operated out of the Teen Post's office. From the Teen Post, the Panthers moved to an office in the Black Congress. As a reward for his hard work in helping bring the chapter to fruition, the Central Committee made Bunchy Deputy Minister of Defense. By July, the chapter's ranks had swelled to more than 400, due mainly to the efforts of Bunchy, who appealed to Los Angeles's street thugs in a way only a former gang leader could. It is likely that no one else could have elicited the type of respect that Bunchy commanded. Long John Washington stated flatly that many of the Slawsons joined the BPP because Bunchy made us 25. In general, Bunchy's recruits were a mixed bag of his former Slawson comrades, men with whom he served time in prison, and brothers from other gangs. Working alongside one another, they were armed with Bunchy's politics combined with a history of violence and a street code of silence and loyalty. 26. Not all the Los Angeles Panthers were former gangbangers or ex-cons. The majority of them were straight-laced young men and women from lower and working-class families. Some of them held entry-level jobs in the retail and service sectors of the city. Many of them had completed high school, but some had not. Several had attended and graduated from college. Most of them had no history of activism before joining the BPP. Many who joined the Los Angeles office did so because the BPP was the first organization they saw that was willing to stand up to the police on behalf of the Black community. Roland Freeman said, "I liked the idea of self-defense." 27. Marvin Jackson, who joined the BPP approximately 6 months after being discharged from the Army, echoed a similar sentiment, saying, "I joined the Panthers because they took a confrontational stance against the police." 28. Wayne Farr, an ex-Slawson who eventually rose to the rank of captain, explained that he believed in self-defense and the worldwide uplift of Black people. 29. It would not take long for the Panthers to become the largest Black militant group in Los Angeles. Aside from Carter and Anthony, others who helped build the chapter were Raymond Messiah Hewitt, Gwen Goodloe, Elaine Brown, John and Erica Huggins, and Elmer Geronimo Pratt. Pratt, once a member of the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division and a decorated Vietnam veteran, played a key role in training his comrades in combat readiness. John Huggins, a veteran of the Navy who also served in Vietnam, was a tireless worker who would eventually become deputy chairman. Goodloe, Brown, and Erica Huggins were instrumental in putting many of the survival programs in place. Masai, the well-read street scholar, set up the chapter's weekly political education classes. About Hewitt, Pratt remembers that he ends up being one of the best educators, and the more he teaches, the more I like him, because I'm learning. Because I've never had time to go deep into Das Kapital. He's making sense of the economy, of fascism, of slavery, socialism, all this economic analysis. 30. The Los Angeles office was one of the largest in the organization. Exactly how large is difficult to discern. The office had three components: the social/political element, the military, and the underground. The social/political element worked closely with the community and was primarily responsible for putting the survival programs in place. They did the day-to-day grunt work necessary to meet the needs of the people. Much of the Panthers' community support was the result of this work, which enabled the chapter to ingratiate itself with the community and win the hearts and minds of the people. The military dimension consisted of the chapter's foot soldiers. They acquired weaponry and trained themselves and others in warfare in preparation for the revolution that was certain to come, and the underground, composed of small cell units, were hardened street types that would do whatever needed to be done for the organization, in the name of the revolution. The underground consisted of only those men Bunchy could vouch for, men he had seen throw down in the streets of Los Angeles, men who had been tested, some by Bunchy himself. The underground had its own code of ethics. For instance, it reportedly did not rob individuals, it robbed institutions. Conversations with former Panthers show that Carter did not want above-ground Panthers interacting with the chapter's underground unless the interaction was initiated by him. The identities of the underground members were not known to the general body. Consequently, even today few above-ground Panthers can state the names of those who served underground. Having such a bifurcated setup was clearly advantageous if someone was interrogated by authorities. He or she could not reveal what he or she did not know. The party was popular, not only among gang members, but also among dropouts, ex-servicemen, runaways, men and women who lived on the street, and black youth looking to get involved politically for the first time in their lives. Most joined for the right reasons, but some did not. One dedicated member of the chapter admits that she initially joined the party for the wrong reasons. Said Taliba Shakir, "I chose the BPP over the US organization, SNCC, RAM, and others because of all the wrong reasons. I joined because the brother that talked to me about the BPP was fine. I joined because of the visibility of the BPP. I joined because one day I ditched school to celebrate Malcolm X's birthday, and at the Black Congress on Broadway in Los Angeles, I saw how powerful Bunchy Carter was when he made Karenga back the fuck up. 31. There was the sense of bravado that was associated with being a Panther, but there was also the feeling of gratification one got from working to improve black people's lot. Of course there was also the uniform black leather jacket, the beret set off by the powder blue shirt, not to mention the looks of admiration one got when dressed in full Panther regalia. And there were the guns, for better or for worse. Said Long John Washington, THBPP's persona of being a cop killer brought dishonorable people looking for glory. 32. On the other hand, the gun attracted those who believed that the time had come for blacks to arm themselves against the wanton violence of psychopathic police officers. The Panthers' community efforts. It would take the party nearly 2 years to establish strong community ties, primarily because of an inability to set up its community survival programs. The Panthers were able to serve free dinners from time to time, but not with any regularity because they had no access to a proper facility and, more importantly, because the bulk of the funds raised were siphoned off for other purposes. Constant police harassment kept the Panthers hustling from one jail to another, bailing out their members, getting medical treatment for those beaten when arrested, and paying parking tickets and excessive fines to retrieve their vehicles from police impounds. Although the Panthers were slow in setting up their survival programs, they were still active in the community. On a few occasions the Panthers hosted community cookouts. In late 1968, the chapter sponsored a barbecue in an area called South Park, and hundreds of people partook in the festivities. 33 One of the Panthers' more substantive efforts involved ridding the community of drugs. Indeed, the one thing that shop owners and other residents noticed shortly after the party opened its office on Central Avenue was that drug activity declined. Before the Panthers arrived, drug pushers peddled their wares openly on the street. Determined to make the neighborhood safe for children as well as the elderly, the Panthers set out to run the pushers out of the community. Those who ignored the Panthers' appeals were either shaken down until they left of their own accord, or were driven out. Physical violence was of course the last resort, as most pushers, after having been shaken down a few times, realized that Central Avenue had gotten bad for business and simply moved on. Almost a year and a half after the chapter was founded, the Panthers were finally able to launch the first of 3 free breakfast programs. Garnering support for the program proved more difficult than many had expected. According to their records, 250 to 300 letters were sent to retail and wholesale stores in the community requesting supplies for the program. The response was dismal. 34 Not a single merchant responded to their queries. Undeterred, the Panthers came up with a plan. For food, they would convince officials at Uckless dining halls to donate their leftover items rather than discarding them at the end of the day. The initial breakfast program, called the John Huggins Breakfast Program for Children in honor of the slain deputy chairman, was established in early 1969 at the University Seventh-day Adventist Church, much to the chagrin of the congregation. Despite the parishioners' uneasiness about the Panthers, Associate Pastor Reverend Lorenzo Pate gave the Panthers permission to use the church's facilities with one stipulation, that no meat be served. Realizing that for many people breakfast is not a complete meal unless meat is included, the Panthers discovered veggie burgers and passed them off as sausages. Between 40 and 50 children ages 3 to 14 were served daily. 35. Some of the church's members were adamantly opposed to having any association with the Panthers. The Panthers claimed that after seeing how successful the program was, support grew exponentially. Whether this is true or not is debatable. What is interesting, though, is that shortly after the breakfast program began, Reverend Pate was informed that he was being transferred to another church, casting doubt on the claim about the congregation's change of heart. If Pate's transfer was related to his work with the Panthers, it would not have been the first time a man of the cloth was reassigned after he appeared receptive to the Panthers' message. Weeks earlier, in October 1969, the Bishop of the San Diego Diocese abruptly transferred Frank Curran to New Mexico after it was discovered that he had allowed the Panthers to use the church to feed indigent children in the San Diego area. At any rate, since the Panthers were planning to set up additional breakfast programs throughout Los Angeles, they realized that to be successful they needed to assuage concerns that other congregations might have about allowing them to use their churches. After much deliberation, a small group led by Gwen Goodloe went before the Los Angeles Conference of Baptist Ministers with a presentation of the goals and objectives of their community survival programs. 36 Impressed, the ministers voted unanimously to give the Panthers their endorsement and commendation. Using churches to sponsor the breakfast program was encouraged by the national headquarters for several reasons. 1. It could accommodate large groups of people. 2. Holding it in a house of God would make it less likely that the police would barge in and harass its occupants, or so the Panthers thought. 3. It gave the Panthers a degree of legitimacy among those who may have been leery about allowing their children to frequent a program put together by black militants. 4. It allowed the Panthers to concentrate on serving the people without the worry of dealing with securing a location that met all the building codes and the like, and 5. The Panthers were not required to pay rent, which allowed them to expand existing survival programs or create new ones. The breakfast program was not the only endeavor the Panthers offered community residents. Other services included free food and clothing giveaways and of course the police patrols made famous by the Bay Area Panthers. Police patrols in Los Angeles did not mirror those being carried out up north. By the time the Southern California chapter was founded, citizens were no longer allowed to carry guns openly because of a law passed in the spring of 1967. Consequently, the police patrols were not as high profile and perhaps did not lend themselves to the kind of combustible interactions that were present in Northern California. Police patrols in Los Angeles were low-key. Also, since the Los Angeles Panthers did not carry weapons in full view, the patrols may not have been as effective, since police officers might have been more likely to provoke an incident with someone they believed to be unarmed. The same year the breakfast program got underway, the Panthers opened the Bunchy Carter Free Clinic, which was staffed with volunteer doctors and nurses. 37 The Panthers also put in place a busing to prisons program that catered to black families that either did not have the means or the transportation to visit their loved ones who were often incarcerated in facilities that were hundreds of miles outside of the city. Later, a liberation school for elementary-age kids was established in nearby Compton, California. 38 The Panthers' most impressive effort may have been the Walter Turey Pope Community Center. Named in honor of a fallen comrade, the center was established in October 1969. With donations from some of Hollywood's most popular celebrities, the Panthers were able to offer a number of services such as the chapter's second free breakfast program, political education classes, and an information center. According to members of the chapter, the community center was designed to bring them closer to the people and to more effectively meet the needs and desires of the black community. 39 Within a month of the center's opening, the Panthers were visited by a group of U.S. Marines from Camp Pendleton. Booker White, a black folk singer, also stopped by that day because, he said, "I want to sing for the people and the children." 40 After breakfast, the GIs pledged their support to the community center, donating $70 to the breakfast program and promising to return the next time they were in town. With small donations like these, the Panthers were able to open their third breakfast program in early 1970. With this program, located at the home of Mrs. Leona B.B. Murphy at 1002 1/2 41st Place, the Panthers were fast expanding their survival offerings. 41 The Panthers' community service programs were an important feature of the organization's 10-point program. Putting these endeavors in place was a necessary step toward uplifting the masses of black Angelenos politically. One cannot expect the people to move against the forces of oppression if they are in poor health, are intellectually impoverished, or have empty stomachs, the Panthers would say. Second, it was imperative that the black community be provided with the essentials, since the state had made it clear through its inaction and indifference that no such programs were forthcoming. As Marcus Garvey had done before them, the Panthers assumed this responsibility. Taking up this mantle is crystallized eloquently in an article titled L.A. Pig's Vamp on Free Breakfast Program. In this piece, the Panthers maintain that these programs exist because the government has not provided them, the people, with even the basic necessities of life, food, and shelter, as are the natural rights of human beings, and is the duty of the institutions by which they elect to be governed to provide. And so we, the Black Panther Party, then have taken upon ourselves the struggle of not only preparing for the total liberation of all people, but the temporary alleviation of some of the ills which the great masses of people suffer. 42 While the Panthers' offerings were clearly altruistic, they were also politically strategic. By serving the people, the Panthers highlighted the inherent contradictions of the state, which was instrumental to the politicization of the black community. This was important, for the people would not follow the Panthers if they did not trust or have confidence in them. Without the support of the people, the party would be crushed by the ruling elite, which possessed little fear of being held accountable, or would simply wither away due to lack of need. Fortunately, because of the Panthers' strong community ties, they were able to expand throughout the state. Over the course of a few years, Panther operations in Southern California grew to include outposts in Bakersfield, Riverside, Santa Barbara, Pomona, Pacoima, Pasadena, and San Diego. Still, the Los Angeles office remained the strongest unit in California outside of the Bay Area. It appears that as the Southern California Panthers grew, so did the attacks on them. The LAPD and the black community it is not sworn to protect or serve. If blacks in Oakland thought the police force was hostile to African Americans there, it is perhaps because they had not spent much time in Los Angeles. No government agency attracted more attention from the news media after World War II than did the LAPD. 43 Several television series portrayed the Los Angeles Police Department as an impartial and professional guardian of law and order. In reality, the police force more closely resembled the movie L.A. Confidential than it did television's Adam 12 or Dragnet. Some of the most well-publicized scandals in law enforcement occurred in Los Angeles. By the 1920s, corruption was firmly entrenched within the police department, and bribery, shakedowns, and graft were commonplace. And by the late 1940s and early 1950s, the force had developed a reputation for being insensitive to residents of color. For example, in the mid-1960s, when a black man was rushing his pregnant wife to the hospital, a police officer shot and killed him. When the police chief was asked what he intended to do about the killing, he responded, "I am going to do nothing." Police are not supposed to stand by and watch a car speeding down the street at 80 miles per hour. 44. To some extent, the philosophy of the LAPD seemed to reflect a disparaging view of human nature. As William H. Parker, former chief of the LAPD, once remarked, "I look back over almost 35 years of dealing with the worst that humanity has to offer. I meet the failures of humanity daily, and I meet them in the worst possible context. I think I have to conclude that this civilization will destroy itself, as others have before it." 45. Such pessimism regarding the nature of society and the progress of mankind may have been a natural product of numerous encounters with the criminal public. Unfortunately, it also may have had an unfavorable effect on the performance of many police duties. Conditioned by the belief that people are fundamentally immoral or depraved, some police officers may have found it difficult to grant civilians, especially minorities, the respect necessary to establish a relationship of mutual trust and cooperation. Many of the problems that took center stage in Los Angeles during the middle to late 1960s, such as illegal surveillance of the department's critics, harassment of militants and hippies, and use of excessive force against people of color, have their roots in the administration of William H. Parker. Parker ushered in a new era of policing in Los Angeles. A well-educated man from the flatlands of South Dakota, Parker joined the department on the precipice of the Great Depression. After spending 15 years on the force, he went off to war and earned several medals in World War II. He returned to the department a hero and rapidly climbed the ranks to chief of police in 1950, serving until his death in 1966. Days after being sworn in, Parker promised with all the fiber of my being to see to it that crooked rats who would change the city of angels to the city of diablos will not do so, and that the LAPD would work for the community, not rule it. 46. Only half of that promise would be kept. Parker transformed the ethos of the department in many ways. Taking bribes and accepting payoffs were no longer tolerated. He believed that officers should be of high moral character and vigorously trained. He recruited lean athletic types with military experience. The beer-bellied officer with a penchant for donuts was discouraged from applying, urged to retire, told to find other employment, or ordered to shape up or ship out. High physical fitness standards were put in place to separate the men from the slobs. Parker embraced a paramilitary police model that would earn the force both fame and infamy. Professionalism became the department's ethos, earning it a reputation as the finest police department in the world. 47. Parker also advocated proactive policing. In his book To Protect and to Serve, Joe Dominic implies that hassling people was a byproduct of proactive policing. Unfortunately, people in areas like South Central received a disproportionate amount of that harassment. Just hanging out and swapping stories with the fellas on the corner got you checked out. Riding in a car with 2 or more other brothers got you stopped. Said one officer who went through the academy during Parker's regime, the entire essence of an LA officer's training and development at the academy was that we were the people who had the responsibility for eliminating the lice from the community. It was a responsibility that was taken seriously. To carry out that responsibility, the city furnished Parker with the latest technology. Parker asked for and received a 17 helicopter, one fixed-wing, fight everyday street crime. Said one LAPD pilot, "We would watch for people running who weren't dressed as joggers. We would try to figure out what they're running from, while keeping track of them. We would watch for, maybe, a guy standing by the curb, with a lot of people driving up to talk to him. That could be drugs." 4875 Officer LAPD Air Support Division, the largest airborne municipal law enforcement system in the world, under the guise that the aircraft would be used for riot control only. In truth, the helicopters were used too. Parker's commitment to keeping Los Angeles from becoming the cesspool he believed New York and Chicago had become was evident as he made his city inhospitable to East Coast gangsters who had ambitions of expanding westward. Gangsters would be met at the train station or the airport by Parker's men and taken to an undisclosed location, where they would be beaten to a pulp and sent home. Parker was determined to make Los Angeles the safest city in the world. Under him the department adopted the motto "to protect and to serve." Although Parker was able to reduce crime and improve the caliber of the department's recruits, the LAPD as a whole still suffered from the perception that it was notoriously corrupt, a perception that was not entirely unwarranted. The corruption was simply of a different nature than before. Sure, bribery and payoffs had all but disappeared. However, rumor had it that Parker employed the Organized Crime and Intelligence Division of the LAPD to keep tabs on politicians and celebrities for purposes of blackmail. Under Parker, the LAPD cemented its reputation for brutality, particularly within the minority community. A study of coroners' records from 1947 to 1966 revealed that of the 319 persons killed by members of the LAPD, more than half were people of color. Also, 313 of the deaths were ruled justifiable homicide, 5 were considered accidental, excusable, involuntary, or undetermined, and only 1 was classified as unjustifiable. 49. Parker had been in office a little more than a year in 1951 when the public got a sense of how minorities would be treated under his administration. On Christmas Eve 1951, a fracas broke out between police officers and several Mexican-American males in a downtown bar, after which the men were hauled to Central Station where officers took turns pummeling them. After the incident, known as Bloody Christmas, 2 officers were forced to retire, 8 others were indicted, and 36 more received official reprimands. Although Parker had taken action, his feelings about Mexicans were far from egalitarian. Before the U.S. Civil Rights Commission in 1959, he said, "Some of these people have been here since before we were, but some of them aren't far removed from the wild tribes of Mexico." 50 Given Parker's remarks, one wonders if the disciplinary actions he meted out in 1951 were done because the beatings took place inside a police precinct, where members of the press happened to be that night. Had the incident occurred on the street and away from the cameras, would Parker have reprimanded the officers? The answer may lie in the events that unfolded in 1961 when members of the LAPD and the Nation of Islam clashed on the streets of Los Angeles. Officers stopped 2 Muslims who were employed at a local dry cleaner and thus had a suspicious amount of clothing in their possession. Witnesses say that the Muslims were being manhandled by the officers. Police say the Muslims resisted arrest. Shots were fired, by whom is unclear, but 75 officers would converge on the scene and spray the Muslim house of worship with bullets. When the melee ended, 1 Muslim was dead, 4 were seriously wounded, and 1 was permanently disabled. 3 officers were also injured. No reprimands were issued. No one except the mayor, who maintained that race relations in Los Angeles were among the best in the country, was surprised when what's imploded 4 years later the result of worsening conditions and police harassment of African Americans. Parker was a complex figure. He preached professionalism, yet he had his men spy on those he considered enemies of the department. He demanded that his troops be of high moral character, yet he showed no desire to racially integrate police squad cars and other assignments. In fact, 8 years after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that segregation in public schools was unconstitutional, 13 years after his predecessor had promised to integrate the department, and 14 years after President Harry Truman ordered the integration of the armed forces, Parker finally begrudgingly integrated the department's patrol cars, but only because Sam Yurdi pledged to do so if the voters elected him mayor. Not wanting to be upstaged, Parker relented. 51. In the end, Parker created an insular and unaccountable bureaucratic power that he passed on to his successor. And because Parker always felt he was right, it was only natural that the hierarchy that developed under him would believe it was right, also. Parker showed the city that the chief of police was not just some run-of-the-mill goddamn civil service department head, but instead was one of the most important political players in the city. His message was clear: independence from political interference meant that nobody fucked with his department, but he could pop anybody he wished. 52. Parker's death preceded the Panthers' arrival by 2 years. It is safe to say that the Panthers would have ranked high on his list of those he considered among the city's riffraff and would have been treated accordingly. Nevertheless, Parker left a legacy that for all intents and purposes represented the crosshairs into which the Black Panthers would eventually step. Chief Redden and the Panthers. When the Panthers opened their Los Angeles office, Tom Redden was the city's chief of police. Although Redden was not a Parker clone, he was no Keystone Cop. He served until May 1969 before retiring suddenly to take a lucrative position at a local television station. Redden was not as fanatical about law and order as Parker had been, but he was just as vigilant. Under him, the department's fearsome Metropolitan Division of 55 swelled to 220 members. These officers would go out and roust anything strange that moved on the streets. 53. Redden believed that the Panthers represented a threat to the safety of his officers and their authority on the streets. He recognized, however, that to a certain extent the Panthers' views reflected the dissatisfaction of many inner-city blacks with city government and thus deserved a hearing. Consequently, Redden met with Panther officials and discussed with them different ways to improve police relations with the community. These meetings aroused resentment among rank-and-file officers. All black militants, as far as they were concerned, were the enemies of the police department and had to be suppressed to the fullest extent. Redden responded to these grumblings early on, declaring that sitting down to talk with militants of whatever persuasion does not mean an automatic compromise of position or giving in to pressure. It means very simply that conditions in society today demand that we communicate with all segments of the community. 54. Despite Redden's public appearance of cooperation, the police kept Panther leaders under close surveillance and looked for the least little opportunity to provoke a confrontation with them. 55. In fact, the Panthers became one of the Metro Division's pet projects as the unit often stopped known Panther vehicles on general principle. Officers would rip out side compartments, disassemble dashboards, and smash tail lights on the assumption that the vehicle would be stopped again before the driver could return home or make the necessary repair. Other times Panthers would be ordered out of the car at gunpoint, where they would be provoked into giving the officer an excuse to shoot them. Mostly though, these stops were designed to intimidate the Panthers and to make them aware that Los Angeles was not Oakland. Al Armour recalled that on one occasion he was forced out of the car and made to get on his knees, after which an officer fired several shots just above his head. Armour's experience may have been an extreme one, but it shows the level of enmity that members of the LAPD had for the Panthers. Police harassment of the Panthers became so intense, according to Wayne Farr, that many Panthers stopped driving, opting instead to walk or take the bus when they needed to go somewhere. 56. Driving made it easier for police to instigate trouble under the subterfuge of the routine traffic stop or some other type of moving violation. When the police were not hassling and rousting the Panthers, they were ridiculing and taunting them. According to Geronimo Pratt, 2 Metro Squad members spent their evenings riding up and down Central Avenue wearing foot-high afro wigs and bright dashikis and yelling "Power to the People" through a high-powered bullhorn. 57. Murder at Montclair. 6 months after the Panthers announced their arrival, 4 of its members were involved in a deadly skirmish that came to be known as Murder at Montclair. On August 5, 1968, two police officers followed a car, which according to them was being driven erratically, to a gas station at West Adams Boulevard and Montclair Street. Inside the car sat four Panthers. In court, when the officers were asked why they followed the vehicle, they responded that the occupants appeared suspicious. 58 The exact details of the incident are sketchy. The officers approached the vehicle and asked the driver, Steve Bartholomew, to produce his license. After Bartholomew admitted to not having a license, police claimed they were about to question passengers Tommy Lewis, 18, Robert Lawrence, 22, and Little Tony, 21, when suddenly they were hit by gunfire. The officers returned fire. When the fusillade ended, two young men lay dead, another died en route to the hospital, and a fourth Panther escaped. One officer was critically wounded in the abdomen, and the other was shot in both legs. Little Tony, the brother of Steve Bartholomew, somehow managed to elude the spray of gunfire and fled the scene. Another report indicated that after the car pulled into the gas station, Bartholomew got out and opened the hood. According to an eyewitness, the driver of the squad car stepped out and walked toward Bartholomew, while the second officer walked over to the side and rear of the vehicle. At this point the eyewitness admitted that things happened so quickly that he could not be certain, but he thought the second officer opened fire on one of the occupants as he was getting out of the car. Yet another report had one officer ordering Bartholomew to open the trunk while the second officer directed the others out of the car. Without warning, according to witnesses, the second officer opened fire on Robert Lawrence. Steve Bartholomew charged the first officer and was shot but not killed. Then Tommy Lewis emerged from the back seat and was shot. Panthers claimed that one of the officers walked up to Steve Bartholomew where he lay wounded and shouted, "Nigger, you should be dead, nigger," then shot him 4 or 5 times in the head. 59 Given the time of day and the location of the incident, a gas station located at a busy intersection, this seems unlikely. As one might imagine, the deaths of Bartholomew, Lawrence, and Lewis caused quite a stir in the black community. Hearing rumors of the possibility of another What's uprising, Governor Ronald Reagan authorized Lieutenant Governor Robert Finch to look into the situation. Mayor Sam Yurdy met with Finch and assured him that there was little to be concerned about. 60. The outcry had barely fizzled out when 2 more Panthers were shot and 1 killed by police officers in October. Again the details vary. But Bruce Richards was wounded in the battle and charged with attempted murder, and Walter Toury Pope was killed. No Panther branch or chapter experienced more harassment and suffered more casualties than the L.A. Panthers. The situation had gotten so bad that safe houses had to be established in order to stay out of the LAPD's line of fire. In April 1969, as members of the BPP were meeting at their Central Avenue location, 100 officers surrounded the building. Recognizing the danger they were in, Elaine Brown and Joan Kelly astutely notified the media and briefed them on the situation, prompting the officers to withdraw. Weeks later the LAPD successfully carried out its first raid of Panther offices, arresting 9 of the occupants. During the month of April, the LAPD made 56 arrests of 42 Panthers. 61. Los Angeles Panthers get a taste of Chicago. Months later, on September 8, 1969, police raided the What's Breakfast program, undoubtedly as part of an FBI directive to eradicate the Panthers' breakfast programs. On May 15, 1969, in an internal memo, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover wrote, "The Breakfast for Children program represents the best and most influential activity going for the BPP and, as such, is potentially the greatest threat to efforts by authorities to neutralize the BPP and destroy what it stands for." Perhaps the most dramatic and widely known raid occurred in early December of 1969. The LAPD deployed its highly lethal SWAT teams along with 300 uniformed officers to raid 3 Panther facilities. Illegal weapons were the justification for the raids, which were eerily similar to those that occurred in Chicago 4 days earlier. More specifically, the government's plan called for the police to zero in on Geronimo Pratt's bedroom. Fortunately for Pratt, the leader of the chapter at the time, he often slept on the floor, and did so that night. As in Chicago, a government informant, Melvin Cotton Smith, provided the LAPD and the FBI with the floor plan of the dwelling. Like William O'Neill in Chicago, Smith had been in charge of security in Los Angeles. Given what had transpired in Chicago days earlier, the Los Angeles Panthers were not entirely unprepared. The walls of the house had been fortified with sandbags and the windows with steel planks, and gas masks had been acquired to stave off tear gas. After exchanging gunfire with the authorities and holding them off for nearly 4 hours, the Panthers surrendered. Apparently the Panthers posed more of a challenge than some had expected. According to news reports, midway through the firefight, at 6:50 a.m., Mayor Yurdi contacted the Secretary of the Army requesting reinforcements. The request apparently fell on deaf ears. Finally, after 3 hours and 10 minutes had gone by, the request was approved, but by then the battle had ended. Miraculously, no one was killed. Livid at the Army's foot-dragging, Yurdi supposedly complained that our officers were sitting ducks and were outgunned by the occupants of the building 62. No one, including the Army's upper echelon, believed that the LAPD was outgunned by the Panthers, which may explain why the Secretary acted cautiously and shrewdly waited until the Panthers had surrendered before approving Yurdi's request. Local and national responses to the raids. The raid on Panther headquarters prompted a flurry of responses and reactions. On a national level, Representatives Louis Stokes, Ohio, Abner J. Mikva, New York, William C. Clay, Missouri, Shirley Chisholm, New York, John Conyers, Michigan, Don Edwards, California, Augustus F. Hawkins, California, and William F. Ryan, New York, asked President Nixon to have the National Commission on Violence investigate the raids of Panther offices in Los Angeles and Chicago. Locally, at a community meeting held at the Second Baptist Church the afternoon of the riot, people were furious. Franklin Alexander shouted from the audience that the police are vamping on the community. 63 Some of the notables at this gathering of nearly 300 people were longtime civil rights activist Rev. Thomas Kilgore, John Mack of the Urban League, and California State Senator Mervyn Dimely. Most agreed that an organization or coalition should be formed to unify the community. The difficulty of such an effort was evidenced by the ideological differences between the NAACP, CORE, the Urban League, and the Black Panther Party. In fact, during the LAPD's search for the Panther who fled the service station in the summer of 1968, Bobby Seale lashed out against leaders of CORE and the Urban League who were urging the Panthers to surrender Little Tony to the police. Said Seale, "They are bootlicking niggers. The Black Panthers will never give up one of its own to the murdering racist pigs." 64. The meeting was the first step toward bridging the schism that existed between the assimilationists and nationalists, the moderates and radicals, and the young and old. Most were willing to put aside their differences to unite against an institution that most blacks believed was insensitive to their concerns at best, and hostile to them at worst. Many white officials were surprised that the black community rallied behind the Panthers. Even those blacks who did not wholly believe in their tactics could not deny the Panthers' dedication to the community. For some blacks, the attack on the Panther headquarters was more than just an affront to the Panther organization itself, it was also an affront to the black community and its right to self-determination. This involves far more than just the attack on the Panther headquarters. This is an organized attempt to silence all strongholds of black dissent, 65. One black resident remarked. Booker Griffin, a columnist for the Los Angeles Sentinel, covered the raids in great depth. Aware of the police raid on Panther offices in Illinois days earlier that left Mark Clark and Fred Hampton dead, Griffin pointed out that the raids were part of a greater plot. Said Griffin, raids on 3 Panther locations early Monday morning brought the full force of the authoritarians' national conspiracy against the party to grotesque reality in our backyard. 66. In one particular news article, Griffin makes 2 very insightful points. He first contends that the ethical practices of local enforcement are what gave rise to the Panthers. Second, he maintained that one of the reasons the Panthers received so much support was because many in the African American community could identify with their struggles. The Panthers gave voice to a cross-section of the community that organizations such as CORE, NAACP, and the Urban League were not able to reach. While the Panthers' version of police provocation drew sympathy from many quarters, police officials tell a very different story. Former Police Chief Daryl Gates wrote in his autobiography that the precipitating event occurred on the evening of Friday, November 28, when a young woman complained to Captain Ted Morton about the noise blasting out of a loudspeaker at a nearby residence. Morton approached the dwelling and was permitted to step inside, whereupon he was met with a .45 caliber automatic pistol pointed at him. Morton quickly identified himself as a police officer. "I don't care who you are," said Black Panther George Smith. "I'm counting to 3 and you'd better be out of here by then." Morton turned and found himself looking down the barrel of a pump shotgun held by Panther Paul Red. Red began to count. Morton left. Morton went back to Newton Division and wrote out a crime report charging assault with a deadly weapon, and arrest warrants were issued for Smith and Red. Given the Panthers' reputation, the police assumed that serving the warrants would not be easy. On the morning of December 8, a 40-man assault team, 16 of them members of SWAT, were deployed to the address. At 5:30 a.m. the entry team banged on the door at 4115 South Central, announcing, "There's a warrant for your arrest. Open the door." Hearing movement but getting no response, they tried to force open the door, to no avail. A shootout ensued. Hours passed. High-powered rifles continued to fire steadily across the street at one another. Finally, according to Daryl Gates, a deputy chief at the time, it was decided that the police needed a grenade launcher, but the LAPD did not have one. Only the military had them. Gates called the U.S. Marines at Camp Pendleton to find out if the LAPD could borrow their grenade launcher. The commanding officer said, "You're probably going to have to get permission from the Department of Defense and probably the President of the United States." Just as he said that, Gates writes, the officer followed up with, "We'll get the equipment together and put it on the road, so you'll have it if you get permission," said Gates. "I called Mayor Sam Yurdy and asked if he would make the call to Washington. My words seemed unreal. Anytime you even talk about using military equipment in a civil action, it's very serious business. You're bridging an enormous gap. We are not like a military force, going in and blasting a building to smithereens, not caring who gets killed in the process. That's not what the police do. SWAT's objective, our objective, is always to save lives. But having reached this point, we could not see any alternative. Within the hour the Pentagon got back to us, we had permission to use the grenade launcher. Nobody, not even in the media, ever learned the whole truth, that in a nondescript military vehicle parked in a side street nearby sat one very frightening military grenade launcher. .67. Raid has far-reaching consequences. The impact of the December 1969 raid was far-reaching. The raids affected many area businesses, forcing many shop owners to close their doors. One shop owner was quoted as saying, "I was afraid to get out on the street because a black man on the street would be considered a Black Panther by police." Some businesses sustained heavy damage to their property. Neighbors had difficulty breathing due to the large amounts of tear gas in the air. Mrs. Jessie Mae Jones said, "The tear gas came in our windows and we were all choking, not knowing what was happening. We rushed to the wash basin to splash water on our faces and gargle. We didn't know what to do or to think." 68 Some residents even complained that they felt terrorized by the police. Suffice to say, the heavy-handed manner in which the LAPD handled the situation was indicative of the department's indifference toward the black community. Whites fear black takeover. That the LAPD would draw a beat on the Panthers was not unexpected. By 1965, blacks had migrated into the city in significant numbers, much the same way they had moved into major cities throughout America. In fact, Chief Parker warned that by 1970 the city would be nearly half black. During a television interview in 1965, he proclaimed, "If you want any protection for your home and family, you're going to have to get in and support a strong police department. If you don't do that, come 1970, God help you." 69 The fact that Los Angeles's black population never exceeded more than 17% of the city's total population was beside the point. Many whites believed Parker, and as a result turned a blind eye to the Gestapo tactics used against the Panthers by law enforcement. Furthermore, fear of a black takeover enabled the mayor to masterfully play the race card and push back Tom Bradley's 1969 challenge to his incumbency. Bradley had run a solid campaign and led comfortably heading into the last week of the race, and on election night he reportedly had a 15-point lead. However, as the night grew old, absentee ballots began to trickle in. Historically, absentee ballots tend to go against black candidates when their opponent is white, and this contest was no different. By the end of the night Bradley had lost a close race. How did a seemingly insurmountable lead dissipate in a matter of hours? Because Urde played on the fears that many whites had of a black-run city. In predominantly white areas of the city, for example, bumper stickers with a black fist proclaiming Bradley power appeared on billboards, buildings, and street signs. Urde campaign ads beneath a big picture of Bradley asked, "Will you be safe with this man?" and "Make Los Angeles a Black City." Brochures designed to look like Bradley campaign literature were being left on the porches and doorsteps of white residences. Perhaps the best illustration of the type of campaign Urde waged, and a harbinger of what was to come, was a picture taken the night of the primary months earlier, as Tom Bradley was delivering his victory speech. With flashbulbs popping, there inadvertently turned out to be only blacks on the platform except for Stephen Reinhardt, a top Bradley aide. The image was precisely counter to the Rainbow Coalition the Bradley campaign was trying to project, and the next day when Reinhardt saw the picture in the papers, he winced but then forgot about it. "I thought," he would later say, "it was the last time I would see that picture. I was wrong." The picture appeared on a Urde mailer the weekend before the general election, but there was one difference: my face was colored black, and the message underneath read, "We need a mayor for our city." 70 The message was clear: if Bradley was elected he would fill all of his appointments with other African Americans. Urde's underhanded tactics were successful because whites heeded Parker's warning, erroneous as it was. In their minds, under a Bradley regime, blacks, with the Panthers leading the charge, would have taken over the city and moved on its white residents by killing all the men and raping all the women. Voting against Bradley enabled whites to derail any plans Bradley or other subversive blacks may have had along those lines. Again, the idea of a black takeover, as preposterous as it was for some whites very real. Even Charles Manson bought into the idea. Manson and his followers hoped to start a massive race war that would lead to the extermination of blacks. Manson's plan involved killing several prominent whites and leaving behind clues that would lead the police to believe that the Black Panthers were responsible. 71 The fact that a schizophrenic like Manson believed that a black takeover was in the works may provide some insight into the mindset of other whites who were of the same opinion. Friends, supporters, and allies, beware. Much has been made of the government's penchant for cultivating ill will between the Panthers and other black groups such as US-72 and the Blackstone Rangers. But insufficient attention has been given to the government's harassment of the party's white supporters. Not content to harass the Panthers, the FBI also set out to make life miserable for their white friends and allies. In June 1969, sheriff's deputies along with FBI agents armed with rifles and shotguns forcibly entered the apartment of Joanne Gilbert, a young lady who had been assisting the Panthers with the John Huggins breakfast program, under the pretense that they received an anonymous tip that she was harboring two Panthers who were suspects in the murder of a Santa Ana police officer. 73. The FBI made a series of attempts to destroy the confidence between the Panthers and Donald Freed, one of their major supporters. Freed, a writer and an award-winning playwright, headed an organization of BPP sympathizers called Friends of the Panthers that included Shirley Sutherland, Elliot Gould, and Elizabeth Taylor, among others. Sutherland, wife of Donald Sutherland, had long been active in humanitarian efforts. She was involved in establishing health care centers in Canada, where her father had been the Premier of Saskatchewan. The committee's primary task was to raise money for bail and various others' court costs. In July 1969, the Los Angeles FBI field office sent the Panthers a memorandum bearing Freed's name and address. Written in a condescending tone and including a list of 6 precautions whites should keep in mind when dealing with the Panthers, the memo was calculated to cause a rift between the Black Panther Party and their assisting organizations. 74 A few days later, the Bureau posted leaflets in a park near a Panther-sponsored national conference in Oakland alleging that Freed was a police informant. 75. When efforts to sully Freed's name proved unsuccessful, the FBI took great pains to pursue an intensive local investigation of Freed for harboring and possession of illegal firearms. The contents of one particular memo read: "It is felt that any prosecution or exposure of either Freed or name deleted will severely hurt the BPP. Any exposure will not only deny the Panthers money, but additionally, would cause other white supporters of the BPP to withdraw their support. It is felt that the Los Angeles chapter of the BPP could not operate without the financial support of white supporters." 76. That same year Freed and Sutherland were arrested on charges of illegally possessing hand grenades. Charges were finally dropped when it was learned that the radical who delivered the explosives to the Sutherland home was in fact a government agent. 77. When that tactic failed, Phil Denny, an agent assigned to the COINTELPRO division of the Los Angeles field office, managed to get Freed fired from San Fernando Valley College and prevented his obtaining a new faculty position at Cal State Fullerton. 78. The FBI attempted to get at another Panther supporter, Ed Pearl of the Peace and Freedom Party, PFP, by sending him a cautionary letter bearing a fictitious signature. A Bureau memo describing the letter says: "The writer states that although he is not a member of the BPP, he is a Mexican who is trusted by BPP members. The writer advises that he has learned from BPP members that certain whites in the PFP who get in the way of the Panthers will be dealt with in a violent manner. The object sought in his letter is to cause a breach between the PFP and the BPP. The former organization had been furnishing money and support to the latter." 79. Hollywood celebrities who were supportive of Panther goals or who attended Panther functions were also targeted. Whites were especially despised by the FBI, and celebrities who lent their name to Panther causes earned Hoover's undying contempt. Movie producer Bert Schneider as well as actors Marlon Brando, Barbara Nash, and Candice Bergen were just a few of the celebrities who were pestered by the FBI. In June of 1970, FBI headquarters approved an anonymous letter informing Variety gossip columnist Army Arkard that Jane Fonda had appeared at a Panther fundraising gala, noting, "It can be expected that Fonda's involvement with the BPP cause could detract from her status with the general public if reported in a Hollywood gossip column." 80. The Bureau's attempts to destroy the Panthers were far-reaching. In a study entitled Local News Coverage of the Black Panther Party, the author demonstrated that the Panthers were usually depicted as gun-toting anti-white demagogues. 81. With the release of FBI documents, we now know that in some cases the Bureau and the media were in collusion in this depiction. In 1970 the Los Angeles office identified 2 local news reporters it believed might be willing to help in the effort to discredit the BPP, and they received permission to discreetly contact name deleted for the purpose of ascertaining his amenability to the preparation of a program which would present the true facts about the Black Panther Party as part of counterintelligence effort. 82. Los Angeles headquarters also supplied information and materials to a Los Angeles newsroom that expressed an interest in airing a series of unflattering stories about the Panthers. 83. Specifically, in July 1970, the FBI passed along information to a Los Angeles TV news commentator who agreed to air several anti-Panther news segments, especially on the subject of white liberals contributing to the BPP. 84. In October the Los Angeles division sent headquarters a copy of an FBI-assisted television editorial and reported that another newsman was preparing yet another editorial attack on the Panthers. 85. The manner in which the Panthers were framed by the media may have paled in comparison to how their supporters were portrayed. One promising actress had her reputation smeared and her personal life turned topsy-turvy when a fabricated story made its way into the Los Angeles Times. In correspondence sent by the Los Angeles office to J. Edgar Hoover on April 27, 1970, one agent wrote, "Bureau permission is requested to publicize the pregnancy of Jean Seberg, well-known movie actress, by Black Panther Party, BPP, ______ by advising Hollywood gossip columnists in the Los Angeles area of the situation. It is felt that the possible publication of Seberg's plight could cause her embarrassment and serve to cheapen her image with the general public. 86. It was proposed that the following letter from a fictitious person be sent to local columnists. I was just thinking about you and remembered I still owe you a favor. So _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ I was in Paris last week and ran into Jean Seberg, who was heavy with baby. I thought she and Romaine had gotten together again, but she confided the child belonged to of the Black Panthers. 1. The dear girl is getting around. Anyway, I thought you might get a scoop on the others. Be good and I'll see you soon. 87. Love. Soul. In a memo written weeks later to Hoover, an agent wrote that the Bureau felt it would be better to wait approximately 2 additional months until Seberg's pregnancy would be obvious to everyone. 88. Joyce Haber, a well-known Hollywood gossip columnist, eventually published a story in the Los Angeles Times that sullied the actress's image, referring to Seberg as Miss A. An excerpt of the letter is below. The article reads, "The outgoing Miss A was pursuing a number of free-spirited causes, among them the Black Revolution. She lived what she believed, which raised a few establishment eyebrows, not because her escorts were often blacks, but because they were black nationalists. And now, according to all these really in international sources, topic A is the baby Bliss A is expecting, and Papa's said to be a rather prominent Black Panther. 89. To make matters worse, Newsweek picked up the story. Apparently upon seeing the exposé, Seberg went into premature labor at the beginning of her 3rd trimester. The concocted story put a tremendous strain on Seberg's marriage. She was verbally and physically abused by her husband, Romain Gary, who was convinced the story was true. The stress apparently proved too much for Seberg, and she gave birth to a stillborn child. Determined to show the story for what it was, Seberg insisted on an open casket so that everyone could see her white infant. The negative publicity and the death of her child caused her to have several nervous breakdowns over the years. Some say that Seberg never recovered from the ordeal, attempting to take her own life every year on the anniversary of the baby's death. Severe chronic depression eventually got the better of Seberg and she committed suicide in 1979. In December 1980 her husband shot and killed himself in Paris. Conclusion. No chapter or branch suffered more casualties than did the Los Angeles Panthers. Being a Panther in Los Angeles meant putting one's life in peril on a daily basis. Given the assault launched against the Los Angeles office, it is amazing that more Panthers were not killed. Even more amazing was the Panthers' ability to focus on their objectives while in the throes of such intense commotion. Although in a state of siege, Panthers were able to put in place a set of programs designed to increase poor people's lot. While the chapter was obviously unable to uplift the entire black community, many lives were touched by the Panthers' efforts. Not only were more than a few households impacted by the breakfast programs, the free grocery and free clothing giveaways, and the free tuberculosis testing, but the entire community was affected by the example set by the Panthers. For years black Angelenos had allowed themselves to be manhandled and treated with indifference by the state. The LAPD treated blacks as subhuman and met little or no resistance from a fearful African American community. The Panthers demonstrated that it was important for blacks to stand up to the police. Many Panthers resigned themselves to the fact that they were either going to make Los Angeles a place where blacks could live peacefully and flourish, or they were going to die trying. There was honor in showing the police that their disregard for black life would be met with unusual valor and resistance. The Panthers reversed the image of police omnipotence. It was also equally important for the Panthers to exhibit a do-for-self approach, one that showed blacks that they did not have to subject themselves to the humiliation of begging the city's social service agencies for assistance. Going to a welfare office, for example, could often be a degrading experience. The applicant would have to sit and reveal details of her personal life while the often white caseworker spoke condescendingly and belittled the applicant, all the while never bothering to make eye contact. The Panthers' contributions were made at great risk to themselves, but so were those of their supporters. Several Hollywood celebrities risked being blacklisted by associating with the Panthers, and at least one suffered tremendously as a result of her support of the Panthers. The role the FBI and the press played in the eventual suicide of Gene Seberg is indicative of the depths to which the government stooped to quell dissent. Destroying innocent lives in the process was simply an unfortunate byproduct of maintaining a compliant populace. Conclusion. A way of remembering the Black Panther Party in the post-Black Power era: resentment, disaster, and disillusionment. Floyd W. Hayes 3. Each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. Frantz Fanon, The Wretched of the Earth. Armed with the correct ideology, pursuing all efforts to make sure that the black working class has power and gives direction to the revolutionary struggle, working to develop all forms of popular struggle as well as a network of unknown revolutionaries, preparing for the long-range armed struggle inside the United States, uniting all into a disciplined, centralized, mass party or organization. We will be carrying on the work of all the black sons and daughters who have died in every corner of Africa and the Americas under the whiplash of racism, capitalism, colonialism, and imperialism. And we shall win without a doubt. James Forman, The Making of Black Revolutionaries. Knowing and seeing what is happening in the world today, I don't think that there is much of anything that one can do about it. But there is one little thing, it seems to me, that a man owes to himself. He can look bravely at this horrible totalitarian reptile and, while doing so, discipline his dread, his fear, and study it coolly, observe every slither and convolution of its sensuous movements and note down with calmness the pertinent facts. In the face of the totalitarian danger, these facts can help a man to save himself, and he may be able to call the attention of others around him to the presence and meaning of this reptile and its multitudinous writhings. Richard Wright, The Outsider. As the chapters in this volume demonstrate, the Black Panther Party represented an indispensable force in the progressive struggle to transform the landscape of American society during the turbulent 1960s. The Panthers voiced the outrage of America's outsiders who resented the hypocrisy of a society that professed the political values of democracy, equality, freedom, and justice, but in every way historically had devalued them. The men and women of the Black Panther Party marched courageously across the nation's chaotic terrain, seeking to leave their footprints on the sands of time. This battalion of soldiers included more than the organization's most famous personalities. For every Kathleen Cleaver there was a Talibah Shakir in Los Angeles, for every Huey P. Newton there was a John Clark in Baltimore and a Larry Little in Winston-Salem, and for every Elaine Brown there was a Barbara Easley Cox and an Ethel Parrish in Philadelphia. For every well-known Panther, dozens more whose names are forgotten voluntarily stood on the front lines in the war on Black America that transpired during the 1960s and early 1970s. Scores of groups dedicated to wholesale political, economic, and social change sprouted up in the United States during the 1960s, but the Black Panther Party was the only one able to attract a substantial following and appeal to a broad constituency. Clearly and unfortunately, much of what is known about the BPP involves the Bay Area. As Judson L. Jeffries and Ryan Nissim Sabat say in the book's introduction, the Black Panther Party as an organization is often reduced to Oakland, and Oakland is often reduced to Huey Newton, Bobby Seale, and perhaps Eldridge Cleaver. often overlooked local offices of the Black Panther Party branches in Baltimore, Winston-Salem, Cleveland, Indianapolis, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and Los Angeles have been examined in this book. Made significant contributions to the social development of urban black communities during the period of Black Power radicalism in the late 1960s and early 1970s. In the midst of mounting a revolutionary struggle against the white supremacist and capitalist American state, the Panthers also created a plethora of community programs designed to inspire popular revolutionary consciousness and to augment grassroots activism among urban working-class black citizens. Often in conjunction with local social service and health agencies, local Panther branches established liberation schools, free lunch and breakfast programs, free clothing programs, and free health clinics, which were concrete efforts to provide needed educational and medical assistance to impoverished families. Local Panthers also worked to keep cities safe from gangs and gang violence. Because white cops historically had intimidated and murdered black citizens with impunity, local Panthers confronted the systemic abuse of police power. In the face of political and legal injustices, local Panthers participated in broad coalition politics, seeking to eliminate black fears and to encourage black involvement in the electoral political process. In the face of political and cultural domination, the Panthers demanded self-determination for oppressed and impoverished residents in urban as well as rural areas. These and other developments represented the spirit of the Black Power movement, especially the Black Panther Party, at a particular moment in American history. Yet, incredibly, so many of today's younger academics, as well as that generation of younger people who were born during or after the 1980s, know scarcely anything about the development, dynamics, and demise of the Black Power movement generally, or the Black Panther Party specifically. Knowing very little about this history, this younger generation often seems indifferent to learning the lessons of the historic struggle for black human rights. This reality is personally troubling, especially when I reflect on the Black Power movement with my students or write about that period. Often the process of writing about that historical moment is a way of working through certain dilemmas regarding my own perception of the world. These dilemmas are not merely interesting intellectual problems that can be explored with complete detachment and objectivity. Rather, they are dilemmas that I feel caught up in because I am part of the process I am discussing. Writing thus becomes a potential mode of extrication and personal clarification. This is especially true for me because I was a student activist during the turbulent moments of Black Power radicalism. Hence, in the remainder of this conclusion, I try to make sense of the ultra-conservative shift in American political culture as a way of coming to grips with the significance of the Black Panther Party today. Indeed, since the late 1960s, the hopes and aspirations of Black Power radicalism for an anti-racist democratic polity in America have been crushed. We live in tragic times. These are not meaningless times, but times that in fundamental ways are distressingly disastrous in the specific sense that the language and struggle of black liberation are no longer commensurate with an American scene they once sought to comprehend, contest, and transform. How did this tragedy occur? For me, the answer begins with the Reaganism of the 1980s and the draconian transition of American political culture to the far right. These are the dominant trends and developments in 21st century America. Inspired by Richard Wright's statement above, I am interested in trying to comprehend the meaning of the American political culture's totalitarian shift to the far right since the 1980s and what this transformation has meant to an understanding of the revolutionary moment of the late 1960s and 1970s. Has the rightward transformation of American political culture set in motion the erasure of the meaning and significance of the Black Panther Party? The 1980 election of Ronald Reagan as president marked the beginning of the end of an era in modern United States political history, the liberal welfare state. The Reagan regime set in motion a draconian assault on the welfare state's politics, policies, and programs, which were established during the Franklin D. Roosevelt administration in the 1930s. The modern liberal policies associated with Roosevelt's New Deal, which developed in response to the Great Depression, reached their zenith with the implementation of President Lyndon B. Johnson's Great Society experiments in the 1960s. Many of the ideas, policies, and programs that came to be identified with Reaganism signaled an attempt to roll back the kaleidoscope of history and recapture Adam Smith's 18th-century classical liberal political and economic design for an emerging modern society. Classical liberalism, however, became contemporary conservatism. Thus, Smith gave to the national government a minimal role in society and the economy to serve as guardian, not manager or regulator, of business, monetary interests, and fiscal policies. The ultra-conservative Reagan revolt against the modern liberal social service state represented the rhetoric of reducing the role of the federal government and shifting social policy and program responsibilities to the states. Supported by an ultra-conservative conception of the federal government's role as night watchman and strengthened by the cynical language of getting government off the people's backs, the Reagan forces moved quickly to slash the budgets of the Medicaid, Medicare, and food stamp programs. The Comprehensive Employment and Training Act also was terminated. In essence, the so-called Reagan Revolution sought to interrupt the modern liberal welfare state's policies, principles, and practices and effectively to redirect the American public's social and political attention to the far right. With a public policy agenda that allowed the rich to get richer and that forced the poor to get poorer, the Reagan forces replaced what they took to be bleeding-heart liberalism with a mean-spirited conservatism. The Reagan ascendancy also dealt a final blow to the politically and intellectually exhausted civil rights coalition, which had been among the primary supporters and beneficiaries of the welfare state. After the mid-1960s, economic, social, and cultural fissures weakened the foundation that held the coalition together. The Liberal Coalition, composed largely of white political and economic elites and black civil rights activists and managerial elites, lost its intellectual power and political hegemony. This happened as the fight to end class inequality during the 1930s and 1940s shifted to the struggle to eradicate racial injustice during the 1950s and 1960s. In an obvious move to discredit those struggling against state-supported racism and for racial democracy, Reagan refused even to meet with national black political and civil rights elites. In a cynical declaration of the end of racism, he supported an emerging assortment of conservative black and white idea entrepreneurs, political managers, and media elites who embraced the Reaganite dream of recapturing the laissez-faire capitalist state. It has been this new class of right-wing social managers, representing a convergence of knowledge and power, whose ideas and actions have served to forge a new conservative political and policy hegemony in the United States. With the Reagan presidency, white supremacy experienced a new morning in America. To be sure, George H.W. Bush's conservative administration and Bill Clinton's neoliberal presidency of the 1980s and 1990s largely carried out the Reagan political and policy revolution. What is most significant about the politically reactionary regime of George W. Bush is its so-called war against terrorism, which has discredited America's standing around the world. Going back to the Clinton administration, a cadre of neoconservative ideologues and war hawks had long advocated the invasion of Iraq and the overthrow of its leader Saddam Hussein. In the aftermath of the Al-Qaeda bombings in the United States on September 11, 2001, which killed thousands, the Bush regime misled America into the invasion of Iraq and the overthrow of its leader Saddam Hussein, arguing that Hussein had colluded with the Al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden. Moreover, Bush gave the impression that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction and intended to use them against the United States. In reality, however, the Bush regime's 2003 invasion and occupation of Iraq was intended to redesign the Middle East in conformity with America's imperialist interests. Yet as American casualties of the Iraq War continue to mount, together with increasing allegations and incidents of the American military's terrorist crimes against Iraqi prisoners and innocent civilians, it is becoming increasingly apparent that America cannot win the war on terror. History moves, and a thing can turn into its opposite. Since taking office in 2000, an arrogant and overbearing Bush regime has managed to turn the world against America, as former American allies in Europe and Russia have backed away from supporting America's imperialist designs in the Middle East. America will pay a heavy price for decades to come because of the Bush presidency's reckless and ruthless foreign policy. The related domestic impact of a failed war in Iraq is the Bush regime's totalitarian assertiveness. Managed by iron-fisted zealots Vice President Richard Dick Cheney, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, political hack Karl Rove, and war policy ideologue Paul Wolfowitz are the prominent figures the Bush regime has sought to dominate the Congress, the Supreme Court, the Pentagon, the CIA, and the media. The Bush forces have allowed little criticism or dissent. Employing a strategy of secrecy and threatening American citizens with state surveillance, Bush forces have fiercely sought to impose popular submission and fear. However, as the numbers of dead and wounded American soldiers and journalists rise in Iraq, and as Iraq descends into the chaos and suffering of civil war caused by the American military invasion and occupation, many Americans are losing faith in the viability of Bush's war. Increasing numbers of citizens are concluding that the war was a monumental mistake and that America never should have invaded and occupied Iraq in the first place. Significantly, several American retired military generals have criticized Rumsfeld's management of the war and demanded his removal as Secretary of Defense. There is a growing realization that the Bush regime's unilateral invasion and occupation of Iraq has made Americans increasingly unsafe, uncertain, and insecure. Out of this arrogance, incompetence, and sheer stupidity is the uncomfortable reality that the war in Iraq is a quagmire. It is the 21st century repetition of the war in Vietnam. It is against this background that I reflect on the life and times of the Black Panther Party. If the social conditions that brought the Panthers into existence were horrendous, they are even more disastrous today. For more than 2 decades, the ultra-right-wing transformation of America has resulted in an increasingly fragmented and crisis-ridden social order and political economy. In an increasingly global post-industrial managerial economy based fundamentally on the investment, production, and distribution of knowledge and advanced technology, those persons caught in the declining industrial manufacturing economy now face tragic times. Indeed, the social and economic division of American society is pronounced, as advancement for some is accompanied by desperation for so many. Today, urban black communities suffer more severe crisis-ridden social conditions than during the 1960s. Fewer job opportunities result in permanent forms of agonizing poverty. Family destabilization has reached epidemic proportions. Big city public schools fail to provide a quality education and to prepare young blacks to take their place in the post-industrial social order of knowledge. Homelessness is a growing reality. Healthcare is declining. Demonstrating an abuse of power, police intimidate and murder urban blacks at will. More and more urban blacks find themselves incarcerated in America's prison industrial complex. Significantly, the ruling white American establishment continues a perpetual war against the human dignity of urban impoverished black people, which began during the Holocaust of enslavement. Yet these desperate and worsening social conditions have been met by relative silence. Why? Are massive black social protest and political struggles dead? Have Americans become indifferent to people's suffering? Has a historically undemocratic and unjust American society, caught in a monumentally hypocritical war designed to impose democracy in Iraq, lost its moorings? Has America come to a point in its history when there is a growing senselessness of existence? Has a corrosive culture of nihilism overtaken the American spirit? Is America beyond redemption? Living on the margin between totalitarianism and democracy and witnessing the ultra-conservative transformation of American society during the period of post-black radicalism over the past 30 years, it is difficult to avoid becoming increasingly disillusioned and pessimistic about the prospects of authentic democracy and social justice in America's future.